Oh, I think we're live. Hello, folks, and welcome to an indie showcase. Specifically, this is an opportunity for writers and artists and publishers to showcase their small press, self-published, crowd-funded type books. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a live interview show. We're going to have dozens of guests. I don't know exactly how many. We will see. Sometimes it's gone 3 or so hours. Last one went over 7 hours. So I don't know. I'm prepared for a marathon. I'll be your host. My name is Chris. I'm the host of Comic Tropes. And this channel, my second channel, Comic Tropes After Dark. And that's where, I'll do a weekly news show. I sit down with my friend and fellow comic book artist, fellow as though I do much, but Jim Mafood. We've got a movie review show called Trash Movie Bonanza with our amazing editor, Jamie. Just did an episode with artists Morgan Beam and Jorge Corona. And I just want to plug something for myself real quick. March 26th, Radiant Black issue 32 will come out. This is issue 31. Great comic, and Kyle Higgins was kind enough to let me do a backup story in issue 32. So that comes out March 26th, and I'll actually be doing a signing of that and some other comics that I've worked on at Stargazer Comics in Tacoma, Washington from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Again, March 26th. Also, before that, my local comic convention is Emerald City Comic Con, and I will be on a panel on Saturday, March 8th. Emerald City Comic Con. I'm going to be on a panel with Zach Davison and a bunch of other comic book writers, and we're going to be talking about horror in comics. How do you do horror in comics? It's so different than every other medium, how you can scare people with comics. That's at 6:45 p.m., March 8th, room 345. And I'll just say a few quick shout outs to some of the folks in the chat. I cannot keep up. So if I missed you, my apologies. There's a lot for me to look at tonight. There's a lot of guests in the waiting room that I do want to get to right away. So hopefully you guys have some kind comments for them, some supportive stuff. The whole goal of tonight is just to give people a chat, an opportunity to promote their books. Promoting comics is a huge challenge these days. Distribution is a huge challenge, and anything we can do to get the word out, yeah, we'll get the workout too. That is the point of tonight. So we're going to be positive, and we're going to jump right into things, folks. So I'm going to be trying to keep these interviews right around 10 minutes so that we can talk to as many people as possible. But I think that should be plenty of time. It could vary a little depending on each project, but this has worked very well for several people. My friend Randy Stone has done a bunch of Bullet Adventure comics. I think he's up to issue 7. Harry Partridge has this amazing book, Starbarian Tales, that came out that we helped promote. The last one of these that went 7 hours, we had some guests that promoted their book, All Star. It needed something like $5,000 with only 24 hours to go, and they hit it. There have been books about comics. Louis Southard's Comics Are Dying. We've had indie books sent in, like Winston Gambro's Lights in the Sky. Many, many more. I can't highlight them all, but I appreciate people being brave and sharing their stories and their personalities. Let's get started with my first guest here. Hi there. You're currently muted, I can see. So
there we go.
My name's Chris. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, I'm Webb, and I am the writer for and creator of Dreams Uncharted Comics.
Dreams Uncharted Comics, and you were kind enough, to share with us
this
website.
There it is. Yes,
this is your site.
That's my site right there.
I'm just making sure I've got the right thing. Did you? What do you do? Are you a writer, a publisher, an artist, all of the above, none of the above?
I'm just a writer, and I also publish it. I built the site myself, and
Really?
Yeah. So, and I'm also a character designer. I design at least like not all of the characters, but some of them.
Dude, that's
So,
impressive. How long have you been doing this?
I Dreams Uncharted has only been around for a few months. I've worked on previous projects, and some of the comics that are on here are sort of scavenged from those that they just sort of fell through.
Oh,
Um,
really?
yeah, yeah. I used to work for NRG Comics, and I don't know if you have ever come across them, but
NRG sounds familiar, but I'm not placing it off the top of my head in terms of what they've done. I'm sorry.
yeah. I don't even. I think he's the only one I know that he's still doing is Toon Man. But,
Okay.
but anyway, my deal is I wanted to create this concept where I would make comics, and I've got like all these different ideas I want to do. So instead of just trying to pick and choose one and gambling on is that the right one, I
Uh-huh.
want to have a system whereby I can put all these different series out, and people can pay to keep the ones they like going.
Oh,
So
really?
yes. So the
That's
way,
clever.
yeah. Thank you. The way that it works is you can choose whichever series you like and donate to help me make the next page of it, and I just
Right.
release it a page at a time. I currently only have 2 series, but I'm looking to expand that to at least 4 this year and maybe more in the future. Um, but right now I've got Marauder, the Rogue Wave Pirates, which is a story about a team of superheroes that is also a pirate crew.
Okay.
And the other one is High Treason League. It's a little bit more on the manga side of things.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it's sort of a battle shonen type of deal. You think like One Piece, you think Naruto. And it's also got a lot of influences from Avatar: The Last Airbender. And basically, it's a story about a world where there's this king. He's king of the world. He's the world king.
Okay.
And there are all these little lesser royals and nobles beneath him. And at some point, he's ruled for the king over the kingdom for 400 years. He has longevity. And he just decides one day, for reasons that nobody quite understands, to stop protecting the people beneath him. And instead he says, okay, royalty, nobility, this is no longer hereditary. Now you can win it in combat. It causes like all this chaos and power struggles underneath him, but he's strong enough that no one's been able to take him down. So this is the story of a group of young warriors who are out to try to do what nobody has been able to do for 100 years, which is take down the world king.
Great premises. I like that. And honestly, the art for both of these looks great. I especially like whoever you've got doing High Treason. That's very eye-catching. I'm curious, though. The thing that catches my attention the most is how you say you've got this idea of the readers are essentially voting with their wallets. Like, is that like a monthly thing where you look at the analytics, or a daily? Like, when do you make that call?
I try. So far, I have not gone more than a day without updating the progress bars.
Okay.
That might change if somebody donates when I'm like on vacation or something, but so far it's always been same day.
Okay.
It's funny, while I was waiting for you to go live, some guy, I call him my mystery whale. He has never spoken to me as far as I'm aware, but he keeps dropping hundos on High Treason League. So after we're done here, I'm going to have to go upload a new page.
That's great. That's really, really exciting.
Oh yeah, it's super awesome I've only been at this a couple months, and I've got a whale already, and people are really, really loving High Treason League in particular. I think Marauder has not seen as much success, but I think people are sleeping on it. That's going to be a good one too. We're going to be exploring like all these cool locations, and it's adventure on the high seas with superheroes. It's going to be awesome. it's just a little bit more of a slow starter, I think.
And you know what? I'd say like just be confident then. Like I think you have to. Sometimes you got to give the audience what they want, and sometimes you got to give them what they need. And if that means that it's like a little bit of a slower burn to the beginning, so be it. That's just my thinking. I love the outside the box thinking. I think it's like a good way to keep people engaged. I hope that that's proven to be the case for you.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's always hard when you're starting out with comics to get people to take time out of their busy day to actually pay attention.
Okay.
But I found that when I can, in fact, get people to do that, my retention rates are pretty high. People really, really seem to like what I'm doing.
It's a good site. The navigation makes sense. I can't wait to see more artworks sort of fill it up. But obviously, you said you've kind of only been doing this for a little while so far, right?
Yep. It's only been since November.
And do you think you'll at some point put it into print, or do you want to only do digital? Any thoughts there?
I'm working on figuring out how to do Amazon Kindle print on demand.
That makes sense.
I'm not really super interested in having like a limited run or trying to sell to stores or whatever. I'd rather just have a place on my website that people could go to buy the book. And then, the money that I make from that, I can hopefully reinvest into making more comics.
Absolutely. How have you, so you said like you do the writing and some of the character design, but like who are the artists for each of these?
All right. So the top one, modder, that's a guy called David. He goes by Neon Rocking Visuals, one of those two. I don't know why. I should know that, but it's just I can't remember for some reason which one it is. But
yeah.
Neon Rocking Visuals, one of those two. And he does some amazing coloring, as his name would suggest.
Oh, cool.
And then the other one is Leos Vaughn. I know his name. I don't know if he wants me to say it publicly, but Leos Vaughn is by on Twitter. So, those are.
How did you find your artists?
So these two, I don't use DeviantArt anymore, but these two I found back when I did use it.
Got it.
Probably these days I would locate someone either on Twitter, or I know that there's some sites that are actually used for artists to find people these days. I seem to remember a few years ago that wasn't the case. Maybe I just didn't know about them, but it seems like there are more now.
And let me ask this. What about like, is there anything else that you've had any success with promotion wise, aside from like, say doing an interview like this?
So far, I think YouTube, I've only done a couple of YouTube interviews, but they've been the things that have had the best retention, just given what my
very cool
site has said. YouTube clicks stay on the site the longest.
Got it.
I've been trying to market on Twitter as well. I was also going to try like Instagram and Facebook, but they're just, I don't know, Facebook is so dead, man.
Yeah, I know. And you really have to pay, I think, on all the socials for the engagement. And I don't know if you always make your money back. So that's why I just ask everybody questions like this. But you know what I think you've got going, Webb, is like not just the interesting looking premises here, but I love the idea of like letting the audience decide what they want next. That's a really engaging concept. It reminds me of Channel 101, if anybody out there remembers that. That's a Dan Harmon, Rob Schraub to talk about comics site where people can sort of vote on which shows continue and which ones they'll let move on. Anyway, so if people want to find you, where would we direct them to?
In addition to dreamsuncharted.com, I'm also Dreams Uncharted with no E at the end. Dreams Uncharted on Twitter /X. that's the main place where I hang out is Twitter and on my own site.
There we go. Yeah. Lovely. Hey, best of luck with this. I'll definitely be coming back. I have to admit that the high treason one especially interests me. I like the character design on that stuff.
Thank you very much. I hope you like it, and I'm kind of hoping that people will, if this gets discovered, I'm hoping people will start like forming into teams. I'm a Team High Treason League. I'm Team Marauder. Get some people, get some competition going.
That sounds awesome. Hey, thanks so much for giving me some of your time, Webb, and thanks for obviously being here early. I hope that the wait wasn't too bad, but thank you for promoting.
Oh, yeah, most of the time I wasn't even here. I got here as soon as I possibly could and just left my computer on.
Well, I certainly wish you every success. Thanks for taking some time to talk with me.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right. Take care.
Peace.
I love it. That's one of the first times I've heard that concept being used of letting the audience decide between a couple different comics, like which one do you want to see the next page of. That's good. You got to have a little hook, don't you? Sometimes it can be in the story, but sometimes it can be in the presentation. We're going to keep moving. It's going to be rapid fire to some degree. I'm going to next welcome in Daniel G. Wilson, DGW. I that name sounds familiar. You usually in my chats, right?
Yes, and
I thought so, man. I was just double checking.
And we spoke a few months ago, actually, on the previous one you did of this.
That's right. That's right. Here, tell me if I'm bringing up the right page for you. Is this your next project?
Yes, current project actually. The Kickstarter.
Project.
The Kickstarter literally launched just like in the past hour.
Oh my goodness, what perfect timing.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Good. We're all getting in ground level. So I've got this that I can sort of refer to, but since you're here, why don't you tell us in your own words, what is this story?
Well, Zona del Male, any Italian listeners, please excuse my pronunciation. It's a folk horror anthology, folk/horror anthology that I curated and edited and putting out with some amazing artists and writers from around the world. And I'm pretty. It's my first time putting out an anthology, so I'm pretty excited about it. That's the cover right there.
Yeah, I like that. I'm seeing some gigantic cockroaches. I'm seeing some sort of a pumpkin guy with a cello. Oh, is this jazz inspired?
Yep, jazz and blues.
Jazz and blues. Well, if I'm remembering right, you have a music background as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So was that your decision to include some of this, or was that like another writer's?
It was that was my decision. I designed that with the person who did the proper full design. Like we worked together on that.
Sure.
He goes by the name Goblin. He's from an artist and graphic designer from India. He has an exquisite graphic design sensibility, and we were very much influenced by European comic book covers, like comic magazine covers. Yeah, there's a lot of great graphic design over there with like how they would do comic book covers, and so we just poured over all those, and well, this came out.
That's so cool. About how many stories do you have in this anthology?
If I'm remembering correctly, I think like 8.
That's perfect. Yeah.
And full color A5 comic magazine, and it basically, like, all the stories are horror, folklore themed horror, and weird fiction. So you're going to see some Lovecraftian style stories. You're going to see some folk horror, like, in the sense of the Wicker Man. And all of it will be inspired by mythology from around the world and urban legends as well.
I love that idea. So you're including, like, you're letting these writers pull from actual legends and do their take on it.
Oh, yes.
I once got an opportunity, like, I'll keep it quick because this is about you, but years ago, I was in an anthology that was all written by Native Americans on their version of their trickster legend, which could be an animal, a god, a spirit, and I illustrated one of those stories. So I love that, like that idea of taking from like real mythology. I think mythology is fascinating.
I agree. In a lot of the comics and stories I do, it's inspired by both global mythology and folklore, but also a lot of it's Jamaican as well. I have a story in this that is inspired by the old hag myth in
Is it
Jamaica.
this one or a different one?
That one.
Yeah.
Drawn exquisitely by Aaron Brown. But yes.
How'd you get in touch with all of your different writers and artists?
Well, in this go around, a lot of them I know I'd already previously known through something called the Comic Jam.
That's so cool.
Which, long story short, is where a group of writers and artists and letterers collaborate on one-page stories based on random themes.
Oh.
And so I happened to meet a lot of amazing artists there, and some others who I just knew outside and from previous collaborations, and just being in the very independent comic world.
That's awesome. So let's see. How'd you come up with the goal? Did you want to like print a certain number of copies or something? I'm just curious how you generated your personal goal here.
Well, I want to be able to print enough copies, as well as also cover issues. I know geopolitically things are a little weird. I mean,
to say the least.
And stuff's happening, so I want to make sure that I would be able to get this out. Come hell or high water, I want to get this out.
So you just decided to sort of go ahead and set a relatively low bar that you were confident you could hit, and hopefully we go well above that?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I've got a lot of friends that do the exact same thing, and I think that makes sense as long as the numbers can work. I think that's the biggest trick. That's the biggest challenge, is like the curator or editor.
Oh yeah, it definitely. I agonized over this for a while.
Really? How long would you say? Like when did this first get into your head?
Months ago. Months ago, back like in summer of last year.
Yeah.
I like to joke whenever I do anything that I woke up in a cold sweat, and so I decided to do this. I've always wanted to, both for telling stories, but I've always wanted to kind of, give a platform for creators to tell stories that they want to tell, whether they be, in this case, for a theme or just otherwise. And I hopefully I will be able to do more of these in the future.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. Anthologies are some of my personal favorite kind of comics. But I think that they can be a tougher sell here in America versus if you went to Europe or Japan. Anthologies are everywhere. It's really interesting that anthologies aren't the biggest thing in comics in America for some reason. I've never quite figured that part out, honestly.
Neither do I. I've all my life I've basically lived within orbit of you guys, and I've never figured that out.
Oh, they're saying you already have some backers popping up. Let's just double check here. Let's just refresh it. And yeah, you're right. It did go up at least once since we've been talking, but who knows? That could be you that got that, not me. Any of these stories that were pitched to you new to you?
Some of them, yes. A lot of them were very interesting. There's one that is based off kind of like a Scottish kind of myth that by this writer, Luke Henderson, and with also teamed up with artist Ryan Devine, that is Breaking Bread. You can see it a page from that if you scroll down, that one.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting story, especially in modern times, with like the way that in many countries how tourism is being reevaluated. It's a very topical. It's a story that I would describe in a literary sense as a comedy horror of manners.
Okay. I like that.
Yep. So there's a lot of scares, but there's something for you to think about.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, Daniel. Like, how do you scare people in comics, and this isn't about me, but I'm just curious, do you have any big opinions on what can work for horror in comics? Anything that you came across like while putting this together where you're like, that's a good way to scare somebody or at least cover horror?
I would say the topic, it's a big topic, of course, but
it is.
I would say that for scaring people, what you need to do with comics that's different from other mediums, right? The reader controls the pace, really controls the pace. You know,
yes,
writers, artists, we can do whatever we want to do, but the reader is the one who controls it, right? Ultimately. And I think the biggest thing to do beyond obviously page turns and grotesque designs, it really has to boil down to making them think. Can you make the reader think? What scares the reader deeply? What about this story will make the reader come away and think to themselves, oh my God, what was that? You know, and I think that's the best way to scare people. Go on.
I'm just so glad to hear you say those two things. You're like, a page turn for like a reveal is about as surprising as you can get. And you're like, yes, you can do that. But then you're right. It's got to be about the idea in a comic. Whereas like in a film, you can surprise somebody with music or motion. You know, you can do jump scares. You can't do a jump scare too well, but you can disturb them with an idea.
Oh yeah.
And I love that. I love that. This is awesome to hear you talk about that. Supposing this does well, are there plans for more?
Yes. I would branch out into a variety of anthologies. The next one I kind of have in mind would probably be something kind of sci-fi based.
Okay, sci-fi. That's cool. That's cool. Anything specific you'd want to do?
That's
broad. I don't know. That's cool.
Oh no, I'm still no. That's a good question. I'm still trying to think about it. But probably something similar to this theme, where I want to kind of blend kind of ideas together to kind of create something. I would hope is unique. And of course. And a pie in the sky one I have is I want to eventually one day do kind of a Caribbean kind of focused anthology as well. One that kind of like showcases like Caribbean cartoonists, because there are a lot of amazing cartoonists from the Caribbean we are a very kind of a disadvantaged region in terms of comics. Few people kind of know that comics are made in like Jamaica, for example, or Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico or Haiti or any of these places. So I would love to kind of showcase artists from kind of my home region as well.
That sounds like a great idea. I think that, you know, you're right. There's a lot of countries that have interesting mythologies, but they don't necessarily have a big publishing industry. So it can be harder sometimes for these voices to break in on a bigger level. But you're right. There's a lot of material that can still be mined there that would be new to a lot of us. So I love it. I love it. And remind me, Daniel, you did one of these before?
This is my first Kickstarter, my first anthology, but of course this is my first go around in comics. Right.
Okay, just double checking. Well, I certainly want this to be a success for you. I think you've set a very reasonable goal for day one. Like you're off and running. You're gonna have to come back the next time I do one of these and like sort of give us an update on what you found that did well for this, you know, like for promoting it, because I think that's the trick, is figuring out how to promote these things properly.
Will do. I take it everything I do, every project, regardless of the medium, I view it as a learning opportunity. So,
dude, you're such a positive person. I think this sounds interesting, different, relevant. I wish you every success with it. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, there's one thing for anyone who's paying attention to the Kickstarter. Please go check out the Kickstarter. I set up there's an early birds. I call it the early bird special. So you can order the physical copy for a slightly reduced price.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
It ends on Sunday night at 12 a.m. So it would be, of course, Monday, but it ends on Sunday at 12 in the night at midnight.
Yeah, early backer special. At least 8 stories, you say. Canadian $10, about $7 US. That's totally reasonable in my opinion. Very reasonable.
Oh yeah.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for giving us some of your time too. It's nice talking to you. You're a positive person. I want you to be successful.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Have a good night.
You as well.
That's awesome. There's so many aspects of that I sincerely am excited about, because I also am thinking of, well, I've already written a horror comic and I'm currently like revising it a little. I want to do what you guys are doing. And I got to see, like, what do you do to get the word out? That is the big trick. But we're going to keep moving. We've got more guests. In fact, the next guest is Zach Dino Knights Chapman.
Hi.
Zach, we talked before too, didn't we?
Yes, we've talked. I'm here to talk about Dino Knights.
Let's see. Hold on. I've got a link for it, so I'll bring that up for us so that we've got something visual for us all to feast upon. Look at that.
There's actually 2 things I want to talk about, but Dino Knights.
We can talk about the other one too, but yeah.
So my name is Zach Chapman. Speaking of horror anthologies,
yeah,
House of Blood. This is me. I wrote
these
comics.
You sent me a copy of this. Yes.
There's
to the PO box.
Yeah.
There was some beautiful art in that thing.
Thank
and
you.
The cover itself. Just show the cover one more time because
Rafa Labasco. Right now he's doing Thundercats Lost.
He did some
of
Thundercats. I think he did James Bond at Dynamite. So yeah, you've got
he's a Dynamite guy right now, but he's great. I also did Spellslinger, which I believe I've sent you.
Yep.
I have a few copies of these. If anyone wants these, I have about 10 copies left. And when they're sold out, they're probably done because they're very expensive to print.
Where would you direct people to get things like that then?
Best way is to follow my Kickstarter, and it will be available. If you look at the Dino Knights Kickstarter, they actually and scroll down. I have the Dino Knights like talking about all of the different things that you can back.
This is really good art.
Thank you. That is Dave Swartz, and
this is really good.
He's really good. This is my step out of horror. It's a science fiction Arthurian fantasy comic, and it's about time traveling dinosaur knights. They're from the far, far future where like basically Earth is dying. They're from like 8 billion years in the future, and some of them get sent back into as little hatchlings. They get sent back in time. One of them is to actual Arthurian times. And I have a little, timeline where the different stories take place. I mean, it's one story, and right now I'm actually working on the 6th issue. I'm way over budget, way ahead, but I'm I try to get as far ahead of these things as I can, and then I'm kickstarting 2 issues at a time this year to get all 6 issues out by the end of the year. And I love
that even though they're all dinosaurs and they look like they're part of a team, because they have such different designs, you can very quickly tell each character apart. I like that.
Thank you. Yes. Dave was great in that. He designed those, and you can probably tell which one of them was sent back all the way to Arthurian times.
Okay.
He finds his way into now times. And they own a board game shop in New York, and people think that they're like animatronics, but they actually are dinosaurs, and they fight robots from the far future.
That's hilarious.
Thank you.
I have some.
Dave's great, and actually, there's at least Sean's on here, and he's got a book by that he's working with Dave to promote too. So you'll see more of Dave's work later tonight.
Okay, right on.
In the chat.
No, I love this. There's like a certain mix of angularity and roundness that like really reminds me of some of my favorite artists these days. Like lots of great dynamic shapes. This is a great layout right here. That's why I paused. I like this.
Thank you.
You wrote this, right? Right,
Yes.
Zach?
Yeah, I wrote this, and yeah, that's from issue 2. So we're
Looking ahead.
yeah,
Well-
and that's actually the first 2 issues will be included in that Kickstarter.
Oh, great. And so it says notify me on launch. Like about when is it launching?
So it should launch probably in around 2 to 3 months, and then the one I'm launching another Kickstarter next week. It's the final issue in A Haunting on Mars, and I did send that link as well. I'll follow up with another.
No,
Yes.
I got it.
That's the one. A Haunting on Mars. It's the final issue. It's
Fifth and final issue, Cyberpunk Horror.
yes, and we have here's the 4th issue. I can like show off how crazy it is. Now this was published by Scout, and then we had legally can't talk about Falling Out. And
Yeah,
then,
you don't need to talk about it because like we've everybody that worked with Scout has the same story.
So yeah. Tale as old as time when it comes to small publishers, right? Or medium sized. But so this is the 4th issue. All of the issues will be available on that Kickstarter. And I'm doing metal covers.
Whoa, no kidding.
Fully
Look at that.
Fully
That's
metal.
not just foil. That's something else.
Yeah, no, this is a steel, like this is like a steel book. Like if you like a DVD type thing, but it's a functional comic.
I get that. Like, oh my gosh, is it expensive?
Yes, they are pricey to for this they'll be $35 a piece. But
Yeah.
I mean the print costs, like, to be real, I mean this is an indie.
I know.
To be like transparent, these cost $15 to print.
I'm not surprised.
Like because it's like sheet metal, and on top of the regular cost of,
Yeah, you're
that doesn't
using more than
include
one
art.
printer.
It doesn't include like commissioning artists and colorists, and that's just the print cost for a metal comic is $15 a pop.
It does look nice. It does look nice. So I get wanting to do it. That's pretty gorgeous. So that'll be an option on the Kickstarter to get that.
Yes, there's a limited amount of the older issues, but if you just want to print, if you just want to back at the 5th issue, that's an unlimited amount. Like I can put in that order, and that's what I'm ordering. But there's a limited amount of metal covers, and that will be like you'll be able to see how many are left.
Which like you don't have to tell us, but like you don't have to tell us which specific printer, but like which country is the printer based out of? Can you tell
They're
us?
here, and that's another one of my concerns. They're comic impressions. They're actually the same printer that Scout uses. They're
Okay.
actually like literally across the street. They're in the same they're in Florida. And I think that they are
impressive.
an amazing printer. Like they're very, very professional.
Yeah.
I had an issue with an error on my print run of House of Blood, which I was showing you this, and they comped like thousands of dollars worth of an error that
I mean
they
that's
had
the right
caused
thing
it,
to
but-
do, but you can't always count on that.
Yeah, but with them, so they do have like my endorsement as far as like I like working with them. You might be able to find printers that are cheaper, and if you find a local printer, then you don't have to pay shipping.
Yeah,
There's so many things to think about when you're an indie creator. It's like,
there
do
really
I-
are.
do I go somewhere like that's not local and then pay for the shipping? And
Can they do the interior as well?
yes, Comic Impressions does it all. Yeah, they print the metal covers, and they
That's pretty impressive because a lot of I know here in America, some people can do like the fancy covers. Usually that sort of binding finishing process is done somewhere other than the interior. So that's interesting that they're set up to do that.
yeah, they'll do full graphic novels like
Yeah.
this, and they do like this has a treatment on it. It's
You can tell.
like the treatments are cheap. If you order a certain amount, they'll usually like toss it in. It is very cheap, and I would recommend it because if you don't, the ink will scratch and it'll wear.
So you've done your research and stuff. Like about how many copies do you want to like sort of what's your minimum goal for something like this book, A Haunting on Mars? Do you have a minimum goal in mind?
Yes. Well, I have 2,500 is my minimum goal for funding this, and that's to do the print run and the shipping.
Sure. Yeah.
And I basically have already, I've paid for the art, so this is really to just get the printing, get it in front of people. The last 2 Kickstarters did, I think, around 150 backers.
Okay.
I'm hoping, like, I really want to. My first Kickstarter, I had 200 backers. A little over, and I really want to be hitting like 200 backers per Kickstarter. That's like, because I know I can do it.
I believe in you. You produce a great product.
Thank you. And there's
in fact, I even feel guilty saying it in such businessy terms. Like, it's a nice piece of art, product. What am I talking about?
I know. It's like, I know. I also hate that because at the end of the day, all I want to do is write comics. But it does not, like, if you want to be a successful writer, then you can work. If you luck out and you're able to work at Marvel and you're able to work at like someone who pushes your work out, then all you got to do is write. But for the indies out there, you have to learn how to like do. I do all my lettering. I like save everything where I can. I do a lot of logos and design.
What about this? Like, let me jump back to real quick to this one. I was noticing, Zach, like, I sincerely like the colors on this. Relatively flat, but it helps the art like pop, and it's got great contrasts for like the palette. Who's your colorist on Dino Nights?
Dave colors his own work.
No kidding.
Yeah. And if you scroll up and click that video doesn't have any sound, but if you want to see it, I do have it animated.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Animation, it takes a lot of time, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I got I just ran across this guy on Twitter who's like, "Hey, I'm a student. I want to like do some animation." And when you already have the art, it's like this is the art, and nobody has to only do one thing. Yeah, I mean, I would love to just write comics. Like, that is what I want to do. That's what I've always wanted to do. But like, you have to do the marketing, and you have to like get, and it's a different mindset too. It's like, it's kind of not creative, and it's frustrating. Like, I love getting art back and writing and doing the script. And then it's like, oh, but that's not where it stops. Like, it stops when you like, every weekend for the last 4 weeks, I've been doing like different little, like, small events to, sell and promote, going to comic shops, like,
that's
local
creators. It's just what you have to do. And, you have to, like, the way you're doing it right here, where you're talking about it pre-launch, is ideally the best way that people can do it, in my opinion. You want to get as many people to sort of sign up for that notify me on launch as possible before you actually launch the book.
Yeah,
it gives you a very good idea of like where you could like reasonably expect things to go.
Yeah, that's where my like I don't know, if I like, advice that I give to people is like, well, you can never pre-launch too soon. I would say that, because people will come across it. People will search on Kickstarter, like super backers, they're just looking for stuff, and they'll just look at things that are in pre-launch. You can do that in your settings.
Sure.
And so that's basically where I've gotten most of the followers. I mean, I have Sean and I have done like cross promotion, but like, that's kind of where it ends. It's like a lot of the people, they're part of Kickstarter. Like, they're just searching on Kickstarter and they come across stuff. So anyways.
No, I appreciate you sharing that information with us, because I think a lot of people watching this are interested in finding cool new comics that they're not otherwise hearing about. But a lot of people are trying to make their own comics, and they're trying to learn from each other, and you're giving us some valuable information. I appreciate you sharing all this with us.
Thanks, Chris.
So you've got Dino Nights, Once in Future Night, and A Haunting on Mars the 5th and final issue of that series, and both of these would allow you to get other books that you've made before.
Yes,
as
and
add-ons.
A Haunting on Mars. Yes, all of my books will be on add-ons. A Haunting on Mars launches next week, so
Perfect. Haunting on Mars next week. A couple months out. Dino Nights.
yes.
Dude, best of luck with it. Sounds like you've really got your act together. And I'll just tell you, I don't know if you saw like the chat, but people like that metallic cover. So we're like, yeah, it's expensive, but people seem pretty excited about it. And I don't blame them. It looks great. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye,
Have
Chris.
a great night.
You too.
That was so funny seeing how excited everybody was getting over the metallic cover. Let me see. I've got another guest, and I'm just taking a quick look through my private chat to see if I've got a link. I do. Okay. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to grab something, and our next guest is going to be a fellow going by with a beautiful name, Chris. Chris O. Chris O.
Yes, sir.
I can remember that name. I'm not good at names. I can remember that one.
Yeah, same exact way. That's why I was like, oh, your name's Chris too? Perfect.
Yes.
This is so much easier.
It becomes very easy. How are you?
Good. Nice to be on the show. First time. But yeah, my name's Chris.
I appreciate it.
Chris O'Hara. I own a small press publisher based out of Florida called Bent Box Comics.
Bent Box. That's a funny name. How long have you been doing that, Chris?
About 2 years now.
Wow.
So,
all right.
So a little bit, but then at the same time, we've made a decent amount of groundwork. So like, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I have a handful of things to show off.
Yeah,
and one of them could be the website.
Because I've got the links for everything that you sent over.
The one thing I wanted to show off first was Worlds Forgotten. The main it's actually not my book, but it's the co-founder of Bent Box, John Schell. It's his book, but he's currently going through his mom's in the hospital, and this is a lot of stuff to put on. But so I told him I would jump on to help promote, and get the word out.
Yeah, well, can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll read the top real fast because it's his book, and I know it pretty well. But it tells the story of Keon. Keon is a boy who had some tragedy happen in his past, and after that unfolded, he blamed himself for, I don't want to give away too much, obviously, but he blamed himself for some of the tragic events that happened in his past, which actually were his fault. And as he was dealing with that tragedy, he discovered a power that he is unable to control, and that power ends up being the ability to basically phase shift between dimensions. So it's a really trippy. It's a really trippy book that is the first book is currently on our Global Comics for free. If anyone wants to go check that out, you can read the whole first one for free. Nice. But issue 2 it really kicks things up a notch.
The art looks fantastic. You guys found somebody great for this.
Oh yeah, he's incredible, and he kind of I call it a glow up, because his first book was obviously great, but he really got comfortable with issue 2, and so it gets really good.
Yeah, no, there's like a real confidence to the way he draws people. It's very consistent. I like that. I feel like that's a huge challenge you can draw one cool thing, but to make it look consistent, that's the trick.
Yeah. Wow. No, he's very talented.
Well, fantastic. So let's see. And obviously this is going pretty well. We've got most of a month left to go. And
just
it's
launched,
already hit
I believe,
its very modest goal.
Yeah, just launched Friday. The book's already done. He already paid the artist, and it's basically just for print. Obviously, he would like more than that, just to help with issue 3, which is already written. Yeah, I was hoping to spread the word and hopefully get some more viewers on it.
That's really, really kind of you. And I think it looks sincerely interesting. So this is your website, right?
Yeah. So this is us, bentboxcomics.com.
Events. Ooh,
Feel free to take a look.
So
we're hosting a Comic-Con.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's at Dave and Buster's in Fort Myers, Florida. It's the first Comic-Con that Dave and Buster's has ever done, so it's kind of a big deal. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you're familiar with Dave and Buster's.
Of course, yeah, definitely familiar with Dave and Buster's. That's and I used to live in DC. Jesus, this is going back over 20 years, and I started like a comics group with a bunch of friends where we just met and made indie comics, but we also put on an annual. We called it like a festival because we'd get all sorts of artists and stuff like that, and it would be lots of comics people, but also craft makers and musicians and stuff. That sounds so much fun. I sincerely hope that that's a huge success for everybody.
Me too.
That's a fun idea. That's a fun place to have something like that.
Yeah, it's been a blast kind of coming up with it. Yeah, you can click on some things. These are our creators, obviously. My ugly mug's there, and then we got Jeff Morris, John Roscoe. We got a bunch of people under us. Like I said, we're a small press publisher that we operate in the indie space with creator-owned books, and like Jeff owns his own book called True Believer. John Roscoe owns one called Orium, but they're all sold through us, so it's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun.
Very nice. And
feel free to. That's John. That's the author of Worlds Forgotten. So please go check that book out.
All these artists you're giving shout outs to.
Yep, these are the ones we feature in our work.
Beautiful. That's awesome.
Ruben is the one who did Worlds Forgotten, in case you want to get a look at his face, but he's so talented.
I love that idea. I'm glad you're giving like everybody a shout out like that and giving them a space to get recognized. You guys
feel free to click on Comics for a Cause real fast.
I'd love to.
I wasn't planning on pitching this, but this is an initiative Bentbox is doing. We've partnered with 2 different charities, and 10 cents of each of these comics go towards Blossom goes towards the Smile Train, and Wingless goes towards Tiny Superheroes, which is a really cool foundation that actually gives like capes to children in the hospital and stuff like that.
No kidding. I'm aware Smile Train, they help children with like, that need like dental stuff, right? Like
it's a cleft lip and palate.
Yeah.
John wrote Blossom, and it was actually about his daughter who passed away before birth, but she suffered from a cleft lip and palate, and it inspired him to write Blossom. And so after he wrote it, he wanted to kind of connect with Smile Train, since they help those kind of people.
That's
people with
great.
cleft lip and palate.
We should talk about your book. So let me bring that up. At least I assume this is your book.
Yes, it is.
Refuge?
Yeah.
And writer, artist, what did you do on this?
Writer. So this is Refuge Chapter 1, as it says, in all ages action adventure series. This follows a child soldier named Pavel, who's kind of escaping the, cruelties of war. Yeah. And as he finally sees a cave off in the distance, he finds refuge from the battlefield, but only to be face to face with a even more terrifying image.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Would this take place in the real world? I mean, this gun looks real.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like time period-esque, Soviet era, Soviet Russia era. I'm keeping it very vague for many reasons, but basically just a war, like almost like a civil war within this small section of like Soviet Russia back then that this poor child has been dragged into. Yeah,
no kid should have to deal with that. Wow, so you guys have got a lot of sort of all ages or young adult comics under your belt.
Yeah, this is our first all ages, and also the one thing that I'm interested about this book, or the one thing that's really getting me excited, is I want it to be part of our Comics for a Cause initiative, like the other two, mainly because I want to find a charity that gives to refugees, children that have been displaced. That's honestly the whole reason why I wrote this book. So one of the things is, if you scroll down again to the previews, those are the finalized previews. We're not, I mean, other than the Bang and Crack, which is in English, we're not planning on having any speech bubbles. It's going to be completely told by the art.
Really?
And the main reason for that is to allow it to transcend languages. So like, if no matter where you are, no matter what your position is, this is a book that you can pick up and read.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm really excited about that.
one of my favorite comics, and this just shows my age, but issue 21 of the original G.I. Joe, writer Larry Hama was behind on a deadline, so he famously decided to write a script with no dialogue, and he, was being an artist, decided to just draw it himself. He just got it out there. So like I have, ever since then, I've like found what I'll call silent comics fascinating.
It's like, I will say it's a huge challenge that I wasn't expecting to be this much of a challenge. I'm walking that tightrope line of feeling lazy because I'm not putting any dialogue on a page, and also making sure that the story's being told in a way that doesn't need dialogue. So it's this weird tightrope. But so far, issue 1's obviously completed. This is or chapter 1's already completed, so I have it all, written out, and we have thumbnails for everything, and I'm very happy with the pacing, and I feel like we've kind of hit that silent comic pretty well. I think so.
Yeah, it's getting some really positive comments in the chat right now, so I love that. What about when it's called chapter 1, are we talking like still like a physical comic here, or are we talking digital?
It's going to be a physical, it's going to be a physical comic, just a regular floppy. Okay. I do have a plan. The reason why it's called chapter 1 is I'm planning on it just being a limited series between 4 and 5 issues. So this is just chapter 1. Okay, so this is big. Yeah, I hope so. I'm pretty excited about it. I have a nice mapping set out. And then one thing I was discussing with some other creators at one point was another thing I'm trying to balance is hitting, it's about war and a child soldier. And, even in the preview, I have a little bit of blood. So I'm trying to I'm walking a lot of tightropes. I have my feet on 2 different tightropes where I'm trying to make sure that I'm allowing it to be all ages, but also packaging up like, very mature, material, packaging it in a way to where a child could easily digest it, or, with a parents and stuff like that, where it is this fantastical adventure, but it's set within these real world conflicts and issues that some kids go through, unfortunately.
So the call to action, folks, is definitely to, hit the notify me on launch button here on Kickstarter for Refuge Chapter 1. Is there a time frame of when you're thinking of definitely launching this guy?
Well, sometimes we don't want to step on each other's toes, so I wasn't planning on launching while John's book's going, but we were thinking about basically cross-promotion. Maybe the last week of his campaign, I'll launch mine. Okay. Is kind of what we're thinking. Because, now, I will say this one does need some love, and I would appreciate any help I can get. I'm asking for about $4,000 for this because it's a bit of an expensive endeavor. Okay. But I'm hopeful that we will be able to make it. I'm pretty confident in the project.
Absolutely. You've already got some solid followers there. It sounds like you've got a bit of a fan base, or at least a follower base, if you don't want to if you want to be more modest, but you've got some followers, and you said that you even have some stuff on Global Comics. If they look up Bentbox Comics,
highly recommend go check out Global Comics, just Bentbox Comics. We're actually under under the top publishers tab on there, which has been really cool of them for featuring us like that.
Congrats.
We have about 3 or 4 free books on there. You can just check out what we do. And then we have, you don't need to bring up the website again, but we have about 12 or 15 comics out. So we have a decent library for you to choose from.
That is a good library. So people can get a pretty good sense of what you are all putting out, and some of that for free. That's amazing promotion when you're able to do something like that. I love the quality. I love the concepts, and I love that you guys are attaching this to some charity work as well. That's a really lovely goal. I wish you every success because of all those things. This is really, really exciting.
Yeah. Real quick, the main reason we did it was we literally had a powwow, John and I, where we just saw the indie scene was being very negative. There's a lot of negativity out there. And we're like, it seems like the things that get the most hits are negative or drama based, and it's unfortunate. And so we literally sat there and we're just like, is there a way to where positivity could do something good? was like,
I
I'd really
think
like
so.
to. I would like to find that niche and maybe figure out a way to where, instead of Bent Box is the one that is constantly starting crap, they're the ones hopefully giving back. So we found some charities that we started out with right away, those two, and yeah, it's been great so far. So
That's awesome, Chris. Sincerely, great. I cannot encourage you enough, because that just sounds great. I agree. There should be more positivity. I'm not convinced that comic book readers are in general negative. I think that there are algorithm things on social
Yes.
media that reward negativity, but that doesn't
Exactly.
necessarily mean that all of us are trying to be at each other's throats. I think that there's plenty of room for positivity and real deep stories that connect us as people.
Yeah,
We're
I hope
talking
so.
about the
And that's
human
what we're trying to do.
experience.
Yeah. I also will second Comics Impressions. They are awesome.
Okay. Comics
Definitely go check.
Impressions.
We use it. We're 30 minutes away from them. So like he said, if you can find a local printer, thankfully our local printer is awesome and they're Comics Impressions. So we don't have to pay for shipping. We just go pick it up. So
Well,
yeah,
hopefully
definitely use them.
that's good advice for other people trying to do similar things. But I'm wishing you and it was John, right?
Yes, sir.
I wish you both the best of luck, as well as your artists and everybody else. So have
Thank
fun
you.
at the
Appreciate it.
convention.
Will do. Have a good
All
one.
right, take care. That is also, in my opinion, a little bit of an innovation, deciding to attach some charity work to the comics. I think that that's a great idea. Hopefully, these are things that we can all learn from. We're going to keep moving. The next person I have up is a guy named Nick. So I'm going to add him to the, let's see, Nick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Just
I
double checking.
Yeah, sorry, I had the
Strange
choice
Pages.
between. Yes, that's right.
What's Strange Pages?
So that is just the publishing company that I and some colleagues have started, and the first thing we're going to be publishing is a comic book that I wrote called Roy Beckwith and the Cursed Continent. And I'd like to apologize for not having my face. I had the choice between a horrible mic or a camera, and a camera, or no camera and a good mic. So went with the good
We
mic.
can let your work speak for itself, I suppose, right?
Yeah, hopefully. So I've actually just barely started. Yes, this is Roy Beckwith. I've just barely started getting going on social media. We're releasing in September this summer.
Okay.
And this art that you're seeing is by Jarrett Katz, fantastic artist. This stuff was done back in winter of 23 when we were working on a pitch for Image Comics. And, they didn't want it. I don't care. I'm making it myself. And still love Image Comics, but
we've seen Jarrett's work before, because Milk Run got featured on the show before.
That's awesome. And I'm glad that that's looks like that's doing well. He's amazing. I feel very lucky that I was able to find him, and his character designs, I feel like, really brought not just Roy Beckwith, but the Yazita Witch to life. And it actually affected the writing and made me want to do a longer series. It was originally only going to be a 3-issue arc, and I decided that I wanted to turn that into an 8-issue arc and have an entire 64-issue series, which is what we're going to be trying to do over some years.
Wow.
But yeah,
that's super ambitious.
Yeah, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to tell it however I got to do it and however long it takes.
Well, you have to have that attitude for it to succeed, because there's going to be plenty of people that will say no. But I'm curious, have you put out any comics before?
I have. I've written some comics. I've done some short films, and written screenplays that have not been made. Actually, Roy Beckwith started out as a screenplay that no one in their right mind would ever fund. Way too expensive.
Okay.
Made much more sense as a comic book. And I've been trying to do comic books kind of on and off. When I was in high school, I didn't know how to write yet, didn't know how to market, didn't know how to do anything, but I gave it a go. Didn't work. You know, get back up on your feet and you keep going. Yeah. So I don't know. Am I allowed to present here? Can I do that?
Sure.
There's just some art that I thought I'd share. It is.
Yeah, I mean, I just go ahead and I think I maybe have to approve it, but sure, if you've got some more stuff for this comic, go for it.
Yeah.
There.
Yep. So this was the pitch to Image. So it's just some more art from Jarrett that is more. You know, you could go through his page. He's got awesome stuff. But if you want to see Roy Beckwith stuff that he does, you know, that's awesome that he's been featured and that you know him, because I really was happy when I found his art and found out we made a good team and everything.
I mean, I've never talked to him. I talked to the writer of Milk Run, and I was like, wow, this art is rock solid. This is like, so yeah, I just remembered it right away when you showed me this.
Just that you know of him is awesome, because obviously big fan of your show. So it's cool to see that. It's kind of surreal to be on your show at all. But yeah, so this is the cover of the pitch. This would have been the third issue. You'll probably be getting into more this big action, these big action beats, more issue 7 and 8 now. But yeah, so this was done by Jarrett and lettered by myself, which I have been working on trying to improve, and I'll be doing the lettering for the official series that we end up releasing.
Lettering's a tough skill to be actually good at, but yeah.
Oh yeah, takes some practice for sure.
Oh yes.
And you know, I've done a little bit of art myself, but much prefer having someone more skilled than myself do it. It'd take me forever if I was going to draw my own stuff. So, and
you know, that's fair. That's fair. So what's your current goal? You said, you know, hey, you pitched this to one place. You've got obviously several pages. What's the next step?
So what we're doing right now is we're planning a Kickstarter for September, or it'll end in September. And Jarrett is scheduled to start art. I'm almost done with the script for the first issue. A lot of work has been going into what I call breakdowns, but it's basically story outline.
Sure, of course.
And, you know, you got to have an outline for every character for the whole series, for each smaller arc, for each issue, and everything has to tie together. The themes have to work. A lot of work into that, but we're finally getting to a point where we're seeing the horizon. Going to have some actual art coming out from Jarrett. We've got our colorist now basically signed on, so I feel comfortable saying who it is. But her name is Fabi Marquez. She's a Brazilian colorist, and she's got some really good stuff. Unfortunately, I can't show you anything that she's done for me yet. That won't be happening for a month or so. But
fair.
Yeah, so that's the plan, is doing a Kickstarter, and all the art will have been done and paid for by the time we start. So it'll be just printing and shipping. And
that's encouraging to hear.
Yeah, Image didn't want it, so I had to find ways to fund myself. And like I said, nothing on Image. I'm sure they get a million submissions every 5 minutes. So
yeah. No, I mean, I've had things accepted by Image that then they change their mind on because they've got like a similar project by like a bigger name. So, you know, you can't really take it too personally.
Yeah, and maybe it was Spawn Gunslinger. They were like, not another Western. Yeah,
maybe
could have been. So yeah, and
seems like you've got an idea that you're passionate about, and you've obviously got talented people. Where would you want people to follow you if for developments on this?
Yeah, so I just got the Strange Pages Twitter going a few days ago. And I would say everybody go and follow Jarrett. His art is awesome. He does Instagram and Twitter. Both are at JCats Studio, and he does time lapse of drawings that he's doing. Stuff that's going to be much more fun to look at than anything you'll see on my Twitter or X. Anything you'll see on my X for a month or so. So Twitter, whatever. Yeah. I've been calling it Twitter. My phone still texts me from Twitter when it says it's from Twitter. Follow him. Follow Strange Pages if you're interested in the story. And I really just want to thank you for not just bringing me on, but just helping the indie scene all together. It's really great that you're doing it.
Oh, happy to do it. It seems like you've got a good team together. So best of luck with this, Nick. That's Strange Pages, folks. If you want to look it up, Strange Pages.
Yeah, thank you.
And you'll have to check in closer to when you're ready to launch the Kickstarter. Okay.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much, Chris.
All right. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Wow. There's such a variety of comics being shared today. I love it. This is something special. We will keep going because there's plenty of people in the queue, and I want to be fair to everybody. So next up is we're going to welcome somebody going by the name Aaron Z. Lee, Pens and Pedals. Aaron, are you there? I hear a little bit of background noise. Okay, I can come back, I guess. Yeah, we got to keep the show moving, so I guess it's either not connecting or stepped away. So tell you what, I'll move on to the next person in the queue, and we'll talk to Sean, Recon, and the Little One.
Hey,
I assume that isn't your last name, that's the name of the book. Is that correct?
That's my book. Yeah.
Very cool. How are you tonight?
I'm good. Thanks for having us.
Happy to. What can you tell us about your background with comics before we get into like your book?
Yeah, so I've been doing it for about 2 years now. I started with a book called The Fog Within. I've done 1 through 3 so far on Kickstarter. Okay. And I am going to go live with number 4 in June after I print Recon and the Little One and ship that out to backers. So that'll be the first arc finale, or the first arc that I've finished for any of my comics. So
you've already had some success using Kickstarter to get your books out there. That's always encouraging to hear. Yeah. Here, I'll bring it up. Whereabouts in the country are you?
So I'm in Virginia.
Virginia. I used to live in Northern Virginia, just outside DC.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. You guys probably get warmer weather than what I've got these days. Recon and the Little One. And what did you do on this? Writer, artist?
So I'm the writer, and actually Zach and me, he was the one he was talking about. Dave Schwartz did both of our books, and he's actually in the chat too. Want to talk about his book coming up next week, going live.
Very cool.
Yeah, Dave Schwartz is awesome. Zach's awesome. We've talked a lot, going back and forth about ideas, and like you said, collaborating, trying to get the word out for everybody's books, and it's a lot of fun.
That's nice to hear, because it's true. We have to help each other because no one else is set up to help us. So we have to sort of do our own promotion.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Recon and the Little One beyond the fact that you're definitely going to cross this goal tonight?
So the easiest thing is robots versus zombies.
Okay.
It's always fun putting those two together. Who doesn't like robots or zombies? And the idea came from basically my daughter. She's 4 years old, and my fear as a father of her growing up in this crazy world that we live in. It's crazier now than it was when I wrote it in September.
Yeah.
So it turned into how I wanted to protect her as a father, and the robots actually got a quirky, like Wall-E type attitude, and that's my son. So it's me and him basically protecting my daughter against zombies is what it ended up being.
Well, it looks like she's getting into on the adventure as well, just to be
Oh, yeah.
clear.
Yep. And so the elevator pitch that I've been saying is Samurai Jack like action meets Wally, tasked with saving the last girl on Earth against zombies. So
Oh my
it's
goodness.
dystopian zombies. And my zombie take is a little different than most. Because a lot of times when you read a zombie book or watch a zombie movie, there's not a whole lot of reasoning behind the zombies. They're just there and
True.
you need to get away from them. So I want to give a little bit of a backstory. So the first page kind of gives you an idea of where we start. And food is scarce in the world. Scientists over bioengineer food. And there's actually like a vine-like infection that causes the zombies to want to go back to the earth to be part of Mother Nature. And they're not trying to eat other humans and make them zombies. They're trying to put them back to the earth. So basically, we tried to fool Mother Nature, and Mother Nature is fighting back.
Okay. That's a good theme to work on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Man versus nature always works.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Huh. Yeah, the art is great. This is awesome that you can share so many sequential pages to like sort of get us up to speed with what you can expect in the book.
Yep. Yeah, and Dave's actually almost done with the colors. I think he said he's going to be finished sometime either this weekend or maybe next weekend with the entire book. So we're well on our way. And I just have to finalize with my editor on the final scripts, and then we'll go to lettering, and this will be out in print by May. And I've always been ahead of schedule, so I'll say a certain month, and hopefully I can get it out before that. And
I get that, but that's not far away.
Yeah.
How'd you decide on what you were going to do for extras for this campaign? Because I mean, some of them are a little bit unique, like this metal trading card or the 6-inch handmade statue. Like explain the background to choosing that stuff.
With this Kickstarter, it is a #1. It's a one shot. So I might have a lot of backers that are just backing this one book. So I needed to kind of build more of a reason to stick around and to look at other things and help get to the funding, which has actually gone really well because we're almost at our minimum funding goal, and we've only been live for 9 days. So this is my quickest turnaround on the book, and it's been awesome reception. I've talked to tons of people on all the socials, and they all want to hear about it, and they're all excited about it. So it's great to hear other people like what you're doing. So
of course, this handmade bust, is that something you make, or do you have like a friend that like makes this stuff?
Actually, I have the first one in hand right here.
Hold on, let's see this. Hold on, let's get a close up of this for a minute.
Yeah, this thing is crazy. So it is hand sculpted. It is exactly.
That looks incredible.
Yeah, it even has like the wiring to be from the bot. It's got the earpieces that are actually plastic that he added to it. He like cut those out and put it on there as well. The framing of the back, I don't know if you can really see it, but the metal framing of the backing of the bot. Yeah. So he actually does some stuff with Disney. And I have a friend of a friend that's in the indie scene that uses them for their stuff and other stuff. And I had to try it. So even if I didn't sell any, it looks great at a con. I did my first con last Saturday, and everyone would stop and just stare at the statue.
It's eye-catching. I agree. Like even if you just have that one to take to conventions, it's worth it. That thing is so cool looking.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it's a lot of fun, and I've been putting up with all my statues. You can see back here.
Oh yeah, right on.
It looks like it fits, so it doesn't stand out. It looks like it's a DC type statue or Marvel or whatever. So yeah,
that's very clever. That's very clever.
Thank you.
So did Dave do these designs? Did you?
Yep. Yeah, that was Dave. So that was where we first started. So, and I have that in my digital deluxe. I'll show a little bit more of where we started from and how we got to where we are now. And those inks. I've also got some like a coloring book in there, so you can either do a PDF or printed. Because his lines are just too perfect not to try to do a coloring book.
That makes sense because he does have a very open art style. Let me just see, where were the rewards? I was seeing if it was listed in there.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, there it is. Got it. Digital printed coloring book. That's a
Yep.
good idea.
Thank you.
That I haven't come across that one before. These are a bunch of like I've seen T-shirts and bookmarks and stickers.
Yeah.
That's really clever.
Yeah.
But you said that you have done some Kickstarters before, right?
Yep. So the Fog Within 1 through 3 has been my previous ones, and each time I've gotten more backers and made a little bit more money each time. So hopefully that trend will continue. Because this one shot, I have a plan to basically do 2 more one shots, different settings of the same universe, so different years. And then I want to do a finale of all 3 one shots combined into one, with all like the aha moments and the people you meet along the way, and it culminates into one thing. So that's the idea. As long as I can keep on funding and get where I think it's going to go, and it looks like I shouldn't have any problem getting there, and it's a lot of fun.
No, yeah, it seems like you're ready to have yet another successful campaign. Have you had any success with any tools for promoting it in the past?
I mean, really, other creators is the biggest thing. So, like update swaps, or just different communities. That's Dave right there. Thanks, Dave.
Very impressive.
Yeah, Dave's amazing, and the way he's done his art too. He's so fast. It's so fast and detailed, and it's just so eye catching.
How'd you guys connect originally?
So actually, with my other book, I found it through Facebook groups and everything. But with Dave's, I knew a couple other creators that used him as well for their books, and I actually backed a couple of them.
Got it.
The main thing that I wanted for the artist for this book was someone that can bring emotionality to a robot that's metal and doesn't have any emotion. And he really does do that, because really what the book is about is a robot protecting this young girl,
right?
And the relationship between the two, how there is none at the beginning, and it slowly builds, and it's a lot of fun too, just in general. So
that's a great point. You're right, because like if you're gonna be showing off the emotion of a robot character, he doesn't have like a traditional like face, so it's all going to be gesture and decisions on like angles and shading and stuff like that, huh?
Yeah.
Clever. Well, I'm glad to see that you put that kind of thought into it. It looks like you're right on track to cross the minimum goal tonight with basically 3 weeks to go, which is a great position to be in.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Did you just say that, like at the beginning, did you say that you had just been at a convention?
Yeah. So I went to a local convention trying to get the Fog Within out there, and just trying to slowly build in something bigger like Heroes Con or Baltimore and stuff like that. Probably next year. Try to have more books to sell to help with that table price.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You
ever go to SPX out there?
I haven't been there, no.
Really?
Yeah.
Fantastic convention. Small Press Expo, my favorite convention, bar none. I know that it's very different from, say, going to New York Comic Con, or what's DC got these days? I want to say WonderCon. But,
there's Awesome Con.
Yeah, Awesome Con. That was it. That was it. But so you got a lot of options actually on the East Coast. I hope you have some fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck with this. Anything else that we should keep our eye out for in the future?
Yep. I did put my other link for the arc finale that's in pre-launch. If you want me to, I can send it again.
Oh no, I see it. Yeah. Excuse me, I almost missed it because there's just a bunch going on. But let's take a quick look at it. Okay, so the final issue is going to come out soon. You've got to notify me on launch.
Yep. Yeah, so that'll be out in June, and I've got most of the covers. But basically, this is a Mad Max-like universe with powers, basically.
Okay.
Powers.
I can get in on that. Yeah.
So the idea behind this book is the main character. There's a catastrophic event in the present. A couple of days later, he's running into some fog and ends up 26 years in the future and doesn't know how. And there's rebels that think he's the savior to get them out of this city, because where the infection happens, there's a regime in place trying to wall everybody in, because the event caused an infection. So he's supposed to get them out, basically. And he's slowly through each issue learning that he has this ability, and then he goes after all the regime in the fourth issue. A lot of fun.
I hope that one's successful for you too. But final issue, one would assume, if you've got the first three, people want to see how it ends. So that's awesome. Oh, yeah. And I hope you get some new people.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing. I really appreciate it, and wish you every success. Pretty exciting that we got to see the same artist on two different books, two different ideas. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Let's see. I'll give another shot at the guy I was about to pull up before just to see if he came back. Let's see. Aaron, any chance you're there this time? Going once, going twice. Okay. Then that means I'm going to move on to Stephen and Eric. Some places they have been known as Eric and Stephen, but here we call them Stephen and Eric. I know these guys.
What's going on, Chris? How's everything?
Things are going pretty well. I'm having fun discovering some new comics. And do you guys have a new comic or a new issue? What's going on with the Templars?
With the Temple, we are very, very busy.
Yeah,
we're moving along beautifully. We just finished issue 3 of Baron Templar. It's up for sale on Kickstarter.
Okay.
We've had 2 issues so far. Obviously, we have issue 1. For those of you that didn't see us, I think it was back in September.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it's been a while.
So we got issue number 1. You show them issue number 2.
We got issue number 2.
Did you guys give me a link? I was like just taking a look.
I could put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, go ahead and put in a link. Let's pull it up for everybody. But you say, yeah, there it is. So give me 2 seconds, and I'll pull that up. So, all right, folks, these guys have a bonkers idea. These guys say that they're as close as brothers. They've got, from what I remember, it mixed together both sci-fi and some sort of vaguely Christian mythology with, like, knights.
Yeah, I mean, but not. I wouldn't say Christian mythology, more of like the King Arthur, like the medieval stuff.
That's probably a more accurate way to say it. It's almost like you know what you're promoting. But tell us, there's probably plenty of people that haven't heard before. What's the ground level pitch for Baron Templar?
Well, all right. So my ground level pitch that I would say to people, just a blanket statement. The boys are back in town. I remember Beowulf. I remember him. It's basically, if you like Indiana Jones and Uncharted video games, let's say Indiana Jones goes into a temple and finds a magic sword. He gets the powers of Doctor Strange. He gets transported to the Star Wars universe and has magic of Harry Potter. If you like that, that's pretty much what it is. I know Chris is going to look through. We have plenty of interiors on this page. There's tons of stuff to look at. We went through to catch people up. There's a synopsis of issue 1 and issue 2. Every issue's up for sale. We still have first printings of issue 1. We're getting really low. We've been doing conventions and we've been doing very well, at least up here in the East Coast.
That's great to hear. Where are you guys again?
New Jersey.
Jersey, right.
Can't tell by the accent. We're up in Jersey, and we have actually 2 more coming up this spring. We got Super Jersey down in Jackson and Garden State Comic Fest in June. We've been doing very well. For those of you that never heard of us, our comic book company is Future Vision Comics, and our main goal with our comic books are to pretty much bring back that Jack Kirby, Stan Lee era of comic books. Our main goal is to try and get more and more kids back into comic books. This week, we're actually starting to go to schools, and we're going to be reading to classes and showing off the book to a lot of grammar schools, 4th, 5th, and 6th graders.
How'd you set that up?
I know some people.
Top men.
No, we know a lot of people that are really interested in our what we're thinking of. You're not going to find anything over the top in these books. It's for all ages. I mean, if you're an adult or in your 20s, you're gonna get enjoyment. It's like watching Star Wars. There doesn't have to be sex, blood, and cursing up, all over the place for you to enjoy it. But it's something that a kid is now going to be able to look for it. We plugged you in there.
I saw. No, that's good. I'm glad you can use it. I was just embarrassed. I'm listening.
Yeah, that's us at the Garden State last month. We have T-shirts now. We have hats. They're all up for sale.
Here is the hat right here.
Everything came
That's
out.
awesome.
It's a nice snapback.
I mean,
trucker style. I think it looks pretty clean.
And stuff has been going well. Everybody that's been reading it has been loving it so far. We plan on right now working on Barrett Supplement number 4. And then the next project we're going to work on like 2 at the same time. We're doing Barrett Supplement number 4, and then we're doing a space team of superheroes. It's about 6 members, and I'm describing it like X-Men in space meets Transformers. Basically, it's going to be about, at the Big Bang, there is this enemy team and the good guys, and the enemy team, the leader of the enemy team of these gods, wants to basically capture all people that have this thing called, we came up with a thing called the God particle, and this God particle is almost like a little bit from the Big Bang that went into all organisms throughout the universe. So every planet, solar system, almost like the start. And some of them have an abundance. It's kind of sounds like midichlorians a little bit. Oh, the Star Wars fans are going to be happy about that. No,
midichlorians?
Yeah, they're going to be like, oh, here we go. It's George Lucas all over again. So basically, they get the powers from that cell. And in times of trauma, the stuff kind of comes out. And the bad guy really wants to. He sees it as they have to defend this pillars of creation, which is like where the Big Bang happened and stuff. And he sees it as, well, why should all these lesser organisms have power and be around when why are we just sitting here defending, almost like a Mount Olympus from like Greek mythology, like Hercules? So they cast him out, and him and his followers now, if there's an abundance of somebody using that power, they go after them to suck the God particle from them so he could recreate the Big Bang and start it over from his creation. So there's a bunch of team guys that, we're not going to say, obviously, who yet, because we're going to show them on our Instagram. We're very active on Instagram.
Yeah.
And a bunch of kind of outcasts from different types of planets come together, and they are going to try and stop this guy from taking over and stuff. So that's the book, and all the books are connected to the same universe. So they're the superhero team, that story. You will see little Easter eggs. There is something, an Easter egg that somebody mentions and has to do with Baron Templar. We're trying to do like the whole Marvel and DC thing where all the books are connected, all the stories are connected. The main goal. I
need more Cygnus. He's the egg guy, right?
Yes.
I'm
We're
looking
gonna have
for
a lot more of him. He's in a lot more issues. What I'd say going forward is Baron Templar number 4 and the Space Guys is next, and then we have another book that we're working on, another superhero that's dinosaur based.
Okay.
We're going to try and get as many as we can out this year. Like I said, we're working very hard on it. We do all the work ourselves. We do the writing, the coloring, the lettering, inking, all of it. It's a labor of love. And we're definitely trying to get kids back into comic books. I think, I'm not saying there's been a lot of issues with that, but I think there's a generational gap that's unfortunately, I don't think an MCU movie is going to fix that. I think it needs to be, kids need to see something to be hopeful and heroes that actually have good morals and teach them good morals. I don't think it has to be anything as far as, politics, if that's what you want to consider. I think it's just good guys doing good stuff.
And then, I think that's the stuff that can potentially connect us. Like, there's still a human experience, and there's still like, classic archetypes. There's still classic storytelling structure. And I think that like you can definitely unite people with positivity there. Remind me, does this have like a foil sort of like lettering and stuff like that?
It does. And I have it right here for you.
I thought that you had something like that. Hold on. Let's take a look at that. Look at that.
So it's the sword, the eyes, and the logo.
That's fun.
Pretty sharp.
Yeah, that does look good. That's really cool.
So that's that one.
And like you said, like there's still first printings left. So I would encourage anybody, if they're interested, there's a triple pack up there for a good deal. You can get all 3 issues. The 3rd issue is shipping out in like April.
That's pretty soon.
So like I said, we're in the mindset of if the book is done, we put it up for sale. If the book is not done, we don't really say it's up there. until we're ready to go.
That's the way to do it, guys.
You know, like I said, you have to have the product. I think people want to see a physical product. I think there's a lot of people talk like, oh, I'm going to eventually do this and eventually do that. But I think, you know, if people see it actually exists, I think they're quicker to grab for stuff. And again, it's good for your kids. If you want to get your kids into comic books, our comic books are, if you like Jack Kirby and Stanley era of Marvel, you know, this is it. That's what we're going for.
That's fine.
And also, I would like to add too, like, you know, we want to, you know, just kind of steer away from like deconstruction of the superhero that you see a lot. Like always, like, you know, oh, this is like a Superman character, but he's like, what if Superman was evil and like killed people? You're like, I mean, yeah, cool once, but you know, when you have like the Boyz and then you have like Invincible, it's like Omni-Man and then Homelander, and it's like, what happened to the and I'm not trying to pick on those. Those are great for what they are, you know. But what happened to like the hopefulness of like, even in the face of,
you
know,
you're just saying like, let's have a variety of stuff.
I think we need escapism. I think that's the problem. I think, you know, I see a lot of people and they make a superhero and it's the Punisher. And I love the Punisher. I can't wait for Daredevil. I'm a massive fan of the Punisher. But everybody's just, that's like their go-to. Oh, just make our version of the Punisher. And I'm like, well, let's have some other heroes too. And I think we're missing that.
Yeah, because our superhero, you know, he doesn't kill people. He tries to, even the bad guys, he tries to save them as best he can. You know, if he can. And all around, we just try to bring back like a guy that, you know, a character that's, you know, just an all around good person to teach people, like, you know.
Listen, how many times can we watch Batman versus Superman? I mean, you know, once was enough, and it wasn't good the first time. I mean, you know, I'm sorry, I'm just not. I mean, you know, I'm all for different types of stories, but I think everybody's kind of, once they find a thing where Superman had a gun, could be we're taking that idea next. That's the next book.
If Superman got really, really tired, I guess he could start running around with a gun.
Yeah. He doesn't need it though. You're just playing Justice. He doesn't need it.
Whatever.
If and also for anybody that's international, we do have a digital option.
Right.
That was something we haven't wanted to do.
That's smart because the biggest trick I think that a lot of people have with, say, crowdfunding and independent is the prohibitive shipping costs. It starts to just not make sense. So a digital option really helps people in other countries that might still be interested.
I think that's we want to get our comic books into the most people's hands that we can. So if that's digital, if that's your way you consume that, that's fine with me. I like physical because I like to I buy CDs, I buy vinyl, I buy comic books. I like the physical. But if somebody can get it that way and it brings them happiness and they enjoy it, and that's fine with me. So we tried to put all options there. Again, we're going to start going to schools starting this week. They'll be going home with order forms. So I just want people to know, if you want first printings or any of these books, you want to try and get them now because, you know, we have been doing good at conventions and we're getting very low on our first printing. So
let me follow up on that then. So, you know, you guys say you're going to conventions, you're doing issue 3 like here. Some of these extras and stuff, like anything been hitting for you? Any of the like clothes or foil covers? Like, does any of this do better than anything else?
The spot foil, as I quote some people, kicks you in the ass. I don't know. That's what I've heard. Somebody told me that. They like the spot foil. I mean, everything's been selling good. Even hats. I'm actually surprised. Hats, T-shirts. It's going.
You sell a bunch.
Yeah, I think what people need to. My advice to anybody is to come back, you know, to try and create a cool logo for your company. Try and create a good logo for your character. Go back to that stuff, and I think that's what we're definitely trying to do. You know, you got to think. Okay. You know Superman because of the S. You know what I'm saying?
Things, you know, in my opinion, I think things should be marketable. You know, I think, you know, if you look at anything that has been successful throughout the, you know, the history of whether it be comics, movies, any of that stuff. You know, you look at guys like George Lucas. You know, these guys, they knew, like, obviously story comes first, but, you know, you want a character that's recognizable. You can see them from a mile away and still know what they are. You don't want to get lost in the sea of, you know, generic things. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely. Well, I'm very happy to see that you guys already hit your goal and you've got 45 days to go. So I think you're in really good shape with issue 3. That's just very exciting to see for you guys, because I can tell that you're passionate and that you guys seem to still be having fun.
Yeah, you gotta have fun, because if you don't have fun with it, then it's not worth doing, in my opinion. Like I said, you know, with this book, you know, it makes you happy that you had something that you did and then you did it and you have something to share with the world. You know, the most important part is to get your stories out there and try and get them to as much people as possible and think about the broader audience sometimes. Again, you don't have to water everything down, but I think everybody, you know, you could focus on a niche audience, I get, but I think now out of all the times that we need it, look, you know, a new Superman movie, I think we need hopeful superheroes again, like back in the day what Jack Kirby did and Stan Lee did. I think you need that nowadays. I think now is the best time for that. You know, I think it's important. And like I said, this is what our characters are about. They're about doing good. They're about, you know, keeping their morals. They're you know, our guys don't kill anybody. You know, not that, listen, and again, not that I'm against doing a story like that, but I think your rounded out things should at least include, you know, you should have real superheroes and then have your Punisher, your Daredevil, you know, your Moon Knight, your dark, little, you know, characters that deal with more complex things. I love that stuff. I grew up on all the characters, but we want to focus on building up our version of like the Avengers or our version of the Justice League before you get into some of those, you know, areas. But we have about four different superhero books we're working on at the same time, and we're getting out fast. You know, the more
at various stages,
the more we sell these and more you guys support us, we're going to get them out faster and we're going to get more superheroes out. I think you're tons of characters coming.
If you like it and you've got an audience, that's all you can ask for.
Exactly.
I'm happy to talk to you guys. I wish you every success with this one going even further. Okay.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. Giving us the time. Thank you.
No worries. Have a great weekend, guys.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye. They're so fun. Those guys are always super positive. But we got to keep moving because there's lots of people with books to talk about tonight. Let's see. Next up, I'm going to introduce Kevin Conn. Did I say that right, Kevin?
Yes, you did.
Just double checking.
No worries.
And what do you do in comics, in the world of comics? What do you do?
I am the writer and creator of Commander Tomorrow. Do you need me to send the link?
This guy?
That's it. That's the guy.
I'm on it.
Thank you.
Commander Tomorrow.
Yes.
With a very animated style to this, yes?
On purpose. That's the brilliant Nate Lovett. He done a lot.
I remember Nate Lovett. Nate used to be on a forum that I was on like over 20 years ago.
Nice. Yeah, he does his own character like Carter Kane, Punk Rock Ninja.
Yes.
He's been working with Little Golden Books. He did the Dungeons and Dragons one that came out based on a cartoon a while back. And it was meant to look like, Commander Tomorrow was meant to look like kind of a cartoon. The pitch is basically, it's an all ages sci-fi adventure on the surface, but deals with depression, anxiety, and the loss of a loved one underneath.
Oh, wow. All right. Some pretty serious stuff.
Yeah. Going for that Pixar vibe.
Okay.
I feel like, you know, kids, you know, I mean, I've been saying this since the 90s as well. I feel like in Hollywood, sometimes they would treat kids dumb, but I think kids are smarter than we give them. I think Carl Sagan said along the lines that, you know, kids ask a lot of questions as, you know, growing up, and that as time goes on, we kind of lose that. Imagination, I think, is a superpower. And so the basic story is it deals with a guy named Kyle Landon, who, even though I don't say the age in the book, he's in his like mid to late 30s.
Sure.
And he's still trying to figure out, you know, his life. And the one joy that he still has is this cartoon he watched as a kid called Commander Tomorrow and the Galactic Force. He goes to a local flea market and finds, as I'm sure any action figure collector out there knows, the last series of figures are always, you know, the least produced, and he finds this rare figure. And he takes it home, and it's one of those, again, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. It has one of those like light up features. And he pushes the button, doesn't work. He pops open the back. He hits, you know, puts the wire together, pushes it again. And kind of like Tron, he gets sucked into the figure, which is kind of a gateway to this actual world.
Ooh, all right.
The basic, the thing there is also that like imagination is so powerful that people like George Lucas, when he created Star Wars, this universe is actually out there somewhere. and then vice versa, where we, like radio waves, there's a real universe out there of Commander Tomorrow. And so Kyle is transported inside the body of Commander Tomorrow. And it kind of adds a little humor there because it's kind of like the film Big Trouble in Little China. He looks the hero, but he's freaking out. And yes, Last Starfighter vibes. Thank you.
Somebody picked up on it.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the pinups in the book is by Riley Brown, and it's the poster homage to Last Starfighter. And there he teams up with Vega,
yes,
a heroic warrior, and with Ascendor, who's like a Merlin sorceress type character. They battle the evil Zygor and his army of mindless Slimeborgs. And
Slimeborgs, what a bunch of jerks.
They are. And the Cobalt Bears, yes, it's a mercenary team, and yes, it's totally a riff on the classic Thundercats, Silverhawks.
Okay.
But
I was getting some sort of I get a little bit of 80s vibes from a bunch of this, but that's good.
Yeah. I mean, the way I looked at it was, to get kind of personal about this. I've been working on this for over 10 years.
Oh, wow.
It started as first like just a comedy book, and it really wasn't working that way. And then I was just kind of like, it just started to evolve more personally. I've dealt with depression pretty much my whole life. Again, in the 80s and 90s, it was, he's just in a mood, or,
I know. I deal with it. So
exactly.
I get that.
So it's my hope is to kind of expand on the talking about that. But I kind of looked at it as like, you know what? I love so much stuff. I still do. I never stop reading comics. It's been 40 years. I love cartoons. I still buy action figures. And I open them up. And it's just something that it became really strong to me. And what my other job that I do is I'm a peer specialist, where I talk to people who deal with depression and anxiety, and you kind of share your story with them, because obviously it's difficult for people to open up. And my goal with this book is I've done public speaking as well. And it's great to hear so many stories tonight as well about this. The Jersey guys previously, I'm backing them about, A, having hope, and B, talking to schools, talking to businesses, using this book as a tool to kind of open up the conversation. So
that's very ambitious in its own way, but that's great. Let's see. So what's the you've far surpassed your goal, haven't you?
Yeah. I'm very grateful for that. Working with Rocket Ship, they have they've spun off into all ages
Bottle
Rocket. And what I'm really grateful for is that, looking at the numbers, and again, no disrespect to the others, like a lot of their books, they're reprinting web comics or, IP properties. And so the fact that I've reached that much really is grateful and hopeful, because again, many reasons why I created this was to give a new character out there, as much as I love going into Target and Walmart, the action figures it's like the toy companies in the 90s were like, we're done. We're just going to keep making Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and my favorite Masters of the Universe, which is awesome. But I would love it, previously a gentleman was talking about, getting kids back into comics, and I want kids to get back into toys and have their own, character to root for.
You know what the trick is like both comics and toys are expensive to produce, and kids don't necessarily have tons of money.
Good point.
So that has become the trick. That's why I think we see a little less comics in convenience stores, and why we don't see, say, a Toys R Us existing here anymore. Some of these things are pricing themselves out of their audience. So that's the trick. That's the trick.
Even pricing me out.
Exactly. It's aimed at a collector's market. But let's see. So So you blew the goal right out of the water, which is amazing. And then let's say to support it, let's say digital bundle starting at like $15. That's fair. $24 for the full graphic novel.
Yes.
About how big is it?
It is.
120 pages?
I'll show you. It's the 6x9 format.
Yeah. Oh, here. Let's
Yeah, this is another one of their books that they published called.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, and I wanted it this format as well. As much as I love regular size, the oversized, publications, I love this format because it is, you can put it in your backpack, you can carry it, it's got that manga vibe. So
that's fun. And the only add-ons you decided to put in were like basically just trading cards?
Yeah, we did trading cards. We were doing pins. We're doing some prints. We're doing a portfolio of prints from artists like Freddie Williams the second. I have Pop Man, Riley Brown I mentioned.
Yeah.
We had what went pretty fast is the book is completely finished. Everything is done. It's like I said, Nate did the pencils, inks, and colors.
Wow.
Taylor Esposito did the lettering.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. The only thing that is left is there's going to be, 5 people paid to have their faces drawn on these,
okay,
characters or whatever. I've noticed it's been a popular thing on, be drawn in the comic book. So, and Nate is a machine. So, the definite realization is people who back this will have it in their hands by the fall.
Okay.
The digital PDF should come out sooner.
Sure.
I can't give exact dates because that's up to, the shipping, honestly. But I do hope to be at Baltimore. have loved Baltimore Con for so many years.
That's a good one. Yeah. Baltimore Comic Con's awesome.
Yeah. And it's wild. I'm just so happy and grateful that I'm being able to share this character,
Yeah. Well, obviously it's nice to know that you've already hit your goals. So it's basically everything now is sort of gravy. Yeah. And it's just all about the fulfillment and completion. So you're going to have to turn into businessman mode for a while, I guess.
Yeah, I'm working on that still. I mean, I'm grateful that I, have the publisher picked it up. They liked what they, heard, obviously. And
that's really
paid,
impressive.
Nate, if there's, I'm a trilogy guy.
Yeah.
Book 1 ends. It ends like Star Wars, but if we get to do books 2 and 3, it's like Empire. Book 2 ends on a cliffhanger, and then book 3 is the big shebang. But I'll definitely need help to to make those other ones because I pretty much put everything in this, which I'm, I love. I think
cool.
Everyone who's in this chat room who has created, it's a very cool feeling to hold on to,
Congratulations.
Yes.
I mean, you said that it's been a long journey, but you're basically reaching the end game now and you'll have something physical to show for all this effort. So I hope you feel good about that. I hope you feel proud of yourself.
I do. And it's really cool being on here and love the YouTube channel. And yeah.
It's very, very kind of you. But yeah, congrats to you. And of course, your team and your support network for putting something like this together. Wish you success, just growing that goal. Because if you do another one, you're going to have to set a higher goal for yourself because you did very well here. Very well. Congrats.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Happy to share it. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care.
Always nice to see when somebody has already hit their goal. That's exciting. I'd love to help people as much as possible, but and push it further. But that is awesome. That is really, really cool. Let's see. Who do I have next? I have Kev. Let's see. Kev, it looks like you've got the mute button on. Are you there?
I am. Hang on one second. Let me get my camera back on. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no worries.
With me, I'm going to go into the private chat and find a link. But while I do that, what can you tell us about yourself?
So yeah, I am a comic creator here in Austin, Texas. The
Very cool.
book that I'm talking about tonight is Liber Timoris. It's a horror anthology, so it's a black and white, kind of influenced by eerie, creepy, kitchen sinks, death rattle. So more of that kind of vibe. It's a little bit different than the stuff that people have been talking about.
That's
Just
okay. We like variety here, just to be clear, Kev.
So yeah, and I also want to just give a big shout out to Philly Putty Designs, because they just put together this website today. So
no kidding.
Yeah. Like I'd given them the stuff like earlier, and I kind of found out about this like this morning. So I just called him up and asked if he could put this together for me. So yeah.
Wow. All right.
So yeah, big shout outs to Philly Putty Designs. So yeah, a little bit about me. So I was a monster art kid growing up, and also a big comic kid too. I mean, people talking about, getting comics, from spinner racks when they were kids. I used to mow yards and, stop at the 610. We didn't have a 7-Eleven. We had a 610 in my town.
Are you serious? That was really what it was called?
It was called 610.
That's such a cheap knockoff name. I'm very amused by it. I've never heard that.
Yeah, and it was like spelled out, like it wasn't like actually like it is what it is. But they had a spinner rack there, and that's where I got my first comics. So I was really into the X-Men and New Mutants and stuff like that. But
oh my goodness,
I had a secret love for creepy and eerie and heavy metal stuff that I basically couldn't get when I was that age.
Hell yeah.
Cousins had. So now I'm kind of getting to live that dream. So yeah, so I'm an artist and a writer.
Okay.
I also do some set design. So I'm actually the art director / art wizard for Party World Wrestling here in Austin, Texas.
I assume that's pro wrestling?
So yeah, it's a party disguised as really absurdist pro wrestling. So it's
what?
Yeah, we've got everybody. So it's got really deep lore. So it's about kind of the conflict, eternal conflict between the cult of Mother Worm and the World Skull. And some of the wrestlers that are from there are like Luigi Primo and the Pizza Chef wrestler who I think maybe went viral.
I've seen that.
Okay.
Where he spins the pie?
Yeah. So yeah, he's for Party World Wrestling. And,
yeah, that usually goes with the meme, like, if wrestling's fake, explain this.
Right, exactly. Yes. So basically, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said that's great. No, tell us more.
So yeah, I got started with them in 2021, basically right after everything kind of opened back up again.
Okay.
And I was, jumped in like head first, started doing like really big pieces. So a lot of the stuff that we do are like murals. So like, 8 by 20 foot, like canvas murals, and 8 by 4 foot panels, things like that. A lot of paper mache. All this stuff is like all made from things that like people are like recycling or throwing away as well. So like, this is all house paint and, newspaper and things like that. So,
fun.
Yeah. So, I think from that kind of, that thinking got me started. Cause like every show is like basically like a different world that we have to create. So the first show was the Tombs of Megadallas. And that was basically basically like an eldritch sort of evil presence had taken over like a Bass Pro Shop, and it was a haunted Bass Pro Shop.
Okay.
And so like all of our shows have like kind of a different theme that's kind of wild and crazy like that. So I have to come up with stuff kind of off the top of my head with, the GMs and the wrestlers that are there. So anyway, we were between shows, and I was talking to one of the people that actually works as the MC there, and we had talked about doing like a comic. He's a writer as well, and so we had got started on something, and it was actually a comic without words. So I know earlier,
we talked about one.
Yeah, Chris was talking about that. So that was the first story that I did, and I realized when I got started that like drawing comics is actually very hard.
Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a totally different sort of like mindset and kind of way of telling stories. And so I realized I had to learn a lot. So I went to YouTube, started reading books, definitely started, watching your channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe, Ink Pulp, all those, people out there that are basically, putting the craft out first and talking about resources and stuff. So
yeah, that's amazing to think that like that's. I love thinking that channels like Ink Pulp and Cartoonist Kayfabe and have like helped people figure out like how to make their comics. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Definitely. And also just like talking about, say, comics that we hadn't really heard about previously, things like that. So
sure.
For me to kind of go out there and get back into it again, because I hadn't been actively buying comics prior to this. Like I had my collection from when I was a kid still, but then I realized it was like, I need to like get back into reading them and kind of understanding how to tell those stories that way. So
fair.
Yeah, it was a really cool experience. And the next thing that I did was I felt like I needed to connect with people that were doing it, around me. So I actually went to Staple, which is Austin's like indie convention.
Yeah, I've always heard good things about that. I've never been to it, but I've always heard good things about Staple.
Yeah, it was awesome. And it had tons of people and all the creators there. Including Zach, who's one of the people that I actually talked to.
Wow.
It's been very helpful, providing tips, looks at the stuff that I'm doing as I'm kind of going through it as well. So it's a very supportive community here in Austin. And so from that experience from going to Staple, I was like, I'm going to try to get a comic together in time for the next Staple. So I got to work on it. I had already had some of these like story ideas kind of put together. And like this, for instance, the image that's down there at the bottom of the kind of creepy swamp guy.
Yeah, I love it.
I'd drawn that first and then just sort of like use that to kind of as a jumping point to create the story that became like Field Trip, which is the third story in the anthology. And I had like another image as well that I'd, drawn, and I used that one for Aguas Negras. So it's like using some of these things that I kind of had around these illustrations already to sort of like inspire me to like tell these stories.
That's awesome. So what does it mean when you said that you released Liber Timoris in January? Like what format did you release that in?
Got it. So I printed some on my own.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's get a close-up of that. That looks... Yeah.
So I actually
cool.
created the comic, using like Procreate on the inside. And then the covers, I basically do the original art. And then I'll do like the layout of like all of the titles and stuff like afterwards. So yeah, this was a pretty cool experience for me too, because it was like my first like airbrush project as well. So
it's very cool.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's very cool.
I've been trying to experiment with it more, really trying to get that kind of Richard Corbin feel to
okay, so I can see a little of that. Yeah That's gnarly. I like in a good way. Yeah,
appreciate it. So yeah, I've printed these and right now they're available exclusively at Austin Books and Comics here in town. But like I said, I just got the website set up earlier today. I'm planning on getting a store set up there as well, so the comic will be available, through there. And yeah, so that's Liber Timoris. Oh, and then of course it's going to be available at Staple. So
when is Staple? I don't know.
So Staple is Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th. So it's 2 months away.
It's coming right up. You're saying March.
It is. Yeah. Or sorry, April.
April, excuse me. Okay, but it's super, super close. Dude, that's a great idea. I'm so glad that the timing on this works out, that we've got, that you can sort of point to this and let some people know. So what do you have some at Austin Books and Comics on what's that called? It's not called commission, but it's called
consignment.
Consignment.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess it's getting late. I didn't think of the word. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So it's there on consignment. There's a rack there. Thanks. And it's up there with Zach's book. So you can get House of Blood there as well.
That's so nice.
Miguel Myers, who's somebody else that I met there at the convention. He's got a book called Aztec Death Whistle that I did a variant cover for that's going to be coming up. That's issue 2. So you should be either launching, I think, a Kickstarter on that pretty soon. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot.
Well, I don't want to interrupt because you're sincere. It's interesting. And I don't want to cut it out. This is great, Kev. I'm so glad that you're getting into comics. And this is amazing that this website came together so quickly, because I love all this stuff that for your set design for the pro wrestling down there, the Party World Wrestling.
Yeah.
That's so fun. But I'm so excited to see that you can take your illustration and painting background and set design background and translate it into something for comics. When I see this image, I went to college down in New Orleans, and Austin, somewhat similar, weather, a little drier up there. But this reminds me of the sort of thing that I would see at night, when I'd venture out a little bit from the city.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I actually grew up on the Gulf Coast, so down south of Houston, and that story actually, Field Trip, is kind of based on a local urban legend. Thank you. About a dead man's curve, because I assume that every place that has a town that's by a body of water has some sort of a dead man's curve of some sort. So
probably.
I took that concept and kind of turned it. All of my stories have sort of that twist, kind of O. Henry ending, or at least I try to.
So if people are interested in your books, you'll have them at the Staple convention. You can get them at Austin Books and Comics. Any plans to put anything online?
Yes. So I'm, like I said, I'm working on trying to get the storefront set up for the site that I just put up today. And you'll be able to get it there. And I'm also going to have a news section where I'll be posting up progress stuff. I'm working on another project right now as well. So the one that I was talking about earlier with the writer who's with Party World Wrestling as well. So J. Darius Mitchell. And it's more of a fantasy book. So that first story, doesn't have any text. We've got another story that's right after that. That's more sort of sword, sorcery. I'm a big Savage Sword of Conan fan. Ernie Chan is definitely an influence on my stuff.
So he was so good. Still is actually, right? Yeah, I think Ernie Chan is. I forget. I think he's still with us.
Maybe, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, very, very talented. Totally agree, dude. I had a great time chatting with you tonight. I'll just direct people to this website. If you take out the and just put in Art of Kev, is it Tijerina?
Yeah, that's close enough.
I'm trying my best, but you can correct me.
Trust me, growing up, I've heard everything. So it's Tijerina. So
Tijerina.
Yeah,
that makes more sense.
Okay.
That makes more sense. But I was
I
could crack. But that's great. Congrats on getting this up, and every success to you. I hope you have fun at the convention next month.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Have a good weekend too.
Thanks. You too.
All right.
Bye.
That's what I want to see with this stuff, is just like indie, outsider, cool, different stuff. I love it. We've got plenty more people to chat with that are being very patient. So let's go ahead and talk to Sam from I'm going to mispronounce it again. Sinopa?
Yeah, you got it right this time, man.
Okay.
Congratulations. It's good to see you again.
Likewise. How are you this evening?
It's been a rough couple of weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Well, we lost my stepfather and buried him yesterday, so it's been a little rough. But trying to get back into the groove of things. We've got comics being made and artists getting paid, and
that second part is special. That's the rare one.
Well, the thing is like last year we were able to bump up. Well, actually, not last year. It was actually in late part of 2023. We were able to bump up our interior page art budget. We only got up to $250 budget per page. But I mean, we're working on that for this project we're about to launch here within the next 10 days or so. Tibbi and our time traveling psychedelic mushrooms issue 2. We are going to basically roll in everything that was going to be our stretch goals just off the bat. And instead, our big stretch goal is going to be at 17,000, where we're going to bump the page rate for this project for our artists to a more comfortable $400 a page for them. So
that's nice to hear. That's really cool. I
try to take good care of our stuff.
I feel like I haven't heard that as a stretch goal, but as somebody that appreciates the work that goes into something like this, I've always felt like that's a totally reasonable stretch goal to put in there. Like, hey, if we hit a certain amount, we're going to pay the talent a little bit more. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm all for supporting that personally.
And specifically, that's not going towards me as the writer. That's going towards our line artist, Damian Torres, our colorist, Dakota Erhan, our editor, Alexia Veldhausen, and our letterer, the amazing Taylor Esposito. So
very cool.
We have the same crack team that we had on Tibbi issue 1.
Yeah.
And I have some cool stuff to share with you. I'll post some stuff here. Because Kickstarter just announced a new feature, a couple of new features. One is secret pledge tiers, where you can take and send out stuff to people who follow. So I have a secret pledge tier that's going to be going out to everyone on our entire mailing list, and I'm going to be giving out to all of the folks who are nice enough to host us, so that the people who are seeing these videos can take advantage of those secret pledge tiers. Because otherwise, it's really not so fair, I think. So I'll get that to you. And for those who haven't yet read Tibbi and Her Time Traveling Psychedelic Mushrooms issue 1, I'm going to give you a link. Thank you so much for the condolences, Wayne. I appreciate you, brother. The link I just sent you will let people pick up Tibbi and Her Time Traveling Psychedelic Mushrooms issue 1, the digital copy, for only 99 cents on Drive-Thru Comics. Every sale also pays a royalty to the entirety of the team as well. So
I can share that.
Nice, easy, and a good way to get familiar. If you guys want to see a little bit about what Tibbi 1 looks like, I go ahead and share something with you here real quick. And then I got some other stuff to share with you, because there's just a sharing vibe going on,
Sharing is caring. Let's share.
So this is page 10 from Tibbi and Her Time Traveling Psychedelic Mushrooms. I chose this one because of the flow of the colors. This comic series is about our friendly lady down the street who creates her own homegrown strain of psychedelic mushrooms. And the first issue, when she tried it the first time, it sent her hurling back in time out of the bathtub, where she had some wild encounters with some dinosaurs, which was a nice, simple, easy chase story. It reads really quickly, and just something you can enjoy and look forward to the next one. In our episode 2, she's worked up the nerve, and she's going to be trying her Homegrown Strange Shrooms again, and we are going to send our girl hurling back in time, this time to an infamous, very infamous music festival in 1969 in New York, where she's going to be hanging out with some stinky hippies. This is not a title for children because we're keeping historical accuracy on this to some degree, as much as you can in a fiction like this. And so we've got, naked people around at the music festival. So do keep that in mind. For those of you who can go to the pre-launch page, there are also the images of both of our cover options. And then one of the things that we had that was requested a lot from the backers from the first one was that since the first issue didn't really have a whole lot of NSFW content, for the Kickstarter editions only, we have, and this is one of the examples at the bottom there, 4 pin-up splash pages that will only be appended into the Kickstarter editions and the digital. Obviously, the censorship bars are removed from there. 2 of those are done already. We are scheduling fulfillment for September to give our guys the time they need to get everything knocked out and to make sure that everyone's other commitments are fulfilled. Damian Torres, of course, does a lot of work for everybody, and he's been on titles like Red Sonja and things like that. So he's a pretty busy guy. But thankfully, he is on for Tibbi for, quote, as many issues as you're willing to make, end quote. So it's going to be pretty cool.
That's nice. I'm glad you've got a good thing going there.
Well,
Good
the
collab.
fun part is that we've got, solid teams on every book because, Alexia Veldhausen is on for all of 47 Furious Tales. We've got 9 more issues to go on that. Nick Capone and I are still making Reign of Ages. We'll get 4 and 5 done, and then we'll start doing larger versions after that. And then we've got teams I'm putting together this year for our first all ages book, which is 1 in a Million. And then our second second title that we'll be starting is a kid-focused title called Super Willow, and we're looking to bring those out in 2026. Okay. So it's with 10 comic issues released so far since we started. Lot. Yeah,
very ambitious. But you've had a lot of success so far.
Yeah, we've had a few failed campaigns, but we come back and relaunch and get things done. We've got 10 issues out for comics and a whole slew of tabletop role-playing game books. If you go to the drive-through store, you'll see everything we've done since we started in 2017. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff there, and that's just the sidebar. If you click on where it says Sonoma Publishing LLC, you'll get
where over here
where it says from right underneath the title line Tibbi, and you scroll down and you'll start seeing stuff. Comics, role-playing games, art books. We've done 2 art projects.
Was 47 Furious Tales based on the 47 Ronin?
Yes, indeed. It's told through anthropomorphic
I just went and saw their graves a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we're going to get to after we finish the series. Alexia,
it was pretty interesting. It's very small. There's not a lot to do, but it is still a fascinating piece of Japanese
You might
history.
recognize this view.
Yeah, definitely do.
How's that for a recreation?
Pretty darn good. Yeah, it's accurate.
So fun book.
Let me ask a quick question, Sam.
As many as you want.
What's interesting to me is you have had a bunch of successful campaigns, and you just shared, hey, sometimes they haven't been, and we've found a way to relaunch. What have you found that you can change that makes a difference with the audience? Anything in particular?
Yeah. I think that marketing has always been my weak point. And so I think when you have a campaign that fails, you have to analyze, what happened on your marketing. Now, in some instances, there are outside factors that can come up and bite you in the butt. We had a campaign that failed to fund, which was Reign of Ages issue 4, but it was going on right during the presidential election in the U.S. And there just wasn't a lot of traffic going to the social media pages that we were on, not to many of the people who we were interviewing with. Everyone's numbers were down because the key focus was political topics, and that hurt us. So we're going to relaunch that with a slightly different marketing strategy. With 47 Furious Tales, oddly enough, all 3 issues, the first campaign to attempt to fund them, have failed. And so then we have to come back, re-strategize, and re-execute. And the funny part is that when the first issue failed to fund, and we funded it on the second try, a lot of the people who came in just found us from different channels that we had finally managed to get onto.
Okay.
And then a lot of help from our existing core group of backers, which is, a little bit. Now, the other thing too, for the first time ever, and everyone's going to tell me I've been a bad Kickstarter creator, but for the first time ever, I'll be using an email campaign. Before, everything else is just relied solely on interview time, and then also with social media, just regular posts and such, nothing even promoted. And then also with, we do a lot with little printed cards that have QR codes and images when we go to conventions. A lot of places that are in and around the area, especially places that we have books up on and spinner racks and such, they'll let us put out stuff, and then that's been a big help. And other creators, actually. So little secret here. If you're not a jerk, if you're not trying to drama farm people, if you're being kind and helpful and genuine with people, they'll usually be able and willing to help you. And there's a lot of people out there who do that. Neff and Frequency Girl, yourself promoting stuff here. Just folks who are just nice enough to share and spread the word. And that goes with different people different ways, whether it's cross promoting through updates on Kickstarter, or in a couple of cases, there's a couple of creators who I've talked to for years now. They're actually going to be helping me with my email campaign and emailing our promotional stuff out to their email list as well, which I think is just above and beyond.
That's really cool.
Yeah. It's great to have community.
Like what some of the differences could be for like things like timing.
Yeah, great to have community support. And then there's a book that's out there by Madeline Holly Rossing, Kickstarter for the New Creator, I believe is the title. I always have it on my desk, but I think I've got it downstairs at the moment. But she goes over a list of different promotional avenues, and some of those have been pretty good for me too, like the local radio station for human interest interviews, and then public appearances at writer workshops and things like that. Those have gone a long way, not just for comics, but also for the role-playing games that we produce.
Okay, cool.
It's been a lot of fun.
That's really nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I'll jump back one last time to the... So how soon is this launching, did you say?
Within the next 10 days or so. I still need to get a voiceover for our video. And there's, like I said, we just buried my stepfather yesterday, so there's been a lot of things going on. And then the new features that Kickstarter released, the one for the secret tier, and then also for the featured tier, I'm working on redesigning the campaign to take advantage of those new features so that we can bring that together. We have a really significant goal for this because, like you said, our production costs are around $7,000 just for art and covers. And then we got our print costs and shipping. So the fun part is I've got about $2,000 into this out of pocket already. I'll be putting another 5 in or so. So we're going to set a funding goal at about 10,000 because we're trying to keep our price points low and just get people the books. Issue 1 did very well for us in a lot of ways. Because we did a little over 8,000 on Kickstarter and came in right at 9,000 something after the other second chance campaigns and other platforms.
Right.
And then sold 1,500 copies through the direct market and another 3,300 copies through convention appearances so far. So it's been
solid.
Been neat. Yeah.
Better than solid. That's really great.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. So if people want to find out about these secret tiers, do they have to sign up for like a mailing list or what?
They don't actually. So here's the fun part, guys. just follow us on X, and we'll go ahead and put that out to everyone who's following us there. And if you don't want to follow us on X, because we are kind of like, hey, this is cool about comics, and we don't really do drama, I'm putting the link for that. Now, you'll be able to use that link when we go live. In the meantime, it'll take you to the Notify Me page. But just use this link after we go live, and it'll take you straight to it. And because I know people are going to wonder what it is, we're going to have a couple of them, but this is the one I think a lot of people are going to be interested in. This is for the print copy, as well as the, bear with me a moment, make sure I find the right page. There we go. This is for the print copy, as well as the digital for the secret backer tier. This is going to go out to everyone who's ever backed a campaign of mine. That list has a little over 4,000 people on it.
Okay.
So TTRPG and comics, guys, you're going to get print copy and PDF for $8 plus shipping.
Not bad.
So try and take good care of people.
Good luck with that. That's I'm very curious to see how some of these new ideas work.
I
It's
think
very exciting.
I think for your future launches, this could be something very well for as large as your audience is, just on the channels that you are party to. When you're looking at thousands of people who are looking at that, having something like this, I think could do very well to, kind of reward your fans, particularly. And the only thing too is just like with anyone who's ever created Kickstarter, be mindful of the shipping. With the current chaos that's involved in
No question.
Shipping to Canada, Mexico, and everywhere else, just plan accordingly, guys, because it's going to be weird with shipping for a little while.
It might be more expensive because you may end up having to use private companies instead of just national mail services.
Very, very, very seriously possible. So my advice to everyone is take a look at your shipping software. Look at all of your pricing options, choose the most expensive option, add 15% on that, and then use that as your baseline. If you're going to be in production more than like 6 months or so, I would probably add 20% just to make sure.
Well, there we go.
Counter inflation.
Very kind of you to share your take on things there, Sam. I hope people take it to heart because you've done a bunch of these.
I just hope it helps.
I'm sure it can. Hey, thanks so much for taking some time to talk up your comics.
Hey, man, thanks for having me on. It's always good to see you. I look forward to your show. And hey, we got some great people on here tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Very nice. All right. Take care then. Sam's got some good advice there. It's just a realistic thing that we have to think about. Shipping costs are going up. Something to factor in. Not fun, but realistic. Let's move on to who else we've got. Wayne, how are you today?
Hey, Chris. I'm good. It's actually morning here in Singapore.
Singapore.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. What time is it?
We're looking at 11:26 in the morning.
Okay. That's pretty.
So,
so I didn't get you up too early.
No, I hope you're okay. All the way over there.
Absolutely. I'm doing great. I would love to visit Singapore someday. We shall see. But you've got a new thing to promote here. If I've got the right link, right? Oops. The work-life balance.
That's right. Yes. So it's not exactly new. It originally came out in Singapore and around Southeast Asia in 2022.
Okay.
But our publisher signed the deal with Diamond. I think it was late in 2023. So we've been available globally since last year, since June last year. So work-life balance is a little bit of a weird beast. It's half prose, half comics.
Okay.
And the story is about a multinational corporation that's run by actual demons.
Oh boy.
It's at this point that I always have to tell people it's not based on any actual company I've worked for before.
You've legally cleared your butt.
I'm good. So the multinational company comes to Singapore's shores, and it basically puts all the local creatures and spirits out of business, or it absorbs them into its corporate structure. And so the story is told across 8 chapters. Half of them are in prose, half of them are in comics. I worked with an amazing visual storyteller named Benjamin Chi.
This is
And
gorgeous.
it's beautiful.
I love the just real quick. I love the sort of gray watercolor tones that have been added.
Oh, Ben's gonna love that you noticed that. Yeah. So what we did was we told one coherent story in 2 mediums across 2 different genres. So the prose bits that I wrote, they're a modern day office satire, and as you can see from Ben's art, his side when he's done the comics and he's written and drawn the comics are fantastical fables. So
wow,
yes,
that's so unique. I love it.
Thank you so much.
So is a bunch of this based on actual mythology?
Oh yeah,
from there in Singapore.
Yes. So all the creatures and spirits featured in the book are based on myths and legends from not just Singapore but all around Southeast Asia as well.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Because our mythology here is just, it's like everybody in the region kind of, we all kind of share the mythology together in a way.
Sure. Yeah. You're right there with Malaysia and Thailand, and
that's right.
It's like a notch over, like, you know, some of the Philippine islands and Indonesia. Yeah, it's all right there.
Exactly.
That's beautiful. That's so exciting.
Yes.
So you've got like this, but then like I know that you can get this at like, say, you know, here in America, like we've got Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
So you can order it there.
We also have a listing on Previewers World as well. So if you want to go to your local comic shop and support your local comic shop, you can get our book from there as well.
That is the ideal.
Yes.
We all want to support our local comic shops. So
absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah. In fact, hold on. I've got the Previews World link. I just realized you gave me a lot here.
I'm sorry. It's a wall of text. Yeah.
No. How long ago did you have the idea to do this?
Oh, gosh. Ben and I actually, well, interestingly enough, Ben and I had worked together before on a much smaller comic called Mr. Memphis. This was, I think, 2017. Funnily enough, we printed only a couple of 100 copies of Mr. Memphis. We're very grateful that it sold out within a year. And one of these physical copies, a friend of yours has it.
Really?
Yes, a Mr. Jim Mahfood.
Does he? Oh,
he does.
That's awesome.
He came to Singapore way back in 2019. We passed him a copy. I'll keep it PG, but I still remember exactly what he said while I was flipping through, which was, "This is effing awesome."
That sounds like Jim.
That sounds like,
you know, and he's been talking about how he wants to go back there, like have an excuse to go back there.
We would love to have him back. It was great. I got to moderate a panel with him, and it was just awesome meeting him as well.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool.
So
I didn't know you guys knew each other like that. That's lovely.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Awesome. So Ben and I had worked together before, and our publisher actually approached us and said, "Do you want to do something that's similar to what you did with Mr. Memphis?" Which is, I had written a supernatural Western short prose story, and Ben approached me and he said, "Hey, I wanna adapt your short story into a comic, but instead of a Western, I want to make it more wuxia inspired."
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and Ben always says like, "Oh, I'm so grateful that Wayne was okay with it." But actually, my immediate response was, "Yes, that sounds really awesome. Let's do this." So we got to work on that, and our publisher approached us after that when they asked, "Do you want to do this whole prose and comics hybrid thing again, but on a much larger scale?" And we said, "Absolutely." So I was working at advertising at the time, which is where a lot of the corporate horror stories tend to come from.
That comes from real life too. There's
that, yes. The real monsters of corporate life, about as bad as the monsters of Southeast Asian mythology, or worse, actually.
This, by the way, I just got to say, the cover itself is gorgeous with this isometric view, and like how much is going on. I mean, it just forces you to just sort of like keep following your eye, like in circles, like looking for all this fun detail. I recognize this creature that's just above the W, like where it's like the top half of her body.
That's Manananggal
Yes.
from the Philippines, but there's also a Malaysian version called the Penanggalan, which was in a Hellboy short story actually.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Maybe I saw that, but I know I've also
Yeah.
seen it in like some horror movies. I watch a lot of Asian horror and stuff. So yeah,
Nice.
that's awesome.
The reason why we went for isometric design for the cover is because on top of the book, Ben and I also put together an online text-based game that's set in the
Really?
same world. Yes.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
Yeah. When we were doing the book, our publisher got a grant from one of the arts organizations in Singapore, and they asked, "Do you want to do a digital accompaniment to the book?" And
Wow.
yeah, we kind of went overboard, and we were like, "Yeah, let's do a game." So we did a text-based game where you can play as an intern in the company itself.
Look at that. Elvin, I know is an artist from Singapore as well, right?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen him. He sent some stuff to Jim for Ink Pulp, and he opened it up. It looks great. Great artist.
Yeah. I think somewhere on the publisher's page you'll find a quote from Elvin as well.
Oh,
nice
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is there a tight community for comics makers in Singapore?
It's very tight. We're a small country, and Singapore's comic scene is relatively new. I think our first graphic novel came out in probably the early 90s. I mean, we've had comic strips here and there. But it's a tight-knit community. Everybody's busy, but at the end of the year, there's always the Singapore Comic Con where we all
That's
catch
nice.
up.
Yeah, and you're not too far to like explore other countries like manga, manhwa, and comic scene.
Exactly. We're very lucky because
That's
a lot of manhwa artists, a lot of artists and creators from around the region come to the Singapore Comic Con as well, on top of guys like Jim.
What about has there been have you seen anything? This is like, I know you're here to promote your comic, but I'm curious. Is Singapore interested in like digital comics and web comics the same way, webtoons the same way that like South Korea and Japan is these days?
Every day, if I'm on the bus or on the train, I'll see at least one person looking at a webtoon or a digital comic, or it's
curious.
Oh yeah, no, it's very predominant here as well, and I think that like everywhere else, manga is like the biggest thing in Singapore as well.
Okay.
So you'll see a lot of people reading manga. You'll see a lot of people reading like the webtoon stuff on their phones as well in Singapore.
How did you meet Benjamin originally?
Gosh, we actually can't remember. We think it was while we were at a Singapore edition of 24-Hour Comic Day.
Oh, fun!
Yeah, it was great. So Ben's online handle, his website, his Instagram, and all that, it's called Chasiu Space.
Okay.
So chasiu is a local dish, and Elvin, if I'm butchering this, please let me know. It's basically roast pork with like very thick, delicious sauce.
Oh my gosh, I've got to try it.
It's wonderful. And so Ben was doing his first little comic called Chasiu Space there, and I was working with another artist on a different comic as well. And we met, we became friends. I was a fan of his work before we became friends, and so it's just been
gorgeous stuff.
He is amazing.
This is really, really pretty.
Yes,
I'm happy for you guys.
Thank you so much.
It seems like a good team up because you've done two comics. You're saying Mr. Memphis and Work-Life Balance.
Yeah, we've been very lucky as well. I think Work-Life Balance in particular has resonated with quite a number of people. We were, like I said, we were released in Singapore in 2022, and in 2023 at the Singapore Book Awards, we actually won 2 awards. So one of them was the best literary work, and then at the end of the night, we were just floored when we found out we won Book of the Year as well.
Oh my gosh! Congratulations, Wayne. That's beautiful. That's so nice. This looks like a very unique, cool story. Lot of positive comments in the chat room as well.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. Any so I guess if we're going to come up with a recommendation, we'd say first go ahead and try to get it at your local comic shop because that supports a local comic shop.
Yeah.
But you can also get it at places like Barnes and Noble, and it's out there.
Yes, it's definitely out there.
So what's next?
Right now, I'm working on my first novel.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ben and I have agreed we'll let him rest for 5 years after the book was done, because there's a lot of work. I think when we were promoting the book initially, we suggested that Ben just open a cot on stage and just fall asleep, because as you can see, he's put in some amazing work in there. I also have another comic that was released in the same year. It's called Worlds Apart.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Yes, that's right. So
it's
it's
on your site here. So here, let me add that back. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Where I lost the.
No worries, Chris. I sent you a lot of links.
There it is. No. Here it is. Right? Was it? Yeah.
I think it should be right. There we go. Yeah. So it's a comic that I wrote, that I co-created with an artist named Nurjana Suhaimi. It's a book about a young woman talking about being diagnosed with depression, and as she's speaking to her friend, which is the reader, and she's telling them about all the common misconceptions and stereotypes that come with being diagnosed with depression, and she uses metaphors that involve, say, science fiction or fantasy or superheroes or stuff like that. So this is not as readily available out there, but our publisher, Difference Engine, is going to be collecting it along with 2 other comics and releasing a collector edition later this year.
Okay.
With everything going on with Diamond, I'm not sure when exactly it should be coming out. It's probably coming out in August.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that sounds really interesting to me. I mean, I was speaking with another guest. It's like I sincerely deal with depression. I try to be somewhat open about it, and I think it's awesome to destigmatize it by talking about it openly and honestly, and making sure that people know that it's a real thing that a lot of people deal with.
Absolutely.
In a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wayne, so if people want to follow you, should I direct them to your website that you've got there in your name?
Yes, sir. You can send them to the website. My Blue Sky is linked there. My newsletter is linked there. Same with Ben as well. Ben's stuff is all on his website.
Perfect. Wayne, thank you so much for taking the time to share with us. And, have a beautiful morning. Have a good lunch.
Can I say, when we found out that our book was going to be available internationally, I would think to myself, wouldn't it be great if I could be on Comic Tropes? And here I am.
You're very kind. I think it looks fantastic. I'm not just saying that. It looks really, really unique and cool, and I'm happy for you.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Absolutely. Continued success. Good luck on your novel.
Thank you, sir.
Double salute. Take care. Oh, man. Wayne was so nice. That was awesome. I would love to visit Singapore someday. All right, who is next? It looks like it is Allan. Allan Liska. Welcome back from
How are you?
Comics. I remember you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last time we were on, we talked about Johnny Dollar.
Yes.
But we're going to talk about. I just posted the link.
Oh, okay.
Press Guardian and the Clock, 1942.
Yeah, I'm a little familiar with Press Guardian. So this is
and the Clock. You've done videos on both, right?
I don't know if I've done a dedicated video to the Clock. I've certainly talked about him. If folks don't know, the Clock is technically the first superhero that actually wore a mask. So,
many people say he's an early inspiration for the Spirit.
I think so. I mean, he ran around in his suit, fought crime. Yeah.
Right. So there are here. I'll post a second page that has some bigger images in it. Here we go. But it's very tragic that neither the Press Guardian or the Clock in their run, and the Press Guardian's run obviously was much more limited, ever got to punch Nazis. And we wanted to rectify that. So we put together a comic using these classic, now in the public domain, characters. If you scroll down below there, you can see where the pages are, and you've popped that up. You can go like full screen for, or you get like full size images.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in 1942, there was a German operation called Operation Pistorius, where German saboteurs landed in Long Island and in Florida, and they were going to blow up buildings and disrupt the war effort in the U.S.
Wow.
They were immediately caught by the Coast Guard, but in true comic fashion, we're like, well, what if they didn't get caught?
Mm-hmm.
Then what could we do with that? And that is where this story takes place, where we finally get them to punch Nazis instead of having to punch just random dudes named Hans and Fritz or the Monronia Bund or whatever. We can have these guys punch real live Nazis.
There you go.
So yeah, it's to us. I love these characters so much. So we did after the Johnny Dollar comic run, we did the Press Guardian. Get them both in there. And there we go. Press Guardian 1 and then Press Guardian 2, which that is his granddaughter. 90 years later, 80 years later, she's still defending freedom of the press.
Right.
And now, but she's also fighting disinformation and really annoyed that she still has to punch Nazis. And so, but we wanted to go back and tell these stories because I love both of these comic book characters so much. And I think they are important. And yes, in the second issue of the Press Guardian, to answer your question, she not only has to fight, she not only has to take on white nationalists, she also has to fight a tech executive that is trying to kind of suppress the news and buy up all these independent news sources and so on.
That sounds very satisfying.
So we kind of get into some of those real things, but again, we wanted to go back and tell their origin story because I just felt like both of those were kind of short shifted. And getting that story out there was really fun. And that we love these kind of old school characters. And
I have a lot of affection for Golden Age superheroes because it feels like they were just sort of throwing stuff at the wall and then they change up the creative team so that it was a little inconsistent, but you ended up with like really wild ideas. And there's still the gist of a good idea in a lot of them.
Right, absolutely. And to me, putting myself, especially with Mort Meskin and the Press Guardian, here was somebody who was here was somebody who was Jewish, who was very aware of what was going on overseas, but he wasn't editorially allowed to punch Nazis, not until 1941 when Captain America did it. So getting again to take that character that he created and doing this for them was really fun. Dan Butcher, my brother and I wrote the story, but Dan Butcher, who's done the Vanguard comic series and hosts the Awesome Comic podcast, was one of the hosts of the Awesome Comics podcast, did the art for us and just did a really great job of making it feel like a golden age comic.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
regular sort of like consistent panels.
Yeah, exactly.
Muted colors.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to recreate that as much as possible. We're not going to obviously stick with just 4 colors, but trying to stick with a lot of that. So
what about I saw like over here, you directed me where we could see some pages and it's available digitally. Any plans to also print?
Oh yeah, if you go to all products, the print version's there as well.
Oh, got it.
So all of our comics are available in digital and in print as well. So you can just pick whichever you want. I just sent you the first link because it's got
totally get it now.
Things.
Yes.
So but yeah, again, it's just for us a really exciting project, and it gets us to do the things we love, which are write about these kind of old school pulp characters. So
you know, obviously you have a lot of affection for a lot of different pulp characters, but what was it about the Press Guardian that caught your interest more than another? Anything in particular?
I mean, the badass green outfit.
Okay.
No, you know, defending freedom of the press right now seems like a really important thing.
I
right?
would agree with you 100%.
And again, so reading his stories really spoke to me. Like, I know they're short, I know they're they're only 6 pages long, but I think Mort Meskin was a very talented writer who's really underappreciated for everything that he contributed.
Yeah.
And the ideas behind there, you know, there's a story about misinformation, right? You know, something that we deal with a lot. There's a story about immigration and people taking advantage of immigrants. And then there's also a story where he has to rescue his secretary from the claw, right? You know, so there's the fun stories, but there were some serious issues that were tackled. It was, you know, lost because it was an anthology series from Pep Comics, from a, you know, not as well known publisher. And so I want to bring that back.
That's totally fair. Just kind of curious, because I think it seems like you're having a lot of fun with it, which is beautiful. And do I remember right that you design your own websites and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, I use Wix, and so it's one of the Wix templates. But I built the website and so on. You know, we don't make enough money for me to hire a web designer.
No, it's all good. I mean, you've got all your comics here. Like we've talked before about, say, like Johnny Dollar. That was what we talked about a lot last time, I remember. But exactly how long have you been doing this now?
So we launched our first Kickstarter campaign in September of 2023 for the first Johnny Dollar story.
Okay.
And then we've done 4 more Kickstarters 5 more Kickstarters since then. So we did all 4 issues of Johnny Dollar, and then we did the anthology, which or you know, the sort of the graphic novel, catching everything up. That was really fun to do, and like, because I got to design the spine. Like, I didn't even think about that when you're putting together everything for a 212-page book. The printer came back and he's like, "Okay, what does your spine look like?" I'm like, "I never even thought about that. I get to make a spine." And then we did Press Guardian 1 and Press Guardian 2. And then we just, in January, we did the Press Guardian and the Clock. So, you know, we've kind of done that. And then we've also, like, our first Green Archer comic we just did because my brother and I wanted to write the stories. And so we published that one, you know, no Kickstarter or anything. And same thing with our New Beginnings anthology, which is a comic by the cybersecurity for the cybersecurity community. So in other words, we opened it up to people in cybersecurity and said, "Hey, if you've ever wanted to do your own comic, pitch us your story. We'll help you write the script, and then we'll find an artist to do that. We'll pay you and the artist and everything, and we'll put that together in a story." So that was something that, again, we paid for out of pocket.
And that's your background, right? Cybersecurity?
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Just making sure.
So our comics are super niche, which already, when you're making small, when you're an indie press, having niche comics is hard enough, but then cybersecurity niche.
You know what? Like, the audience for entertainment, it has gone niche. So you may as well do what you're passionate about, because the days of having, like 3 network television stations and 2 comic book publishers are in the past. The audience is too fragmented. You may as well drill down and do something that you're passionate about. And it sounds like you and your brother are having a great time. Every time I talk to you, it sounds like you're having a great time.
I mean, we love it. It's we're never going to get rich, and that's fine. But we absolutely love doing it. And we were just at Stellar Con up near Baltimore, and we're going to do Awesome Con in beginning of April. We did that last year, and then I don't know if you're going to be there because I think it's close to you, but we're going to be at IC3, the Indie Comics Creator Con.
I'm out in the Seattle area, so I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I grew up in the Boston area, and I definitely would love to go to that IC3, but no, I won't be there, unfortunately.
Yeah, little bit of a travel, and I think we talked about this last time. I live in Herndon, so I live near where you used to live. So
that's what it is.
Hey,
yep.
So Scienta, I hope that's right. Please say hi if you're going to be there, because I'd love to meet other Comics Tropes fans. That would be amazing.
Oh, there's a bunch of people that are going to IC3. I think it sounds like it'll be a very nice convention.
Awesome. I mean, look at all these people. That's amazing. Please stop by our booth and say hi. We are right next to Matt Schofield, who did Steamroller Man, who's going to get all the attention because this comic is absolutely amazing.
No, hey, I hope you meet some other great people. That's the most fun thing for me about Comic Cons is the networking and meeting other pros and learning and just chatting.
It's certainly not, you're not there for the food or
not really
to make a lot of money. You're there because it's networking and it's fun and you get to talk to people about your comic.
Awesome. Allan, good luck. Again, people, if you are interested, this website, greenarcher.io, and you can find out all the different comics that Allan has made with various people.
Cool. Chris, thank you for everything you do, man. We really appreciate how awesome you are. And
I have a great time talking with people like you that care about comics and make really cool things. So thank you.
Take care.
All right. Take care. Let's see. Next up is Erwin Papa. What in the? That background looks familiar.
Whoa. That's crazy.
How'd you do that?
Oh, I renovated my room to match your room.
Tell you what, since I know a little bit, I would just tell people, Erwin is part of the Ink and Drink Long Beach crew, and it's awesome. So basically, is it I know you guys have pretty regular meetings. Do you meet in person once a month and then online every week?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, once a month, usually the last Thursday. Next month, March is going to be on Tuesday, March 25th. And then every week we meet online on Discord, on the voice chat, and then we'll also draw on an online canvas.
That's right. And I did that once with somebody I had on my show, a guy named Harry Partridge, and we drew together on like the same canvas. It was a blast.
I think it's the same. It was the same canvas browser thing that was the same.
Yeah, I love it. I love getting to do stuff like that. So I'm excited actually to talk about your project. It's one that I actually knew about ahead of time. So let me pull that up. Sewer Boys 2. But you know what? People aren't here to hear me just tell you what you already know. Why don't you, in your own words, tell the audience what this is?
Yeah, Sewer Boys 2 is our sequel to our first Sewer Boys. The first one remixed the first issue of TMNT. This one we are going to remix Giant Size X-Men issue number 1. I can play... as we talk about it, I'll bring this up. If you want to wide me.
Yeah. I'll do it like that.
Okay. Yeah. So you can see some of the preview pages that we have turned in. People have turned in. It's just different levels, different artists. Recreating Giant Size X-Men.
Yeah.
Doing it in their own style. Some of them have substituted characters for other characters, redesigned Krakoa, like in this one. Recontextualize the story, by remixing the dialogue. There's some pinups as well.
Remixing a comic just sounds like such a fun idea. It's such a good idea for a collaboration because you've got a structure already, and then you let people kind of go nuts and just do their take on pages.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's been fun. It's been exciting to see everyone's, like, even that one too, like just Bishop and Blade
and Bishop, yeah,
and that was Raymar Brunson, and his page was covering remixing Storm's introduction.
Very cool.
Yes, it's just a very fun project. I can't wait to get this started. We are trying to launch in May.
Okay.
What else are we doing? And then we haven't announced the cover artist yet, but it's a big get tonight. Can't wait
Really
to feel that. If I can hint at it, the cover is gonna make your skin crawl. And we're also hoping to have Jim Mahfood participate as well.
I'm sure if he's got the time that he would like to. I know he respects what you guys do.
Yeah. So we
Wait,
have.
that was an easy hint. Just saying, like, it will make my skin.
Oh,
crawl?
it is? Okay, cool. Don't say it.
Wait, okay, because I didn't get it. I feel stupid now. Dave got it. All right, Dave, you can tell me later what I missed.
Yeah. Jimmy Jams. That's right, Beowulf.
That's right, Beowulf.
And then, we got Jason Lego in the house. What's up,
Nice
Jason?
to see you. Another member of your esteemed crew out there in the Long Beach area.
Exactly. And Jason will be organizing the next newspaper issue of Mass Cybernetics.
Oh, very cool.
After this one, yeah. And then I also want to give a shout out to the co-organizer of Sewer Boys, Philip McVan. And we'll have better video edits than this one by Mike Castro, their video editor. And then the book will be designed and formatted.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That is very Sienkiewicz, isn't it?
Good. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hedera. I love it.
Yeah, that's one of my pages. Yeah.
I mean, I could say something about every single page. So now people are going to be like, hey, wait a minute. Chris didn't mention something about me. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's just a slew of artists. And we have a bunch of
this
new
is
people in
huge.
the team.
There's just so many pages.
Some of the artists that I kind of forget, like who's what. And plus, like, people like Style has kind of like progressed through once we first met them in Ink and Drink that.
Wow.
I trip up and like, oh, they do
Erwin,
that.
do you know about how many pages this will be?
It might be over 100.
Wow.
Yeah,
Big.
it might be over 100. We implemented a thing where we knew a bunch of people were gonna pick page 1, which is like the kind of like the redone of the first of the cover.
Yeah.
And then page 14 is the staircase scene where Colossus Storm and Thunderbird get new costumes, and everyone else is in
pretty
there
iconic.
Too. The iconic pages we knew people would want to pick that, so we turned those into mini galleries. So there'll be a bunch of page 1s and a bunch of page 14s with all the other pages in there as well. And then if I could plug one last thing, I'll put this up. Oh,
of course you can.
What do I do? Oh, here you go. And then I'll be guest hosting a show called SketchUp on the EXP channel on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
if
the
you remember
EXP.
Yeah, the regular host Mog and Mel will be at Emerald City Comic Con next week, and
me too.
And for next week's show, we'll have artists that are all part of Sewer Boys 2. Randolph, who's also known as Kurokin, Mike Castro, Raymar Brunson, Kevin Anthony Catalan, Nathaniel Soyo, Killer Napkins, and Philip McVan. We're all going to be there drawing live, and we draw live, and we live stream, and it's a live auction as well.
Oh, okay. Right on. Good luck with that.
So the audience can bid on the pieces that are being drawn live. Oh.
That's what a crew you guys have. Like, I'm so glad that you're getting along and doing these projects and stuff, because I sincerely think that like the newspaper and the remix books are something special. I think that they're so good. They're just awesome. Thank you for sharing like so much too tonight. Like I didn't expect to see so much art.
Oh yeah, there was so much. As right before the show started, I got 2 more entries, so I had to redo this video, like resubmit everything, and then redo it, like just so I could squeeze it in here. I love all the pages. I love the people that returned from the first Sewer Boys, and then I also love that we got new people. That came in as well.
Yeah, it really transcends the idea, because there's just so many different, not just art styles, but takes on the material and I don't know, just a lot of really cool ideas there. Oh, good. We get to see the first one, folks. Like that. These guys sent me this. It's basically the first issue of Ninja Turtles by Eastman and Laird, but like remixed by a bunch of different artists. Look at that.
This one was done by Jerome. Yeah, by Jerome Kalban.
Yep.
He's here in the audience.
Just incredible.
Here's an example. Like here's page 1 by Bob Kurthy. Here's page 1 by Philip McVan. Another page 1 by Kevin Anthony Catalan.
Look at all those like knockoff things, and look at that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Samurai Pizza Cats and the sharks. Yeah.
And the double page spreads.
I love it. Yeah. So many different ways of looking at it.
And then remixing just the characters for the new Fantastic Four.
Right. And
then doing a parody on X-Men #1.
Can people still get that? Or like when you have this Kickstarter, let me pull the Kickstarter up again real quick. Let's see. I'm going to change it to this and add this. Can they get like Sewer Boys 1?
Yeah, they'll be able to get Sewer Boys 1 with this new Kickstarter. If you don't want to wait, you can go to my store on Store Envy. I think you can just look up Store Envy Erwin Papa on the internet.com.
What's it called? Store what?
Store Envy. StoreEnvy.
Oh, okay. I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Bear with me. I'm making sure I can. Yep, it is there. So, folks, there's a different website that I'll put out. Store Envy, Erwin Papa. There's his name, and got some things there.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's like my profile. Yeah, it's so weird that Store Envy does this. I think that's like my profile.
Watch Store. Beats me. Wow. We'll direct them to like the.
You can go to my Instagram, Erwin.Papa, and then the links in there if people want to find the book.
Yeah. When does Sewer Boys 2 launch?
Around May. We're going to try to shoot for May.
Wait, is this you?
No, Erwin.Papa.
Oh, I was like, this doesn't look right.
Yeah, that guy beat me to it.
Damn. All right. Yeah. And then you've got like your link tree there. Erwin.Papa.
Yeah, there you go.
That makes a lot more sense. Like, I'm like, where's the art that I've been used to seeing?
That's my personal account. No, it's
not. I'm sorry. And I got distracted. When did you say this was launching?
We're going to try to shoot for May. Coincidentally, May, Marvel is launching or releasing their like time travel story on Giant Size X-Men.
Yeah, I think that they just announced it. Like they're going to have a thing where Kamala Khan's Ms. Marvel goes through time into the events of Giant Size X-Men #1.
Yeah, our video editor Mike Castro, he brought that up. It's like, oh, let's try to do it in May. Yeah. So I think we'll do it like the following week. Yeah. Oh, and there's all the artists' names right there.
Yeah, yeah. That's so impressive. Look at the size of this, folks. I like this. Beowulf goes, that's a Erwin Papa, not the Erwin Papa. That's exactly right.
Thank you. There you go. I want to just keep it short. Pre-launch links there. Yeah.
And so you guys, like, obviously, like, you meet up in person down there in Long Beach, but if people want to, like, go to the online, you kind of, like, let anybody jump in to your weekly thing, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely. I think what we need to do is just, if everyone joins the Discord, we have a channel in the Discord that has the link to our online canvas, and you can draw there anytime. Folks, anytime you'd like.
Look at like Erwin's site here and his links, because it's a really cool amount of comics that they're putting out together. It's like some good people to know if you're like, hey, maybe I don't have anybody near me that like loves comics. Maybe you can like sort of, you know, draw and hang out and talk comics with some of these people online at least. And I think that that's a huge plus. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else that you've got coming up, Erwin, that we should talk about?
After Super Boyz is over, I'll get back to my story that I'm doing with my writer friend Warwick Walker. We're doing We're doing another Angriest Warrior story.
Okay.
Angriest Warrior is a impatient, rageful barbarian who travels the lands of the old world to search for his missing sword. For the more without it, the more angrier he gets.
Ooh, I like that. That's awesome.
Doing that. I think I sent you like the one shot of that. And then there's another story called Vile. Vile is another story by Warwick Walker that is cyberpunk horror. That one is about a self-absorbed drug addict who accidentally takes a secret science experiment and gains superpowers to lead him down the road to redemption, while a secret underground military government is trying to look for him to dissect him.
That's crazy. All right. I can get with that. Yeah, that's awesome.
There we go.
Erwin, it's always nice talking to you. I have a lot of respect for what you do, for what like the whole Ink and Drink Long Beach crew do. Thank you for giving us some of your time, and I'm excited to see Sewer Boys too.
So can I play just one more thing?
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Bye.
Yes.
Bye. I know you like Godzilla.
I love Godzilla.
IDW Godzilla Rivals, the last issue of Godzilla Rivals, written by Dave Baker and Kevin Anthony Catalan. If you want more Kevin Anthony Catalan stuff, he's like one of the breakout hits from since Sewer Boys, before Sewer Boys, and after Sewer Boys.
There you go. Dude, that's awesome.
Space Godzilla fighting Ghidorah. They've never done this in the movie.
No.
Now you get it here. Right.
Those are like definitely two of his absolute biggest enemies, no question. Space
And,
Godzilla killed him. King Ghidorah is treated all the time as Godzilla's ultimate opponent.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
No, funny. And then the human story is great too.
Okay.
Like they even get the humans even get hurt too. They have to bunker down in like underground shelters, and they still don't even. A lot of them don't even make it out alive. Believe that.
So, which issue of Godzilla Rivals
It's
is
the
that?
last one. They're all just like one shot.
Oh, they're all treated as one shots. Okay.
Yeah,
but
I
it's
think
King
it's
Ghidorah versus Space Godzilla.
yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
came out last. It came out last year. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry.
No, I'll take a look. Thank you, sir. You get a double salute. There you go. Yeah. Get
Hey,
out of
I'm
my
a ghost.
house. You creep.
I'm a ghost, but I'm a ghost. See?
Where'd he go? Ah! He's gonna haunt me tonight. Thank you, dude. It's always fun talking to you. I love it. Very, very good.
Bye.
And scary. Take care, man.
Bye.
That was awesome. Oh man. Oh boy. The next guest, folks. I guess I got to be fair. He waited. All right. I'm sorry that I have to expose you all to this, but it looks like DAVEngers is here.
And now, young Skywalker, you will die. Oh, hey. Oh,
Ow! For a minute, I thought it wasn't you. I thought for a minute there that it was the Emperor.
you know, other people have confused me of being a 900-year-old, Jedi who's out to just kill everybody and all wrinkly and do it. Hi.
How are you, sir? It's been
I'm
quite a
good.
while since we've said hello.
I know it's strange. It's like I'm like 20 miles from you, and yet I've been sitting here just watching you with all of these amazing people, with all these amazing comics, and I'm
I
like,
know. It's like overwhelming sometimes, like how many cool things there are, to be honest. I mean, I know that you've got a few things that you've got worth plugging, but for folks that don't know, Dave and I recently, somewhat recently, discovered that we don't live too far apart. So we've been able to like hang out pretty regularly, at least on New Comic Book Day, get some coffee, talk YouTube, stuff like that. It's been really nice, to be honest, dude.
It's nice to have a nerd circle in literally like this area, and you and my buddy John and my buddy Josh, but you know, I don't have any other YouTube friends.
I know. I don't have many. And it's such a unique career to take on that it's nice to talk to other people that are like, oh yeah, that's really frustrating how the algorithm does this or that, or, you know, you need to do this to like, you know, make sure that you get seen. It's silly. It's so silly.
It is silly, but we see each other. I see you.
You got any interviews coming up that we should plug?
Sean, so I have, for those of you who don't know me, I'm West Coast DAVEngers, but I have another channel, kind of took your inspiration, called Direct Edition, and it's a podcast where I get to interview whoever I want, musicians, filmmakers. That is the host, that is me. So on Direct Edition, which next Monday, I'm dropping an interview with Sean Crystal, our friend, our mentor, our community leader of Ink Pulp, and a fellow Jewish American man who, you know, loves to talk about coffee like I do. And then the next interview after that, which I just recorded this week, is with the amazing Sanford Green.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sanford's been really blowing up the last like 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's that Doom Treasury's coming out in like 2 weeks. So, you know, people are going to feast their eyes on that, you know, at a bigger size. Cause I mean, I don't think anybody could disagree that was the most, at least for Marvel, the most popular comic last year.
The Doom one shot.
Yeah. Like Ultimate stuff is popular, but I don't think anybody talked about a single comic more than they talked about that Doom one shot.
It was a great one shot. If you folks didn't see, like there was a Doom. It was just Doom, and it was really cool. Yeah, Doom in the far future. It was a good story. It was great art.
Great art, yeah. So that's what I got coming up on Direct Edition. I'm still dropping Japan videos. Well, turds, but you know, in the form of Manga Quest 2024 videos on DAVEngers.
Yeah. You do still have some more?
I got another big one this weekend, probably about a 30-minute video of me going to Mandarake and
good.
Which one of the Mandarakes, and then Jimbocho. It's a Jimbocho video.
Which I love Jimbocho. It's a part of Tokyo Folks that's very focused on used books, and there's one or two manga stores within that that are really cool. I didn't really share this. Can I tell a quick story about myself?
Please.
So I was just there like about 3 weeks ago or something like that, and I was in Jimbocho. And I don't speak great Japanese, but I've got a little. And I was speaking with a store owner there, and I bought a book. And I saw some people just like while I was waiting for change, just sort of like looking at me and smiling. And I was like, did these guys like watch my show or something? Like, why are they just staring at me? And when I came out, they were just like, they were from like public TV, and they were like looking to just interview a tourist. But I don't know what channel, but I was interviewed, and that's
awesome. Yeah. Well,
we were just talking about like Doom, and maybe you want to plug what's right behind you.
Yeah, so I I'm not a comic book creator. I'm a storyteller verbally. But last year, me and my buddy Andrew, Andrew P, he's on Instagram as Andrew P_CC. We self-published and designed and created The Many Faces of Jack Kirby, which is a zine that tributes, obviously, the king. And what happened was, I'll give a little background on it, because it's kind of, I don't know too many people that have ever created a zine based off what they do for a living, but I sell books, I sell comics, you know, on my channel every 2 weeks. And I always look through the books that I'm going to sell, you know, I got to look to make sure they're complete. And I want to see the inside of these books, you know? And so I started looking through all these Kirby books, because I got a big collection with a lot of late silver, early bronze, you know, Kirby stuff. And I started to notice he was a master at so many things, right? But he was a master at creating emotion in faces and doing a lot of shadows and just putting so many clothes. I call this the first selfie because you could see the guy with the cigarettes, the one holding the camera. Yeah. And so a lot of emotion in faces. So I had just come off doing my second interview with Jim Rugg, and we were talking about zine making, and he's an inspiration when it comes to zine making because he does a lot.
Yeah.
And I approached Andrew with this idea. I'm like, let's do a book of Kirby faces. And so Andrew's got a background in design and really enjoys the process of zines and zine culture.
Got it.
And so I sent him a whole bunch of books. He photographed them, and then we would have these, meetings. He designed it, and then we would sequence it, and lo and behold, we come up
a
with
zine about like the faces.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Everybody talks about like the dynamic poses, the way he draws technology, Kirby crackle, cosmic stuff. What about the faces? What about the faces? Yeah.
Right. And so it was just something you don't see. You just I can't think of another comic artist that really had these kind of designs and put so many of them on one page. So we designed this because I have my channel. I was like, all right, let me see if we can sell these. And the gist was, a portion of every sale goes to the Kirby Museum and Research Center.
Lovely.
And so we sold through about 150 of these.
Wow.
And so about a month ago, and we did this last year around April. And then about a month ago, we released our second zine, The Many More Faces of Jack Kirby, because, you look at the Fourth World stuff, he started doing these faces and the splash pages and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Probably around the 20th to 30th issue of Fantastic Four. He wasn't really doing it in the Golden Age, and he wasn't really doing it in the early part of
the Golden Age. Didn't really allow for splash pages usually.
Right. And even just the close-ups. I mean, come on. That is, by the way, what I said
That's
to
how
Andrew. It's Darkseid, but that's Kirby's face.
Yeah.
You
You're right. There's something about the brow.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we did it again and we sequenced it, but we thought, it would be nice to do a cover like this. And then, we threw titles around, but we came up with just a very simple "more" added to the title.
That's perfect, dude.
And each one of the covers on the back have, Jack's signature, which is obviously a printed signature. I didn't hold a seance and ask him to sign, hundreds of books.
That's cool. That's cool. And I love that you included a photo of him.
Yeah.
You know what? Like now look at hold on, pull that back up. The Kirby black and white, Darkseid black and white, like 3 over to the for our left. Like, and you're right. Like you can see, he used himself.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
amazing.
So once again, portion of the proceeds are going to the Kirby Research Center. I actually, Rand and Tom both have copies of Volume 1, and Tom has a copy of Volume 2. I have to send him a copy of Volume 1, or sorry, vice versa. So, and I want to just speak a little bit about it, but I want to just say they're $25 each. I can ship anywhere in the world, but if you want both shipped in the US, it's $60 for both volumes shipped in the US. I sent you the page to my website. You just send me a message to keep everything kind of on the up and up. Like, I don't like paying companies to take money. So I ask Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle, friends and family. That way I can do the donation. We can cover our costs and cover shipping and, make a little money for the time that we both put into this. So that's all. But
tell you what, I'm going to pull that up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And because you are so experienced, I was wondering if you could do a small favor for me.
Sure.
Could I take a quick bio break and you keep talking about it?
Yeah, of course.
I'll be right back, folks.
Let this guy go tend to some human needs, and I will talk about this because, for those of you that know, I'm very much into comics. I don't just sell them because it's something to do for a living. It's because I love them. I read them. I collect them. I talk to creators. I support people. And I think there's something to be said about putting the eyes back on and people understanding that the comic book is a physical thing, and we interact with it, we open it, we read it, we look at the art. That is something that I think should never be forgotten, because as we move into, you know, different ways of digesting stuff and reading, everybody that's here to promote a book is promoting a physical book. And the other thing is, and I'm not going to go too deep into it, but where we are right now in America, we need to start thinking about people whose values we could look up to. And Kirby is somebody who we know had the values, maybe the strongest, great values that we've ever seen in a comic book creator. I mean, he fought in World War II. He co-creates Captain America with Joe Simon, and, you know, as a great propaganda tool to give people hope, as opposed to what propaganda is generally used for. He comes back from war, and we know what he created. I mean, and we know that the comic companies screwed him over as much as they could. And right, he was the king for a reason. So we should always remember the people that, you know, that hold our hearts and our morals intact. And the man is just, I mean, he was a beast. And it was the king of the splash page too. Yeah, I held court. I told everybody that they have to subscribe to your Patreon, and they should probably super chat you.
No, Dave. So like about 3 guests ago,
Yeah.
I was like, boy, do I really need to go? But I was like, but if I can just get to Dave, he's a friend. He hosts a show. I was like,
Yeah.
that's my opportunity. I go, he's willing to do this for me.
I mean, to your point, on Wednesday,
Yeah.
I interviewed Sanford Green, ate dinner, and then did my live show where I hosted Kazra and Matt Sardo and talked about IC3. By the way, shout out to everybody who's going to be at IC3. If you're in New Haven or the New Haven area, go this in 2 weekends.
Yeah, it looks so good. Like
Yeah.
definitely a lovely idea. There are never enough indie conventions.
No, and they're starting something that's like the dawn of a new era, you know.
God, look at how scary that one face
You
is.
know,
Like,
that one was from I forget what book it's from. It's from like one of those maybe DC first issues books or something like that.
you know what? Like, I'd love to see if you guys ever decide to do another one.
Mhm.
Is more of his romance comics. 'Cause,
There,
I mean,
you know what the problem is like we're both very adamant about having the physical book to photograph. The only thing we took digitally, and I'll give away a little secret. The only thing we took digitally was a splash page from Satan 6 #1. Do you know why we took that original art off of Heritage?
Okay.
Do you know why though? Do you know why?
No.
Because I own the original art.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, you know what? I don't
That's
have a
fair.
scanner for it, so we can steal that from Heritage, because I, needed to own a page of Kirby art.
I get it. I get it. That's really cool. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't own anything from Kirby at all. So
That's-
like, I don't know if I even could afford anything, like even on the cheap end. No, but I love that he really did. He
Yeah.
created the genre of romance comics, which people forget was like the biggest thing in the 50s.
I know, and
It was
it
so
was the in between of the comics code and then the superhero. It's that really.
Romance.
So just
Anyway.
a little PSA on this. I'm down to less than 10 of volume 1.
Okay.
And we did these in matte and in glossy. I've got more glossy than I have matte, but may not reprint them until DAVEngers Con, if then.
DAVEngers Con. April.
Yeah. April 5th, April 6th, right live on my channel, 2 days, selling books, guest artists, all that good stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, good luck with that. So again, folks, that's westcoastdavengers.com, and then you've got a /Kirby zine if you want to.
Yeah, you can just click on the things that are on there. It gives you get my website has everything. You can get to the podcast, you can get to
Good idea.
the YouTube channel, or you can just send me a message about a Kirby zine. And the only other plug I'll say is besides supporting Chris in his endeavors on this channel, you got to check out the Comic Tropes channel. You got to check out Trash Movie Bonanza. And let's hope, fingers crossed that Chris will be a part of DAVEngers.
Yeah, and as long as my work schedule allows, I should know possibly tomorrow. Changing jobs a little bit, folks, but same place. But so just don't have my work schedule yet.
Right.
What the?
Wow,
I
that
just
was
had
crazy.
some Popeyes delivered.
He just pulled food out of nowhere, y'all.
I have support.
Shout out, Chrissy.
I have a wife.
Shout out to Chrissy.
All right. I'm going to let you go.
Go
Say
talk to
hello
all those other
people.
great creators. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend, and keep fighting the good fight.
Double salute.
Boom.
Take
Read
care.
more comics.
All right, moving on. Thank you to Dave for covering for me so that I could excuse myself for a moment. And I'm going to welcome Nick Burchard. Hi, you are unmuted now. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I made
You
it.
are? You've been patient.
How was
Thank
the
you.
bathroom?
So, tell us a little about yourself. What interests you in the world of comics?
Yeah, so actually, if we're all promoting books tonight, this is launching at IC3. This is my omnibus of my web comic. It's a weekly strip about these goth vultures that haunt their town's dead mall.
That sounds awesome.
It's very fun.
What was that inspired by? Anything?
What's this inspired by? Oh, I mean, Addams Family, Life in Hell, Matt Groening. I'm a big Matt Groening guy. I love The Simpsons.
Sure.
And yeah, just kind of growing up as a, emo kid who grew up to, lose the mall when it closed and kind of have that little bit of me that's like, I miss the mall.
Yeah.
Because my first date was at the mall, and apparently a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for the mall days. And, there's a little bit of Kevin Smith in it as well. I'm a big Kevin Smith guy. And yeah, so it follows Avril, who runs Hawk Topic, and the adventures with her divorced single dad, Gene. And
I love it.
yeah, it's a very fun comic, and people seem to like it. So,
and it's on Webtoon, huh?
It is on Webtoon. I could be better at, putting more of it on Webtoon, but yeah, it's mainly serialized on my Instagram page. I'm happy to drop a link if you'd like.
Please, yeah,
absolutely.
Is Insta your? Is it this one at Tiny Viking Designs?
Yeah, Tiny Viking Designs.
Bear with me, I can pull it up real fast. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Vermont, Manchester, Vermont.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, I'm from the Boston area originally. My dad's got a place up in Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire, so not super far from where you're talking about.
No way. I'm a big. I actually went to high school in Massachusetts, so I'm a Western Massachusetts kid. So do you know the Berkshires?
Sure.
Yeah,
well, that's basically where the Ninja Turtles guys worked out of. So
yeah, Peter Laird went to my high school.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, Drury.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, so we have an original Ninja Turtles page in the high school, and I would walk by it every day, and I'm like, someday I'm gonna make something that cool.
Are you serious? They have like an original
an original drawing. Yep, it's so cool.
What a donation!
I know, right? Yeah.
You work in a couple different art styles, depending on the project. It looks like.
Absolutely, yeah. And the project I'm doing kind of in between, because I'm still serializing this every week.
Okay.
The project I'm doing right now is really more of an exploration in my styles and everything. It's still in the comic strip format, but it's I guess I'll tease it a little bit. It's a very satirical Monty Python style retelling of the life of Joan of Arc, but it's in a very cartoony vibe, and it switches styles all the time, and it's very zany and it's very colorful, because you'll see the Vulture book is very black and white.
Sure.
And paying homage to black and white, comic strips and stuff. And I was like, I need color, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
digital color, like hand drawn
So
stuff?
most of it's digital. I do draw traditionally, as you'll see. There's some sketchbook posts right there, but yeah, it's mainly digital stuff.
Did
but-
you ever study art formally?
No.
Really?
No, high school, self-taught, mainly on YouTube, Draw with Jazza, Mark Crilly, Cartoonist
Okay.
Kayfabe. Yep. But I've been drawing my whole life, so.
Dude, this is really impressive.
So
and
much.
so you say you're gonna show, is it pronounced Skwak?
Skwak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say you'll have Skwak at IC3. Are you actually tabling? Are you just going as like, an attendee? Like what's the plan?
Yeah, so I tabled last year, and I've tabled at a few conventions. That was my first convention last year, and
cool.
it's the best con I've ever tabled at, and I can't wait to go back and see everybody.
That is
It's,
just heartwarming to hear.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it is definitely a convention put together through passion for comics more than say like, and we have, the star of Eureka here to sign autographs. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you should come up some year. You know,
I
you'd be very
really
welcome.
would love to.
Yeah.
For me, like if YouTube doesn't exactly make you rich. It helps pay the bills, but it doesn't make me rich. So it's not super easy to just travel around and go to like every convention I want to. But I'm jealous, like sincerely jealous of all the people in the chat that have said they're going to this one. It looks cool.
Yeah, Matt put together a great convention, definitely.
So let's see. This was already a successful Kickstarter?
Yeah, it was already a successful Kickstarter. We funded it around. I started it on New Year's, and it ran about a month. So, because I knew I wanted to launch it officially at IC3, so everybody who backed it's already got their book, and they have some advanced copies. I'd love to send you one if that's possible.
Oh my God, I would. That would be like an absolute treat. This looks fantastic. I also like some of the touchstones you were mentioning. Before I was like, ever a huge comic book guy, I actually did read all those Life in Hell books. Like before there was like, Simpsons, I was reading Life in Hell. So like, and I see a little bit of that. So I totally get, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to read this.
Yeah, I definitely think there's still a place for the comic strip, and Instagram has really been a big thing for that.
If has helped. You've got like good engagement, you feel here?
Oh yeah, definitely with the vultures, especially. In fact, it's kind of funny. If anybody out there is also doing a webcomic, I'd be curious to hear this. If people actually show up only for the webcomic, and then you post something else, and they're like, we like the funny birds.
I get that because I mean I get some of that just with the channel, like they're like, yeah, that's okay. Even like my social media and stuff, if it's like a post of just like, hey, I thought my cat was adorable today, people are like, yeah. Get back to the comic stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a weird thing, kind of having that little bit of the influencer next with the art, and everything, because, you want to keep it pure, but at the same time, and that's kind of how I feel with the vultures is, they're mine, they're my, work and everything, but they're not really mine anymore. They belong to the people who read it. And so I'm still thinking what makes me funny.
But I will say, like, congrats. Like, you've got like a distinct, nice style for this. And the idea of like the characters, it's like they could just be characters, but you can play with the fact that they're specifically like vultures and stuff. And that's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
How long have you been doing this?
So I never like to sell,
but
I've been doing, this is a collection of the past 2 years. So I've been doing this comic strip for 2 years. Yep. It launched January 2023 or 2024. I think it was 2024. So yeah, it's been 2 years. I know that.
Can you show us again, like just how thick it is and stuff like that?
Yeah. So
that is sizable.
It's 150 really pages. And, I felt a little weird about making an omnibus, for 2 years worth of comics. But when I go to cons and stuff, people are like, Well, we really wanted the Vulture stuff, and I really kind of wanted to put it together in a nice package for them. So
Absolutely.
there's write-ups on all the characters and everything. So that's fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Nick, congrats on having a successful Kickstarter and for sticking with something this long. I mean, so many people like to draw, but the idea of like sort of getting down and cranking out something regularly, some people just can't do it. And you're doing it. Like, this is so impressive. I love it
so much. Yeah.
I hope you have a fantastic time at IC3. Is there anything coming up that we should keep an eye out for?
And then after IC3, I'll be in Brooklyn for Brooklyn Independent Comics Showcase.
I've heard of that, but I don't know anyone that's actually like attended it or anything like that. Have you gone before?
I know next to nothing about it other than I applied and they put me on a table and I'm like, I need a table. So
one of my best friends from college, though, he lives in Brooklyn now, and we always go to New York Comic Con together every year. It's like an opportunity for us to just see each other and do something that we both like. So I'll have to tell him, though, that like that's in his backyard. Oh, and here's somebody in the chat that's saying like they're also going to that.
Oh, no
There's
way.
somebody saying that they love that show. So that's promising.
That's great.
How'd you hear about it? Did you know somebody that went there or anything?
I go to New York a lot. I went to college there. I went to film school there. I do film as well as comics. So I wanted to table at a New York con before like I tried New York Comic Con because I'm sure that is very, very overwhelming.
I mean, yeah, New York Comic Con is just everything. And it's all fighting for your attention. I bet you get a lot more sort of actual engagement and conversation. Even if somebody isn't buying it, they're probably going to be more likely to still talk to you about the book and maybe follow up and get it later. That's what I like about small press cons, is that people will talk to you and like learn about your show, your book.
Yeah, and exactly. And, I've tried to learn a lot going to cons and, seeing the types of people who like really try to grab you and sell you on their book versus the people who, are kind of just more like, you enjoying the con, you having a good time, and if you're curious, like they stop by your table, something interested them. If they're going to buy it.
Yeah.
I just try to have a good attitude and just, make people have a good time at conventions because we need them.
Dude, you seem like such a chill person. Like, I hope you have a great time at IC3 and then at BICS. So I guess if people want to get updates, though, would you recommend going to the Instagram.com/tinyvikingdesigns?
Yeah. Tiny Viking Designs is where people should head.
Sure.
Right
that makes sense. Anything else that we should know for coming up or anything?
No, just follow me there. This was really great. Thank you for doing this.
This is fun. I can't wait to read this book, and I hope you have a great time at the conventions.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Take care.
Okay.
Wow, I like that. Let's see. Let me reset. I am going to every once in a while eat a tiny piece of food so that I keep going. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to my guests, but I don't want to make a mistake, and I need fuel. So we're going to move on to welcoming our next guest, CJ Hudson. CJ, welcome.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for taking the time to not move as fast as your background, because it looks like manga speed lines.
Yeah, I think I blurred it. Yeah. I actually sent you a goodie bag of comics maybe about a year ago, and I saw you went through them. Bearer Ages was one, Granite was another, and you kind of went through and looked at all of them. So yeah, it's nice to actually talk to you in person now.
Likewise, dude. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I never want to like ask for free stuff, but it's exciting to get like cool comics in the mail. It is legit exciting.
We love that you highlight them, so that's why it's really cool of you to do that.
It's a treat. What was your entry point to comics originally?
Oh God, I've been a reader of comics like since I was a little kid, and then just started kind of dabbling and writing them in college, 10 years ago or whatever. And then really got into creating about 2018 and putting out a few things, some small press stuff, and then some Kickstarters as well. So just done a few things with like Antarctic Press, Band of Bards, and then mostly kickstarting things.
Really? That's awesome. So you've got experience both with publishers and running your own. Yeah, I think I've got one of your projects here. Let me pull it up, CJ. Hunters of the Outer Realm?
That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
You're the writer and artist on this?
I'm the writer.
You're the
artist is Colin Fogel. He actually comes from video game design, and he briefly came into comics a couple of years ago. We actually were on a comic together through Antarctic Press. It was a flip comic called Off-World. One side was my comic, Interstellar Dust. Excuse, I have a head cold, so I'm a little slow on the draw.
Don't worry about it.
Talking to you. So, but and the other side was his comic, Hazel, and we decided, hey, let's team up and do a comic together. So that's Hunters of the Outer Realm.
Dude, this is doing very well, I would say.
It's doing great. Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. Colin has a very Joe Maggiera style to his art.
Totally.
So I think that kind of resonates with people that are kind of, 90s kids that like that kind of vibe. So, I also have my fanfic included here as a giveaway. If you hit a certain price point, it's called The Laughing Game. My buddy Moy Marco and I did it together, and there's a couple covers there by Moy, and Ben Flores did the other one.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
So those are all the fanfic pages. So that's included if you hit a certain price point on digital or physical. I'll send that off to you. And Chris, I'm going to send you a copy as soon as it's printed out. Do you get one for free because you're comic tropes? Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So
I breathe rarefied air, folks.
Yeah. So it's a little adult, obviously, with the pin up there with Swamp Thing and Barbara Gordon, but it's fun. And then these are the covers to Hunters of the Outer Realm.
That's pretty. That's pretty.
Oh,
I can sort of see that maybe he had a background in something like video game design, because it's not just a good drawing. You can sort of tell that it's rendered, if that makes sense. Yeah,
totally.
That's really cool. Oh, and you got like a variant cover.
Oh yeah, I have a couple variants. Siegfried did that one. He's a great cover artist too. He's done a couple of things for me. So we really kind of leaned into like a fantasy book cover theme for this next one.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me both of like, say, vintage fantasy stuff that you might see on book covers in the 60s or something, but there's also just a little bit like not the execution, but the design reminds me of like classic manga fantasy stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
He's I don't know.
Great artist, and that's what we were kind of going for. Big monster vibes. If you're a fan of like Prometheus or Cloverfield, Pacific Rim, kind of going into that sphere.
Really, dude, you've got some great artists that are working with you, huh?
Yeah, it was fun. Colin did 2 of the covers. That pinup cover there has been really popular. The one up front there, that one seems to be the best seller. And then of course, that one right there. And then they've all done pretty well. And then I have a Not Safe for Work one down there by Eliza Romboli. So she's fantastic. I've worked with her a couple of times.
You're getting some really lovely comments in the chat.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about like not just the story, but like what was the inspiration? Like what made you feel like, you know what, something hit me and I've got to tell this story? Like what was it?
I kind of had an idea for a big Monster Hunter comic, and I didn't know, but prior to even meeting Colin, and I didn't know how I wanted to execute it. And then when I saw his art style, I was like, this is it. This is like the 90s type of vibe that I want to go for, but with some modern sensibilities thrown in with some weird sci-fi to make it fun. And this lettering, I'm going to say, is kind of the fill-in right now. It's being re-lettered by Buddy Badone. So he's doing all this. This is just kind of a few pages that have some standard lettering right now. But yeah, once I saw Colin's art, we were like, dude, let's team up on a comic together. And we did. And so we did this 30 30 issue comic, and it is a mini series. So this is just issue 1 right now.
Would you see it going?
It'll be 3 issues. 3 issues. Yep. So just a mini, and then we'll put it out here through Kickstarter, and we'll run 3 separate campaigns for it. I'll do different covers for each campaign.
You know, these colors are really gorgeous.
He does all his own covers too. He's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just really like the color palette on this. It pops but it's not like obnoxious or anything. Sometimes when you've got vibrant colors, they can really contrast too much. It almost hurts the eyes. But I just feel like this is lush and like well lit. It's really cool looking.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, this is fun.
Oh, thanks.
This is a lot of pages that you're sharing with potential investors too. That's always
it's all done.
A good idea.
Yeah, it's all done. And so I felt like, you know what? I only had a few up there to start. I was like, what am I doing? Why don't I show the whole thing, or not the whole thing, but as much as I can, certain panels, certain pages, without giving away the whole story. And I put them out of order a little bit so it wouldn't give too much away. But I felt like I was teasing a little too much. I actually have 400 watchers right now of this, followers of this campaign that haven't pulled the trigger yet. So I just kept adding pages to be like, what can I do to entice them? What can I do to get them to back this thing?
Huh.
Yeah.
Like, what did you do to initially sort of get like this kind of backer support? Is it like following up with emails from previous campaigns? Was it like talking about it on a show? What was it?
Yeah, multitude of things. So I've done a couple of shows. I'm part of a couple of creator discords that I'll drop links into. So just a couple of groups of great people that make comics in the indie scene, and we'll drop each other's links and support each other, share stuff out. Twitter is decent. Blue Sky has done really well. So all the main ones like Facebook and Instagram. Reddit actually got me somewhere too. And Reddit can be really harsh to creators, but
it can be. But if it gets enough people talking about something, you get a lot of eyeballs, don't you?
You do. And what I did is I kind of put it out there and I asked for advice. I put the link and I said, hey, fellow creators, can you take a look at my campaign and let me know if there's anything I could do better? I'm pretty new at this and I love getting advice to, try to do better in the future. And everybody was kind of like, this looks great. And then I just kind of kept getting more traction from that.
That makes sense. That makes sense. By the way, I do like this idea of just including another comic. Like you're like, hey, I did it. Like at a certain tier, I'll just include it. Like that's kind of fun.
Yeah, I thought I'd do it, and I didn't want to get in trouble because it's fanfic, so I didn't want to like outright sell it. Sometimes, although now that I've seen that Erwin has been doing, I'm like, oh man, maybe there's a whole market for that. So I think so. I might pursue it in the future. But I was a little nervous at being my first one. That hey, I want to just like kind of skirt the line a little bit, and if you give it away, then really you can do whatever you want with it.
Nice. You've got a reader. Look at this. I read CJ's Interstellar Dust series. Story was fun and the art looked great. So that's nice to see that kind of response.
Appreciate it.
You've got 5 days left. Are you going to also potentially do the late backer, like let people buy in or not?
Totally. Yeah. I'll let people support it late. I know there's different theories around like, oh, you cut your days down and make it more enticing to get people, to back quicker. But I kind of just run the standard 30-day campaign and do the late pledges. I feel like I don't have enough of a following yet to really like pressure people at this point.
Well, I mean, I've even seen like a bunch of like, named pros do the late backer buy-in. And I think that makes sense because you'd say like, hey, 30 to 45 days sounds like a lot. Some people can still miss it. So I think it makes sense. I think like all you can do is maybe just try like sort of early rewards at the beginning is the only thing you can really do to like, but obviously you're having a lot of success here, dude, in my opinion. I'm really happy to see this.
I appreciate it. Yeah. It's been great. And yeah, just
what
a
else?
lot of good stuff.
if people want to like learn more things that you've got in the works and stuff, CJ, like anything you'd recommend, anywhere you direct them?
Yeah, I can drop the link to my shop if people want to take a look at that. I'll drop that in there. That's where they can find a lot of my back catalog. Most of my back catalog I put on every Kickstarter too. But I'm on Twitter a lot, advertising all my stuff and all the social media platforms. That's kind of what you got to do. You got to hit pretty much anything. I'm even on TikTok now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I don't. What kind of stuff do you do on TikTok?
I'll just make little videos of my comics and add the link in there, so people can try to find them.
These are some beautiful pieces of artwork.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
Really
Tiny
nice.
Island was my last one that I did, and that was great too. Moy Marco, who did the Batgirl fanfic with me, he drew that.
Okay, sounds good, dude. This is really exciting to see somebody having this kind of success and building their own following, basically out of nothing. I hope you're proud of yourself. This is really impressive.
Oh, thank you. It's a lot of work, and I wouldn't say I have a huge following, but I can definitely make a go of it, and I can fund my comics now, which is awesome. I feel really proud of myself for that. And, for a part-time gig, it's fun, and I really enjoy the comics community and helping others and supporting others. So it's been a wild ride.
And I saw this. Does that, I forget though, are you from the Pacific Northwest too?
Yeah, so I'm in the Portland, Oregon area. I'm right in Vancouver now. I live in Vancouver. So I'll do Rose City Comic Con occasionally, or at least walk around. So I'm there. I was planning on going up to Emerald City Comic Con. I have a creator's pass, but my wife decided to have a birthday on the date of Emerald City Comic Con. So yeah, I'm a little mad at it.
How dare she?
So yeah,
Can't you just
I
have
might
a couple
yeah.
a year? No, I get it. Very cool. Well, hey, maybe I'll see you someday at either Emerald City or Rose City or something like that. That would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate this, Chris. This was awesome.
Best of luck. You've still got like almost a full week. I hope you can push these numbers even higher. Okay.
Yep, gonna do it. Gonna get a little bit more.
Lovely.
Appreciate it.
Take care. That's cool. Somebody in my neck of the woods. We've had a lot of East Coasters, and it's late over there. Jeez, some of you guys are up late. I appreciate y'all. We're going to go to the next guest, Daniel, who's been very active in the chat tonight.
Hey.
Daniel, how are you today?
Good. Nice to finally meet. I'm a big fan.
That's so nice of you. Whereabouts are you right now? I'm just curious.
Brooklyn, New York.
So it's pretty darn late there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sorry, but thank you for being here. What do you want to talk about tonight? What do you
Well,
do
I'm doing a pre-launch for the next issue of this, which is American Dreams, which is my main comic book project. This is the trade that Ben DeBarge did.
Let me
I'm also
find.
an illustrator.
You gave me a link, didn't you? Yep.
Yeah,
You
and
did.
also,
I've
yeah,
got
so
it. Let me
this is
pull it up.
This is I actually got this cover from Nathan Diaz before he blew up on X-Men. So
Wow.
yeah.
Congrats on
because
that.
I was working on this. I started working on this book, and Nathan was recommended to me at the time because he was an up-and-coming person, and so he did the cover on this book, and that's a Rolly Akbar cover, best art variant for issue 6, or beef cover.
6 issues already.
Yep.
Congratulations. So he's a Jewish immigrant. Is this what era is this set in?
Gilded Age, so 1900.
1900. Okay, 1900. Just curious. Wow, that looks nice.
Yes, by Dodiak and Tijerina Monia Sahadewa. That's our main art team, our interior art team. That's Willie Akbar, and I'm gonna probably butcher his color things. Perea Pillay did the colors on that one.
This is an especially attractive image, like the shapes, the color contrasts, like really, really beautiful composition there. Let me ask a quick question. So obviously, like almost all of the known superheroes created by Jewish creators, but the original, stories didn't really necessarily dive into too much of the cultural heritage or anything. Does this deal with any of that?
It deals with some of it, not in the most arc 1, volume 1 deals a lot with anti-Semitism and community, relations between the various groups.
Just curious. Yeah.
Oh, and that's a Fabrice Tobolsky cover.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
Great
gonna be
colors.
our foil variant, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a foil?
It's going to be a foil.
That
That's
could
the
be
plan,
fun
at
with
least.
the lightning. Yeah.
That's the plan, at least.
Tell us a little bit about what's the gist of this story. Like, who is the main character?
So the main character is Jake Gold, aka Superior Liberty, who's a Jewish immigrant in 1900s New York. He gained superpowers from an Edison experiment that gone completely haywire, and he had to figure out what to do with them. In his first adventure, he had to deal with a really anti-Semitic brute called Amalek, who's attacks the Lower East Side. But there's other villains introduced in that first volume as well. Edison, who I mentioned, J.P. Morgan, and most importantly, Aleister Crowley, who's like our big overarching bad guy.
Oh, okay. So we've got some supernatural stuff. It's not just science-based.
Right.
Got it. Right on. What was the impetus that like made you want to start telling this story?
So I always like telling superhero stories, and being Jewish, it's like I'm thinking one day there's not enough Jewish representation. And also, this is around 2016. There was an election going on.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was listening to the soundtrack of the show Ragtime, which is set in that same kind of era. And all these pieces started the gears turning.
Okay.
And that's created, well, the time was called, I was called it Modern Colossi. And then I was telling a potential interested party about it. It's like, I like the story. I hate the title. So I changed it to American Dreams. Sometimes simple is better. And we're introducing a couple new characters in this story. We also have introducing some characters from the last book. Houdini, Nellie Bly, Emma Goldman are among the allies or neutral parties.
How important are they? Like, are they just people that pass through, or are they active characters?
They are active participants in supporting characters. Not every historical figure who shows up, for example, a major historical figure will show up in this issue 6 for the first time.
Yeah.
I've teased him on, I think, my social media. But he's more minor supporting in this first couple issues of this new arc. But I think he'd be more important going on in this overall arching story.
How you're at issue 6? Is this something that's like going to be an ongoing? Does this wrap up an arc, like, or is it each?
This is the
each
first
issue, is its own
issue of a new
story?
arc.
This is the beginning.
This is the beginning of the new arc.
Okay.
Because we have the volume 1 trade here.
Right.
And we have a few of these left. You can also go to Band of Bards store and you can get the first. Well, it's 5 issues, but they combine 4 and 5 into a double sized.
Where did you say to go to get them?
Band of Bards. Hold on, I'll pull it up for you.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, that's new to me.
Yeah, they're CJ mentioned them earlier. He's also a Band of Bards creator.
Band of Bards. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up. It's just new to me.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
American Dreams.
Yep. As I said, our issues 4 and 5 were originally self-published, and when Band of Bards picked them up together, there was a behind-the-scenes issue, I think, with Diamond. There it is, Diamond again.
Sure.
So we had to combine 4 and 5 into a double-sized.
Okay. So this is got it. Okay, 4
Yeah.
and 5 is a double issue, and that makes sense now that I see the price. Sure.
Yeah.
How come there's like a range for prices on these? Does it depend on the cover?
Different variants, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. I've never heard of Band of Bards. What is it?
They're an indie publisher out of Buffalo, New York.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. And yeah, so they've got some other comics by other creators. Got it. Huh. And do they take care of like the fulfillment and everything?
We're still talking about it because I'm running it under my own account for this Kickstarter. So
Okay.
it could be with my branding, could be with their branding. My point is, my plan is eventually once the arc is done, Kickstarted, goes to the water distribution. That's my plan, at least. Like the entire series, the entire arc is fully drawn. Issue 7 is done. Issue 6 is done.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10 need to be colored and lettered and finish some covers, but it's
holy moly! That's amazing.
And in addition, yeah.
That's a good question by Kevin. Do you need to read the first arc to get into the second, or is it fairly self-contained?
Reading the first arc helps, but I'm trying to make this as easy as possible jump on point.
Okay.
Like I do some callbacks, but
yeah, it's important to like have jumping on points. It's understandable that you'd have evolving character dynamics and stuff like that, but just curious, like, yeah, where something like that is.
Yeah, I also have some other projects I've worked on. 2 of them connect to this. I'm calling the Libertyverse.
The Libertyverse.
Because the main character's codename is Liberty.
Yep.
So I did a couple years ago with Night Wrath, which was actually my most successful Kickstarter.
Okay.
And I did Rook and Knight, which is kind of like a Batman and Robin.
Very cool.
But my most recent Kickstarter was Sherlock Holmes: The Phantom Masquerade.
The Phantom Masquerade.
It's Sherlock Holmes going up against the Phantom of the Opera, a kind of sequel to the original Phantom of the Opera novel.
Okay. That's very neat.
Clear clarification, clear line between we can't do the musical, we can do the novel. The novel's public domain.
Yeah.
And of course,
you got to be very careful what you're drawing from. Yeah.
And of course, Lloyd Webber already did a sequel to his musical. We don't talk about that one.
I like that. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But this is a completely original character, right?
Yeah, this one is a completely original character.
I thought so. I was just double checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know my Golden Age pretty well. I was like, I don't know this.
Yeah,
like
and plus I have in the Gilded Age, so we're talking like the age of J.P. Morgan and Houdini and
right.
It's like,
yeah, turn of the century stuff.
Yeah, it's like very funny because you think about events today, events then, synchronicity, so it's timeliness.
Very cool. And so anyway, it says, launching soon. What does launching soon mean?
April 22nd.
Pretty soon, I guess. Yeah. Oh, not quite 2 months.
Yeah, we just got to do a couple things in the back end before we get ready. So
that makes sense. Look at this, by the way. This says that you've created 7. Awesome.
Yes.
It says you've backed 698 Kickstarters.
Yeah.
Is that real?
That's real.
Are those mostly comics, or are you like getting your groceries off of Kickstarter? Like, what is this?
Everything's physical. Like I'll toss them like $5 here and there, and of course, then I look at my bank account at the end of the month. I'm like,
That's hilarious. I just I'm gonna start looking at that number because that looks like a lot to me. That's really impressive.
That's nothing. My buddy Travis Gibb, who's another amazing creator, backs way more than I do.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
Look at this. People are like, yeah, you're supporting Kickstarter comics with stuff like that. That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of important. It shows that you're not just trying to like take, that you're like, hey, I'm supporting a lot of things.
Exactly.
Here. That's really cool. Have you tried doing this through like any other methods? Like, or is Kickstarter like working for you?
Kickstarter is working for me. In fact, Band of Bards picked up the first volume of American Dreams while I was writing my self-published version of the trade back in 2020, I think 2022.
Right.
And I was literally at a convention in Connecticut, and I get the email from them, and I have my friend Kat Calamias to my right, my buddy Reese to my left, and I like go kind of like, I don't know, something happened with my face, or I went pale or something. And Reese was helping my table. I was working her table. They're like, what's wrong? And I showed them this. And I write back, yes, but I'm at a con. Can I tell you, talk when I get back?
That's
like,
awesome.
I told my 2 friends before I even told my parents.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. But I will also be at IC3, as I said, it's on my birthday, actually.
That can be fun.
Yeah.
I hope it's fun.
That's the idea. And then
somebody better take you out to dinner.
Hopefully, maybe. Who knows?
Somebody.
And then I'm doing Brooklyn Indie Comics. Showcase. Brooklyn Independent Comics Showcase here in Brooklyn in April.
Yes.
And I've applied for Fan Expo Philadelphia. I haven't heard back yet.
Okay. Good luck. That could be fun.
Mhm.
Have you ever done New York Comic Con for anything?
I've got a pro pass twice. I've never tabled.
Just curious. Yeah.
I've tried. Not for like a try.
It's so expensive to do those big conventions that you're like, does it make financial sense? That's the question I always have in my head.
For me, the only reason it would make sense is I live here.
Yeah, that helps.
But like, from what I've been told, it's like, because when they start opening up Artist Alley, first it's all the big names with all the big organizations like Comic Sketch Art. Then it's the bigger names without big representation, and then it goes bigger and bigger. So once it gets to small independent locals, the window of opportunity is like this. It's like this.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. One last question I can think of. Suppose people want to back issue 6 of American Dreams. Will there be options to get the previous issues?
Yes, we both have the issues. We will have the trade as an option. We also will have single issue catch ups as an option.
Perfect. Just curious.
And you also can do add-ons and bundles, so you might get some of these.
Good idea. I think that's awesome.
Yep.
I hope that this issue goes well. So you said this is later in April that this will launch, right?
Yes, and I'd like to mention all physical copies come with a gratis digital copy.
Oh, very nice. Yes. Lovely.
Because I know shipping's expensive, so a
Can
little
be.
bonus for your patronage.
Hey, continued success. Congrats on having so many successful campaigns at this point, and I hope that you have a good time at the conventions as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me on. And I really should maybe I should send you a bundle of maybe the first few issues or something.
You're under no obligation, but I'm always excited to get comics from folks like yourself that are passionate about what they're creating. It always translates. So thank you for your passion, and have a great early birthday, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Take care, Daniel.
Night.
Let's see. We'll keep everything rolling. Looks like the next person up is Big Tim. Let's add Big Tim. Are you there?
Yeah, mate. Can you hear me?
I certainly can.
Fantastic.
How are you?
Good, man. Good. From dialing in from sunny Australia.
I was wondering, because I was like, first of all, I'm seeing sunlight. Second of all, guess what? I actually detected a slight accent. Very
slight accent.
Just a little bit. What time is it there?
It is 4 p.m.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
It's nice. It's nice.
On Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit ahead. Got it.
Yeah.
Very cool. So tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your background in comics?
Look, I've been self-publishing my own comic books for 7 years now.
Wow.
My what do you call it? I guess my flagship book is Gorilla My Dreams, featuring a gorilla superhero who suffers depression and has no powers. He's just a talking gorilla. So we've sorry,
little bit of a power, right?
Well,
I mean, he's a gorilla.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah. This is basically I've finished my second Kickstarter. I finished my Kickstarter, but it's open for late pledges.
Okay.
And this is the second issue of. Sorry.
Is that this one?
Yes.
Got it. I was just making sure I had the right one open. Sorry.
Yep. So it's the second issue of Gorilla My Dreams Team Up, which is I've got my first issue here, which we kickstarted last couple of years ago.
Look at that.
And so it's basically just the story of a gorilla superhero. A talking gorilla who wants to be a superhero. He's not that competent, but he gets up and he tries his best every day, sort of thing,
Kind of heroic, actually.
Well, yeah, and he sort of, the character came out of, a couple of people have spoken about this so far tonight. The idea of the character sort of came out of my struggles with depression and suicidal things like that too,
yeah, I do know.
About just, never feeling good enough no matter how hard I try, sort of thing, that a lot of us do deal with. And that's where this character, Knockaround Guy, came from.
No kidding. So it's fairly personal, the main character?
Look, it started off as a one shot, which I thought was going to be the whole story. It had a beginning, middle, and end, and to me it felt very personal. But then people kept saying, "We want more of this Monkey Man. We want more." So we punched out some more one shots. Then my artist at the time actually got snagged by Dark Horse and Kevin Smith, and so I sort of had to pivot my whole series a bit. And this is where the Gorilla My Dreams team up book comes from. That because my partner in crime Ahmed is off working in the big leagues now, I had to sort of rethink the direction the book was going and what I was going to do about art and all that sort of thing. And Gorilla My Dreams team up was born, where I'm gradually continuing the storyline, but using it as a bit of a team up book to get there. In that I've got so many ideas in my head and so many characters that I can just team up any of them I want. But currently this issue 2, I'm actually teaming up with another Australian comic book called Torn. So this is basically a crossover story where Torn and Knockaround Guy take on a twisted version of the Wizard of Oz characters.
The artwork is absolutely gorgeous. Like this is you definitely found a fantastic artist here.
Yeah, this is Samir Simeo from Brazil. He's done a few pieces for me in my previous issues, just a page here or a pin up there. But with Ahmed moving on and needing a new artist, I just latched onto him.
What's this? Hold on. Big Tim, that I assume is still you, is obsessed with gorillas, committed to making the world a better place for them by donating to Grace Gorillas. I've never heard of this. It's a sanctuary?
Yeah, it's a place in Africa that protects gorillas from poachers.
That's beautiful.
And basically, I am obsessed with gorillas. I love them. And $1 from every pledge, whether it's the $5 digital pledge, whether it's the high-ranking pledges, $1 from every pledge goes to Grace Gorillas to help them fund their sanctuary and save gorillas from poachers.
That's kind of beautiful. That's really amazing. I've never heard of that organization, but what a great idea. Wow. This is gorgeous. Is the book itself black and white, or are these just preview pages?
I'm obsessed with black and white comics. Like I grew up on the old Mirage Ninja Turtles. So, I love, and even the black and white Crow comics. So I'm obsessed with black and white comics, so I like to keep it.
I love black and white comics. Absolutely. Just curious because it looks really good like this. And I was just like, sometimes I get nervous when I'm like, oh, there's going to be color. Is it going to muddy it up or is it going to be good? I don't know. Wow. So so this is, sorry, I'll go back to the top.
Yep.
This one just got funded.
Yes.
But you're accepting the late pledges.
Late pledges now, yes.
Got it. Where are you at in terms of is it finished, or are you still finishing some pages or what?
Yes, Samir is just finishing up the last half dozen pages.
Oh, okay.
So once they come in, it shouldn't be too long till we put the thing together and send it out.
That's amazing.
And I'm basically I'm gonna leave the late pledges open basically until the 11th hour sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
So anyone who wants to jump on, we can send them out.
That totally makes sense. And then I'm seeing that you already even have, if you sort of follow your profile, you've got links for upcoming issue 3.
Yep, issue 3 that we've started. We've got some cover artwork to continue that story as well. Yeah.
How many issues is it going to be?
Okay, well, this is basically an ongoing. It's going to be an ongoing book. As I said.
Okay.
I've got so many ideas, so many character ideas. I've got friends with their own comic books that we'd love to do team ups with. I'm also obsessed with public domain superheroes and things like that as well. So this is going to just keep going as long as people want to keep reading them. This actual story arc with the Wizard of Oz attacking Struggletown is a 3-issue arc. But apart from that, every issue is really I've tried my hardest to write it as a done-in-one book that. If you're reading everything, okay, there's going to be a big X-Files style arc, but each individual issue should be a satisfying read in itself.
That's the goal, and that
that's what I
requires a
aim
lot
for.
of careful planning and structure. So
Yeah.
appreciate the hard work on that. And then you also have this one.
So this one is basically being an older guy myself. I've loved, like, for example, in Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. I've loved Old Man Logan, Old Man Hawkeye, Old Lady Harley Quinn. So I love all those sort of books, and so I've done a one shot, which is basically the final story of Knockaround Guy in 75 years in the future, and it's his final story as an old 75-year-old gorilla trying to save the world from the prehistoric death cult, which is actually a real life pro wrestling team here in Australia.
Oh, really?
So this green guy in the middle, he's called the Jurassic Punk, and he paints his face green with these sharp teeth painted on his face. He's got this big red mohawk, and they're a couple of professional wrestlers that I met here in Australia, and so I've built this universe around them where this post-apocalyptic Australia around them, where they've taken over the world, and basically Knockaround Guy in the future and his crew have to try and take him down.
That sounds cool. Oh my gosh! So you've got a lot of ideas, no question. I agree. You've got a lot of, but as long as there's a gorilla at the heart of it, I am all in. I will say that I am.
There'll
all
always
in.
be a gorilla there, man. I love them so much. And
Dude,
as I said, it was only ever supposed to be a one shot, but people seem to like it, and then I fell in love with the character even more the more I write him. And as long as people want him, I'll keep making him.
Tim, there's a bunch of like gorillas in comics, but I haven't heard of one quite like what you're describing, where he's kind of just a normal average guy with his own issues. And it kind of takes something serious and makes it like not quite as depressing because you've added this gorilla element to it. So I think that's awesome.
Definitely. And I think by from people I've spoken to, making him into a gorilla, and not making him into either an Australian guy, an American guy, a black guy, a white guy, whatever. People can sort of see beyond that and relate to the character. That's what I've found anyway, and that was really not intentional. I just wanted to write a fun gorilla character, but I'm so glad that he does seem to resonate with a lot of people.
I think it sounds so fun. And so if you jump into these campaigns, like I'd never heard of this before. So would I be able to get like issue 1 as well?
Yes, issue 1's definitely there as an add-on.
Okay. That's all
issue
I was curious
1
about, is if it had add-ons.
Yeah, and issue 1's a double-sized issue.
With
it's basically a small anthology with 6 short stories in it.
Really?
Sorry, you've got one 22-page story and then another 5 short stories in it. All focusing on Knockaround Guy, teaming up with my other character, Cthulhu Williams, the Monster Hunter. And it's actually been pretty successful, the first issue. In 2023, it won the Australian Shadow Awards for Best Graphic Novel. It also won the Best Graphic Novel at the New York Science Fiction and Horror Film Festival. And then last year, it won the Best written work that's not a screenplay at the New Orleans Scream Queen Film Festival. So it's been pretty successful. It's not really a horror, but I think the horror people sort of latched onto it because in that first issue specifically, there's a lot of monsters and he's a monster hunter and all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
But so the first issue of this team-up book has been very successful, and a couple of the one-shots that we've done before we started with this has won a few awards around the place as well.
That sounds fun, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. Let's see. I was just sort of like, it sounded exciting, so I'm like looking through like what the different options are, and you've got a lot of different types of bundles. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that more carefully when I'm not like distracted by hosting.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Is it okay to ask like what you do outside of this, or are comics like full time? Like,
no, comics aren't quite full time. I'm basically a boring government office worker by day.
That's not boring.
Okay, so
we need more of those here. We're at the point where we're like we have certain problems. Let's just say I wouldn't like to take a flight right now.
Yeah,
So
no.
thank you for keeping things running.
Yeah, look, my job's my specific job is pretty dry. It's a lot of numbers and all this sort of stuff. So I really need creative outlets.
Beautiful.
Off the clock sort of things. So yeah.
Then that just makes me even happier that like you found this creative outlet that seems to be resonating with other people. It sounds interesting to me. Gorilla My Dreams. It's a great title. It's a great character. Tim, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us about it.
Oh man, thank you so much for having me. I've only just discovered you and your work a couple of months ago.
Okay.
I was talking to someone about my gorilla comics, and they were like, this dude comic tropes likes gorillas.
That's true.
So start paying attention to his stuff. So yeah, I've been a fan for just a couple of months now, and I'm really
that's so
excited
nice of you.
at the chance to jump on board. So thank you very much for doing this, man.
No, thank you for that.
Everyone.
And I just got to say, I think you are the bigger gorilla fan, but I love the idea of what you're doing to donate a little bit of money to a gorilla sanctuary. I think that's lovely. That's really, really nice.
Thanks heaps, man. I really appreciate that.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Awesome, dude. You too.
Take care.
See you, mate.
That one was unique. That was so cool. All right. Let's see what else. We've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 people that are patiently waiting. So I got to keep going. Let's have on Brian, who I always think of as Brian LCS, because that's just what your screen name is. But it's nice to see you, Brian. How are you, sir?
I am well. What a great night. What a big turnout.
A lot of great guests, a lot of amazing comics being discussed. I'll just say, folks, if you're not aware, Brian also has a YouTube channel, and he's created a comic book YouTuber basically awards every year. But what are you here to talk about tonight, Brian?
So not that I don't have other things going on. I've decided to do my own comic book. We did our first Kickstarter last year.
Okay.
But it was successful, and we're back for issue 2 of The Doctor.
Did you put a link in the private chat that I can grab?
It's right there.
Yep, I see it. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll pull that up so that we're all on the same page. But who is the Doctor?
So the Doctor is a doctor. He's a psychiatrist who helps superheroes or superpowered mutants. He helps them with their their daily lives, the things outside of being a superhero that they may run into, right? The normal day-to-day stuff, the normal stress and BS that we all kind of deal with. So
he's a psychiatrist or something?
Yes.
Yep,
Psychiatrist who he basically runs a support group, and all of his group members are like I said, superheroes. And so,
but do they like wear their costumes or?
So what they do is it's actually kind of detailed in issue 1 of the book. He uses some technology to help mask, to cover their identity, even outside of their normal superhero identity, so that they don't run into any conflicts of interest in the meetings.
That makes sense. Your artist, let's see, David Rodriguez. How'd you meet David Rodriguez?
So David was new on issue 2.
Okay.
Amazing artist. So he did the art, he did the coloring, and the actual lettering as well. So kind of a triple threat.
And that's
just
a lot.
Yeah, really, really happy with the artwork, and the coloring. I mean, just so we have the complete book is done.
Oh, good.
So it's basically ready to go to printer once to print once we're done with the campaign in about 9 days now.
Yeah, I see that. Are you going to accept late pledges too?
Yeah, we'll have late pledges set up, like I said, it's pretty much the book is completely done. It's just going to go to printer right after the campaign ends.
That makes sense. What inspired you to finally make a comic after, being related in some way to comics for a while? Like, what was the impetus to finally make one?
I mean, I've been reading and collecting books since the 80s, as a young kid. And I actually had studied film and television production in college, and I always wanted to work in the film industry or television and help, produce a show or a film. But that never happened along the way, kind of went in a different career path. But, when I got back into collecting a few years ago, being able to produce a comic book was similar to producing a film or a television show. You're producing a story, and you're, as the writer creator, directing visually what people will see on the pages. So,
right.
And it's a lot less expensive than to produce a film or a TV show. So.
True, but of course there are still costs, right? Like the talent
yes.
to the production and everything. I mean, yeah, like now you have to all of a sudden be the guy that handles all of that, not just the fun stuff.
Right, exactly. So yeah, a little bit of a learning curve, with issue 1, and new to never crowdfunded anything before. But it's been a good process, and I think that the thing I learned too is that other creators are very generous with their time, and will offer you suggestions, things to do. And that was one of the advice that I got about maybe self-funding the artwork up front so that you can deliver the book very quickly after the campaign ends.
I've heard of that. Yeah. I can understand the logic there.
Yeah. So I had issue 1, which we backed, was backed and fully printed. So it's great to be able to,
like? What kind of response did you get, Brian?
We had a good response, obviously having, backing from the comic book community on YouTube. A lot of people jumped on board. And I think people too are generally a little bit more willing to back maybe a first project or a first issue. So
I think a lot of people are willing to take a chance in this environment, but fortunately, you do have a following to a degree. I mean, you've got like YouTube, you've got like, a community that you're engaged with.
Right. Yeah. So that, having that built-in community, certainly really helped. And then even just from a promotion standpoint, right? Having others mentioning it on YouTube or Instagram, just really spreading the word out is the biggest challenge, I think, for any of the small indie creators, is just really spreading the word, right? Right.
So let's see. So you've already got all the art done basically on this thing?
Yep. Like I said, it's completely done. We're ready to go. Really just from the Kickstarter is really just to help fund the printing of the book and maybe recoup some of the cost. But then on to issue 3. The story is kind of an ongoing story, and
okay.
With the setup of the story with the doctor and his group, it gives me the opportunity to bring in new characters or new problems that they may deal with. So I like the setup because it can be pretty flexible in the, like I said, the topics or the characters that we're dealing with.
That makes sense. Let me ask, is the doctor proactively sort of going out into the world and solving problems, or is his way of sort of being proactive, is his way like actually solving the problems of his group?
Yeah, no, he's focused on the problems of the group and helping helping those that are in the group.
Yeah.
But he's got he's got a little bit of a past and some things that he's dealing with as well. So
that's fair. How long? So this will be an ongoing?
Yeah, so right now we're going to do 3 issues. Issue 3 we kind of wrap up this story arc, the first story arc, and then kind of go from there. I do have some other ideas, some other story ideas. This is kind of kickstarted some other stories that I'd like to tell. So I may do a one shot of another story after this.
Okay.
Yeah, and then come back, and we're establishing some other characters within the first 3 issues that could maybe be in the future used for their own stories, or like a spin-off. But certainly don't want to get ahead of myself. Focus on wrapping up the first 3 issues and kind of go from there.
It's just nice sometimes to know what somebody's goals and ambitions are with the project, and obviously you've got 2 issues done, man. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Like that's
yeah. I mean, that's what I had said to somebody.
That you can show people.
Right. Exactly. I mean, if it doesn't go any further than 2 issues, I still have 2 issues of a book that I created, and I physically have the book, so it's a win-win already, right?
I mean, you've already passed your minimum goal. You've got over a week left, and you can take late pledges. So, I mean, there's no reason to think that what you need right now. You're only going to have two points on a line. You need to make that 3rd issue to see if there's a trend at all. Right. Otherwise, you've just got 2 points, and that doesn't really tell you anything. So, I think we need to see at least 3 issues just to be clear.
Yes. Oh yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. You have to do. What else can we expect from you? You've got your channel and stuff. Anything coming up on that?
Yeah, just trying to. I do a live stream every other Saturday, so I'm actually live tomorrow morning, 10 Eastern. We do just kind of a catch up on the week in comics.
Right.
So, like I said, live tomorrow, and then I usually do one pre-recorded video a week now, kind of down to 1 video, something more topical on things that are going on in comic books. Whether the industry or maybe looking at something historically,
right.
in the medium. So
that's awesome, Brian. So here, I'll pull up just so that people can see your YouTube channel. So that's Brian LCS. And like he says, he's got his live streams. He's got his annual awards, like the Comic Book Community Awards, all sorts of shows. So
the awards will be kicking off in June. We kind of kick off the awards for this year.
That's really cool. And thanks for doing that. I think that helps build a really friendly, collaborative community. I think it's a net positive, and thank you for doing something like that.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. No, it's been fun. It's been this will be year 5 of the awards coming up. So
got it.
It's
That's
been
pretty
fun.
impressive. That's really cool. Continued success with the awards, with your channel, and with the Kickstarter. And I appreciate you taking some time to share it with all of us.
I appreciate the show and all the other creators and who have been on. It's been I saw it on IG this past week, and I was like, oh, I gotta get on.
I'm glad you did.
So
it's fun.
Really,
it's fun.
Really appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night.
Thanks. You too.
We're gonna keep things rolling with my next guest, Kadin, if I'm pronouncing that right. Am I?
Oh my gosh. Yes, you got it right.
Nailed it on the first try.
And how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you doing all right?
Yeah. I mean, I've been here for a while, but you've been live for almost 5 hours.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know what? I mean, I've gotten in some ways the easy part. All I'm doing is guiding the conversation a little bit. People like you that are being patient and sort of putting yourselves out there in some ways, that's to me more impressive.
But I don't normally do stuff like this, but I saw Comic Tropes was letting people come on to promote their comic, and I had to shoot my shot.
I love doing this. Well, thank you. First of all,
I can see why. There's so many cool people I didn't know existed that I now know about.
And just so you know, like, you're only seeing sort of what's live. late at night. East Coast is later, but there's going to be people that watch this once it's archived and will discover your comics. This is evergreen at a certain point. So I hope that this helps.
Well, we'll see.
What can you tell us about Loogie?
Loogie is the first comic I made, the only comic I've made thus far.
Okay.
I made it in 2024. It took me about a year to make it because
how many pages are we talking?
It's 48 pages. And
that's a lot. That's a lot, first of all.
Yeah.
Especially if it's your first time.
It's well, I did the writing, the line art, the coloring, the lettering, and it was a learning curve for sure. In fact, it's probably the hardest thing I've done. Like, it's just being real.
Is it really?
The amount of hours that went into it is insane.
This artwork, like here, so far, this is beautiful, though.
I appreciate that.
Do you have like a background studying art of any kind?
No, I've been studying myself for a few years, mostly through YouTube and books that I've read. And
okay,
at a certain point, I actually, if I'm being perfectly honest, I never felt like I was quite ready to draw a comic book.
No one.
But I've got several friends who were like, "Just do it now." And I'm glad I took their advice because it took so long. And like, I am not the same artist I was at the beginning of it that I am at the end of it, if that makes sense.
It makes 1,000% sense. As somebody that like also is not a very fast artist but draws all the time, I get it. Like I totally get it. It's and every day you feel like you're getting a little bit better, and so like it becomes a little harder to look at what you've already created. But I don't know. Personally, I don't look back too much at either things that I've drawn or say like in the case of YouTube, I don't look at like old episodes. I just learn something from it and move forward.
I try to cut myself some slack when I look at stuff and say, ooh, I could have drawn that arm differently. But I'm like, that was what I did then. Even if it wasn't the very best I could do on that day, like eventually you just have to get it out, Like comics is you can lose yourself in the weeds if you just focus on the creation process. You really have to publish something eventually.
I think so too. The biggest opposition to creativity is just sort of not doing anything. And it's so easy to not do anything. This is so impressive. Yeah, almost 50 pages of story, but give us a little bit of an idea. Like, I mean, we've got slime, we've got Loogie. Like, is this about somebody with like snot powers, or what am I supposed to
kind of? One of my favorite descriptions of Loogie's powers is she's like Green Lantern but worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she has control over her snot hair, so she can kind of make it take different shapes. She's
snot
not
hair.
Yeah, it's slime hair. It's not actual snot.
Yeah.
But so she can make it take the form of a fist and punch other people with it and bounce herself around. Yeah,
what kind of a person is she, like personality wise?
I can give you a rundown. I have a sentence right here, conveniently. It's Loogie is a lonely slime girl who gets hooked on pro wrestling, watching old VHS tapes in post-apocalyptic world. So what she does is she builds her own wrestling ring out of like junkyard scraps, and then she captures people that are just traveling through the wasteland, and then like forces them to wrestle her because that's what her passion is.
She forces them to wrestle her.
Yeah, because she's she loves the game, and so these two people who are on their own separate mission kind of get sidetracked by Loogie. I mean, she's the titular character, but she's also the obstacle in this first issue.
That's amazing. That's so different. Oh my gosh. That's a really cool forced perspective dynamic angle that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think I was overcompensating.
No.
I can't draw very well, so I'm going to draw these cool angles.
Oh, I think you're being quite modest. Like I always look at a few things when I'm seeing somebody's art. I'm looking at like hands and I'm looking at like faces. I'm seeing a lot of expression. I'm seeing a lot of consistency of like the design, and these hands are really well done.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I think you're being modest, but that's okay.
Well, people seem to like it quite a bit. I already kickstarted it, and unfortunately, I ended late pledges like 2 days ago because I'm starting to fulfill it, ship the comics out. But
Okay.
it did really well, like surprisingly well on Kickstarter. Almost 600 backers and over $20,000 raised.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
I'm still astonished by it. So
you're being way too modest, Kadin. Like it may have taken you a while, but you finished it and you delivered it with care. This is utterly original. Like this is so. I love it. I love it. This is one of the most original things I've heard tonight.
yeah, feel free to click through it. About half of the comic is free on Global Comics.
Okay.
If you have a subscription, you can go further. I don't mind personally if people see it.
I don't want to give too much of it away because, like, you know, you're selling it and stuff. In fact, can people get like late pledges on Kickstarter?
No, I just ended them like a couple days ago.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but they'll be available again. I will do another Kickstarter, and then you can get the first issue if you want. Or if you have a subscription on Global Comics, you can read it right now. No problem.
Okay. Where should people follow you for like updates on like when you have things to sell and like new art and stuff like that?
I am kind of retreating from all social media at the moment because, in my opinion, there are no good ones. But
yeah,
I'm still very active on Twitter despite my attempts. So.
No, I get you. I get that. And I would say that like, I don't really enjoy social media anymore. I use it to promote and I try to engage by like, you know, maybe showing something fun or funny and cute and interesting. But I agree.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like I like interacting with the people that interact with me, but otherwise it's become such a time sink and I feel bad. And I don't know. I'm not really digging it. I am loving Discord though. Shout out to Travis Gibb. He has created a community of comic book creators on Discord, and that's where I spend most of my social media time these days.
That's
and
fair.
honestly, I owe a great thanks to that for the success of Loogie because that's where I learned almost everything that I know about crowdfunding. Is just from other people who have been doing it longer than I have, like
that's so nice.
Charlie Stickney. I don't know if you know of him.
No, I guess I don't.
I learned a lot from him. Pat Shand, he's on Kickstarter a lot.
Are you going to make more of this now that you see that, like, you know, there is an audience?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love to go the distance and make as many as I can.
Because you said that you did everything on this, including the colors, right?
Yeah, I did everything, even the lettering, which I probably shouldn't have. That's probably the weakest point.
Yeah, lettering is tricky. You know, lettering, good lettering is it's tricky.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, like, when you decided to do this, like, what programs did you decide to use?
I am a diehard, a ride or die with Clip Studio Paint. I love
Clip
that
Studio
program.
Paint.
Yeah, I did almost everything in Clip Studio Paint, including like formatting the PDF for print. I did it in Clip Studio Paint.
Most of my friends these days use that over Photoshop, and it looks so good. Like, but I just haven't like had any like taken the time to like watch videos on how to use it. So I still like use Adobe more out of just like, okay, well, I just know how to use this. You know what I mean?
Yep. I understand completely because I got a tablet recently, and so I want to learn all the new software on there. But that learning curve is such a friction point for me.
Yeah.
I don't want to go through it.
Yeah, but a lot of people are saying that they also like Clip Studio, including I think Gavin says he's drawing Action Comics on it right now, so that's pretty cool.
Nice.
That's really. I think you've got something pretty special here.
I linked the Kickstarter page.
Let me pull it up. I would love to see that.
It's not live anymore, but it has more pages you could look at without fear of spoiling anything.
Oh, perfect. Okay, let me figure this out. I'm just going back through the private chat to find the link.
It should be. Oh wait, never. I guess it didn't get both links. My bad. It's not in. There's no link to it in the chat.
Oh, there isn't. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
What was it under? Maybe I can find it.
It's just called Loogie on Kickstarter. You can probably find it if a simple search.
Yeah, let me take a quick look. There it is. I found it. Oops, hold on. Need to present it again. I closed the window. I know what I'm doing. I'm a pro.
I tripped you up a little bit.
You missed out on this project. Okay, so
what? It won't let you look.
It won't let me see it. It won't let me see it. All right, fair enough.
That's crazy.
What a jerk.
I've never seen that before because I always look at old projects and see what they're.
I know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Huh.
That is
Okay.
that is just fun though. Look at that cover. Is there any reason why she goes around with a snorkel?
Yeah, because it's so that when she covers herself up in her own hair,
Yeah.
she can still breathe.
That's what I was thinking, but I just didn't know for sure. That's hilarious.
You're spot on. Yeah, her ultimate move would be like going full body with the slime and like using it as like more of like a mech suit.
Yes.
She's got to have some way to breathe.
Oh man, I don't even need to know yet, like any origin or anything for the powers. It doesn't matter. Because as soon as there's like a cool design and a cool power set, that overrides the explanation. Like if there's an explanation, that's great. I think this sounds like fun. So she's in a post-apocalyptic world, and she likes to force people to wrestle her because she's into pro wrestling.
Yep. And that gets you about halfway through it. And then the stakes of this pro wrestling match is she wants to force those two people that you see in the beginning to just watch her favorite movie with her.
She needs friends.
She needs friends. She's a lonely girl. And she doesn't know how to make friends the right way.
Kadin, I think you've got something very special here, to be honest. And take your time, because if it comes out looking like this, I'm willing to wait.
I appreciate that.
You
Maybe
don't-
I can ask you a question.
Please.
This has been on my mind today. I was listening to a talk from Jack Conte about discoverability. And you've been on YouTube for so long and in the sphere of comics. And I feel like comics in particular has a very, very low ceiling when it comes to like reach on platforms like YouTube and TikTok.
Sure.
You're above that ceiling, in my opinion, just by the way. Like not many people even get that high. But
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, like, how do you do that? Like, what tips would you recommend? Like, what gets people to look at you in the comic sphere of YouTube?
There's a few things I think that I could recommend that would translate to other, honestly, creative fields as well. One is just consistency, as long as you sort of keep putting stuff out on a regular basis. And while I've slowed down lately compared to what I used to be, when I started for the first several years, it was every week on Sunday I had an episode.
Wow.
So people could it was reliable, and it would like grow. After that, you have to hook people. And I would say that you can be more honest about how you hook somebody with like the comic you create, because it just is what it is. Okay. Whereas like for a YouTube video, I'm trying to hook them with like a thumbnail and a title. And so you have to go a little clickbaity, like, why did this book fail? And then you're like, well, it didn't sell that well, but it actually was really cool.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It does. It feels so hard to lead with your own project because nobody knows what it is yet. But that's what you want to tell
I
them.
agree. And I think, to some degree, you create your own opportunities, is what I'll say. Like if you create a good product, maybe not that many people see it, but a few of them that see it will like it, and they'll be in a better position to help you. And there are kind people out there. And
That's true.
like, for instance, one of the first people that was like watching my show was, he was already very popular on YouTube. a guy named Harry Partridge that does cartoons.
Yes.
And
you mentioned him earlier in the stream.
Yeah, he just created his own first comic, actually. But, you know, he's popular on YouTube for that. But he liked my show, and he would promote it here and there to his audience, and that, like, helped boost me. So
did he make your intro?
He did. I hired him and paid him to do that, but yes.
That's awesome.
So I've just always also, like, you know, like, worked off of that theory. Like, you know, I guess you can't help everybody, but you have to be open to being kind and nurturing to other people. And you never know, like, maybe that will, like, maybe, you know, boost them way above you, and they'll be able to help you. So I think it's just about being kind and putting out the best product that you can be proud of and passionate about. And if you're like proud and passionate of it, probably somebody else will be too.
All right. So basically put yourself out there to create enough surface area to where you might find an opportunity in an unexpected way.
Yeah, I think it'll just be like, you know, someone out there is willing to help you that can. You just have to hope they find you. And if you keep putting yourself out there, you're giving yourself that opportunity to be discovered. I know that's vague, but
No,
I
get it.
I really
That makes
think
sense.
that, like, you know, if you, it's also just sort of like not taking no. Like, if your initial response to something is not a huge response, but you're like, I think that this is a good idea, and y'all are crazy, and you keep putting it out there, somebody that likes it will see it and put it in front of a bigger audience.
True. And
That's
you
what I
never know who of your peers are going to land you that opportunity too. So it's good to make as many friends as possible. And I bring that up because I want to mention that I've been friends with a couple people you've had on tonight.
Oh, okay.
They're both great people. CJ, the one with the hunters, and then
Yes.
Daniel, who had the Jewish representative of Superman in the 1900s.
Yes.
Cool guys.
Awesome. See, you guys are each doing your own thing. Maybe one of you takes off before the others. Try not to be jealous. Just try to, like, be supportive and encouraging and be like, that's good for you. And if you don't break that, like, friendship, if that's a real friendship, at some point they're going to, like, you know, like, reach down and be like, and I also think that you should meet blah, blah, blah. You know, that's
Totally.
what I see happen. I think that comics is a small world. Okay. There's not
really
that
is.
many people. You can
Which is
very
also
easily get a
scary
bad
because it can sour against you pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen to a couple people.
Yeah. And I just, you know, who needs to go that direction?
You seemed pretty interested in Loogie. If you'd like, I can send you a PDF for free. You can read it, or a comic even.
I would never, like, ask for free stuff, but I'm sincerely interested. I think that this looks awesome. I think that this looks so good, and it's just completely original.
I really appreciate that. I'm flattered that you like it.
Best of luck. I'm glad that your first Kickstarter went well. I hope that you get some more followers over on Global Comics, and that the next thing you put out is even bigger.
Thank you, man.
Have a great weekend, okay?
You too, and have a great rest of the stream. I'll be
I
watching.
appreciate it. Thanks, Kadin. That every once in a while, like, I like everything I see tonight. I do. And every once in a while, one of them just, I don't know, you know, it tickles my pleasure centers and it excites me. And this is definitely one of them. So that's really cool. I'm excited to read more of Loogie. And I wouldn't have thought so with the title, I have to say. But then I was like looking, like hearing the premise and seeing the art. Yeah. Oh, we probably will be going for a while longer. I planned for it to be long. So yeah, it's just going to be a long night, and that's okay. I'm going to bring in somebody that I've talked to before, actually. Rotalin.
Hi, Chris. Looking sharp.
Trying to be respectful of my guests, I decided to dress up a little. The
And
last minute,
succeeding.
I was like, well, I am eating a little, yes. But I have to survive.
That's the good kind. That's the good fries.
Oh, they're pretty good. They're cold now, but they taste good.
Well,
what do you have to talk about with us tonight?
Well, First, I gotta do my mandatory bootlicking. First with Loogie, that looked awesome. Love that. So cool.
Very good. A lot
And
of stuff tonight looks good.
yeah, definitely a bunch of stuff. I was like, I gotta get on that. That's so cool.
Oh my gosh, yes. I'm so excited to check out so many books after tonight.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great service you put on.
I hope it helps. I've seen it help some people, but you can only help yourself. Or I think ultimately you help yourself. So like anybody that's willing to talk tonight, they're sort of putting themselves out there. They're sharing their story about themselves, what's behind like the need to make this story, and I think that's the stuff that people connect with is getting to hear somebody's story of why they wanted to make this comic. Yeah, so
definitely.
Do you have new stuff online these days?
Yeah, I put up well, in your last stream, there was a couple of guys talking about global comics, and
yes.
I watched stuff on VHS and I listened to vinyl records, so I didn't know what that was. I was like, oh, there's comics on the funny TV that plays a bunch of. Anyways, I put some stuff on Global Comics.
You did?
Yeah,
What name is it under?
It's Funny Books and Giggles.
Okay.
I wanted to be a good guest and put a link, but I didn't know if it was in the chat or in some way.
Well, I've got a private chat there that you can drop it into. I can also try to look on just Global Comics for Funny Books and Giggles and see if I can pull it up. Funny Books and I see. Hold on, I almost had it. There. Yep. Oh, okay. Give me a sec. I'm going to pull up what I think is yours. Yes.
Yeah, that is that.
I thought so. So you've got the Rebellious Raccoon Girl, the Truly Believable Indies. That's the one that I've seen before.
Yes.
Issue 1 and 2. Yes.
Yeah, it's issue 1 and the 5-page sample of issue 2.
And you
I'm
put
in
some of this stuff up real recently, just this month.
Yeah.
What's the response been like?
We got a couple hundred views. One guy subscribed to Raccoon Girl, so I gotta put some other. I gotta get to work. I gotta put some Raccoon Girl.
Let's see. Let's see what we can see. Am I going to get in trouble if I go too far?
No, there's no boobies. There's no.
Okay. That's fun. Taking it back to the classic debut of Robin.
Yep.
But with Raccoon Girl. What did you do to make this dot matrix pattern for the background?
It's called it's True Grit Texture Supply.
Oh, okay.
They sell patches for your drawing software. There's a bunch of them.
What you're doing? Like, do they also have one for this just sort of like paper texture that you've got?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I got the I don't remember the name. It's a vintage comic bundle.
Yeah. I don't even need like the specific name. I'm just curious because I think it adds some visual interest to everything. I like that. Oh, it fades out a little bit there for like but you've still got the paper texture. So, how many of these will you make?
How many issues of Raccoon Girl you mean? I at least have the idea for a second issue. Let me. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here. Let me change the angle to this so that people can see a little better.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Versus Pizza Cult.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a parody of They Live.
Oh, right on.
So they're like guys that their head are like pizza slice, and they put on Groucho Marx glasses to blend among us. And then Raccoon Girl's like, wait a minute.
Who are some of your influences aside from, say, Mike Allred?
Because
he's one, right?
Yeah, definitely. Mike Allred's my numero uno.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I love it.
Anything else that like
Michel
inspires you?
Fife is a big influence on me.
Okay.
Who does the Copra.
Yes.
And Jim
He's great.
LaFood, Jimmy Jams.
Oh, I know
the
Jimmy Jams a
Chocolate
little
Milk
bit.
Bandit.
That's awesome. Those are some great outsider artists.
Trying to think. Chris Samney, love his stuff.
Really? Yeah. That's beautiful. Like super super classic, I would call his artwork. Reminds me of stuff, the clean stuff like Alex Toth or something like that.
Yeah. Alex Toth is one I'm pretty I'm very much into also, and Daniel Warren Johnson, I love it.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. So dynamic. So exciting.
And
what else have you got in the works? Issue 2 of Raccoon Girl at this point?
Not yet. I'm in forgive me. I'm stuttering a bit. I'm in the lettering process of the Truly Believable Indies #2.
Oh, you're in the lettering process.
Yeah,
What do you like to use for that?
It's
Oh, you do it by hand.
Yeah.
What
yes, sir.
What kind of pens or brushes do you like to use?
Well, it's exclusively with it's a Micron 1-inch, I believe.
Yeah,
it's
the thick one.
The thick one. Now it's very blunt. It's not pointy at all.
Here, I'll show folks what some of the lettering looks like. So that's all hand done.
Yep.
Do you use like any templates for like the balloons themselves, or is that all just by hand?
The circle, I have a circle template, but the other ones I tried. Jim Ruggs said, well, here you go. Jim Ruggs, another big inspiration of mine.
Oh, sure.
But he said he used French curve to do his bubbles.
Yeah.
And I tried that, and I wasn't. I couldn't pull it off, so I do like the Silver Age DC Comics type of bubbles.
I get that.
No, they're like no, I trace around the letters.
Yep. It's yours though. That's what's cool about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I like that.
Not lettering straight on the page. What did you say? Sorry.
I'm a big nerd for good lettering and hand-drawn
me
lettering.
too.
I like it.
Yeah, I love it.
I like this.
Really wanted to
Yeah, I like the sound
thanks.
effect.
That's that's straight on the page, and my other projects I definitely all lettered on the page. The Raccoon Girl thing I lettered on the page.
Oh, okay.
And future issues of the indies I'll letter straight on the page, because it's kind of, I'd be done if it wasn't for that. Everything would be done.
Oh, really? Is that the part that's taking you the longest?
Well, it's not that it's the longest, but it's another, it's another school I have to go to.
I get it. I get it.
After
I'm glad that
know,
you're doing it with your own hand drawn. You've got good penmanship. It's
thanks.
nice.
Thank you.
There's a really nice roundness to your letters.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. What are you? What part of the whole creative process do you have the most fun with? Is it like the writing, the illustrating, the effects? What do you like the most?
I love doing the effects, but illustrating definitely is the. But writing is not really a part of the process because I have the story in my head. I do a layout. I do a page, and eventually I have an idea of what the characters are gonna say. So now that I'm lettering the whole shebang, I'm for the first time knowing what specifically the character is saying. Because that wasn't a.
I definitely prefer your hand lettering to the digital stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
So I think it's a great move. I'm happy.
Yeah, thank you. Because the first issue, I think it's I don't like it. I think it's so bad because I was resisting my style, was resisting the fact that I'm cartoony, even though I love cartoony artists, but I was resisting arrest, Chris.
That's fair. That's fair. Look, all I can say is don't look back too much. Just go like, what I liked, what I didn't like. I'll keep that in mind. Use it for whatever I make next. That's my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe if I do like a trade paperback of a couple when I'm a couple issues in the indies, I might redo it because it's kind of jarring the difference between the two styles.
Yeah, I can understand that impulse. Well, but it can also show, the growth, and that's kind of nice too. But I understand the concern. Whatever you decide is the right way.
It's. I don't want to do it now because I, gotta, I gotta get shit done.
Yep. Hey, I'm happy to see that you're still making stuff. You're making stuff that you care about. You're doing every aspect of it, and that you just uploaded it to like this site to share it with even more people. I hope that this helps get you a bigger and bigger following.
Yeah,
I
it's
hope that
fun.
you have fun.
Yeah, I have fun. It's cool
Good.
to not have. It's cool that they're not just in my drawer picking up dust and people can read them. That's pretty fun.
Exactly.
Eventually I want to the second issue of the indies I want to get print.
You should.
I'm getting there. I only have the learning to do, and then there's something I want to show you. The last time I was on this show, I wanted to show you something and I forgot, and I beaten myself up for it.
Okay.
My partner in crime, Jacob Norris, we're both fans of Mad Men.
Yeah.
And he does a book called Phantom-esque. That's how I came. That's how I was a fan of his, and I contacted him because on his book the back cover was another artist doing his character.
Okay.
Like Mad Men has, he has Frank Frazetta and stuff. So I asked him, could you do my characters on my back cover? So that'll be the back cover of issue 2.
That looks really nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm super happy about it.
You should be. That's very cool. I love it when comics can connect people like that and they can collaborate, and it's just the most fun.
Yeah, now we have like Skype session. We draw and we have some projects together. Want to do like a comic with the public domain superheroes. Yep,
There's a lot out there.
He was like, do you want to do that? I was like, I'm doing a Bulletman and Bullet Girl thing instantly.
Very cool.
And he's like, I pick Stardust. Oh, all right.
Oh yeah, that's a good choice. Oh, crazy comic. Well, you got to keep checking in and letting us know like what you create and letting us see the journey as you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, man.
It's always fun. I'm happy to see what you're making, and I'm just wishing you all the success in the world.
Thank you. Can I have 30 seconds more of your?
Yes, I think that's a reasonable request. What do you want to share
Thank
with
you.
us?
Thank you, sir.
What do
when
we
I'm
got?
done with D&D's number 2, I'm doing my anthology thing. Mixed bag, fanzine without a crew.
Yep.
I'll have a one-pager with Black Terror waiting to kill some poor.
That looks good. I can see like I love what you've done with all the blacks on that.
Thank you. Love
That is
Frank
rock
Miller
solid.
too, of course. There's my, trash movie bonanza in the making. Blueberry, Short Kill, the exploitation comic strip.
Thank you.
By the way, the step up to the streets was awesome.
Thank you for watching. We had a lot of fun with that.
And there's Kill the Decalissure and the Star Bailers. And that's page 1 of Baron Chandelier.
Baron Chandelier?
Yeah, he's like my Candyman or Pinhead. So when I was waiting in line, I drew that's Kill the Decalissure.
Okay.
It's like half pink space barbarian, half humanoid cat rabbit.
Okay. Good.
That's Blueberry Short Kill.
Very cool.
And Baron Chandelier.
Baron Chandelier. Not bad.
Thanks.
Good name.
Thank you.
Rotalin, you're the best.
No, you're the best.
I don't know about all that, but thank you very much for your kindness, sir.
Thanks.
Have a great night.
You too.
Take care.
See ya.
That's some funny stuff. I really liked the indies. Let's see. Where did I leave off? I'm looking to see if I've got a link for the next person. Bear with me real quick, folks. I've got a lot to go through in this private chat, and it's all out of order. So, tell you what, instead of me just sitting here staring at the screen and muttering, I'll just welcome my guest first. Benjamin, how are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm having a good time talking comics. Like what's hard or difficult about that? It's fun. I think I just found your link. You've got a Kickstarter. We are Scarlet Twilight Cobalt Crisis Part 1. Yes?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay, that's it. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull this up. But tell us before we even get into this. Tell us a little bit about your background. What do you do in comics?
So I'm really an artist. I kind of came into the writing part of it on my own when I started getting the Kickstarter stuff and sort of wanted to make my projects a little more self-driven. And so I came up with a few ideas. My first one was August, which is a sci-fi series that's out with Red 5. In the early 2020s, I saw a lot of good Kickstarter stuff that was really fun and came with We Are Scarlet Twilight. So that was kind of my entrance to, like doing crowdfunding comics and getting into this world, which is really my primary focus now.
Got it. Let me pull this up real quick because it looks like you've got one coming up real soon.
Yeah.
We Are Scarlet Twilight, Cobalt Crisis, Part 1. Help break that title down for me. What am I taking out of all this?
So this is a sequel to We Are Scarlet Twilight, which is my previous Kickstarter. Did pretty well. It's essentially re-examination of Golden Age comics through a modern lens, and I was really happy with how it turned out. I wasn't sure I was going to revisit it until I had a really good idea. And one day I was reading a couple years ago, Crisis on Infinite Earth, and thought, yeah, actually I have a good idea about this now. I wanted to take something like Crisis or Secret Wars, but do it in a style that was reminiscent of the 1940s, the Golden Age of comics. So to me, that was enough for it to be worth doing. And I thought that was a really good way to take all the tropes you see in Crisis or Secret Wars, which is like character deaths, really big transformations, or even characters coming in from other worlds, and do that through the lens of the Golden Age. I thought, okay, that's cool. That's something we haven't seen before, and that makes it worth doing. Because I was kind of ready to like not do anything more with this character. And when I had that idea, I thought, okay, that was enough. That was enough to make it worth doing. And I think doing that in that sort of combination of like the pulpy Golden Age atmosphere with some of the tropes we're familiar with made it, I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a really good thing to follow along with.
The artwork is absolutely incredible. I'll just say that, like it looks gorgeous. It's beautiful. So yeah, and that's an interesting contrast with sort of like the big event laden, you know, people will live, people will die, nothing will ever be the same. But like taking those Golden Age characters that honestly, in my opinion, like they didn't really change or evolve too much. That's an interesting contrast there.
Well, that's the shame. And that particular thing you've got on screen now is a really close pickup of a Crisis on Infinite Earth's house ad from the 80s.
Yeah.
That I really just kind of repurposed to be a little bit more 1940s, but with a little bit of a modern edge. And and I kind of wanted to do that. But I think the really cool thing about Crisis, and I've done a lot of research on that since, I was actually just reading an interview with Marv Wolfman last week, where he was talking about Crisis. And he said, you know, I didn't think Crisis would be that remembered.
Right.
I thought that it would be sort of a footnote into what it led to. People would be really interested in what happened with Superman after that, or Hawkman after that.
Right.
They didn't think that Crisis would be that big a deal.
It was definitely designed to be functional at the time. You know, it was to tell like us. It was like, yeah, it was specifically just to justify changing things. But the story itself has been pretty memorable ever since.
No, it really does. I mean, have a lot of things that were, I think, accidentally super memorable and super, like, I would even say iconic. The way the Flash went out, like they were in that same interview, he was like, well, they were just going to like phase out the Flash. They didn't really care about him. So I just thought, oh, cool. We'll give him a good exit. And I think that revitalized the character. And I think that's something that's kind of the first, I would say, like a really big two event that that started the thing that, you know, they wanted to recreate that, but also revitalize those characters. And it made those, like, everything about it really strong.
It's funny, isn't it? Like what we can learn from hindsight, because I think you've got such a great point there, Benjamin, where honestly, this was a big part of the 80s. I don't think that the people that owned some of these things, both the comics and other things I was exposed to at the time, like, you know, I loved the Transformers cartoon, and then they'd like kill off the main character, Optimus Prime, in the cartoon. They didn't realize that it would have like weight to it for those of us that grew up with it. You're totally right. You know, like Flash dying, that was epic. It was executed well. And now we have the hindsight of saying, like, no, that this stuff does have weight and merit. And what if we went in with that knowledge? Like, what could we create with that knowledge? It's amazing to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that example you brought up is perfect, because I think it's sort of a self-fulfilling thing. When they talked about Optimus Prime and killing him off in that movie, I think the specific thing they said in the documentary I watched about the movie was, in a memo about the toys, was like, we need to sever the relationships that the kids have with Optimus Prime.
Right.
And that's the only reason they killed him off. I think he became iconic because they killed him off.
Exactly. He might have just fizzled out like a million other cartoon and toys do. But instead we were like, whoa, I didn't expect him to go away. I want him back. And they're like,
it is one of my earliest memories of going to that movie theater, sneaking in candy because my mom would not pay for the movie theater candy price. And then watching Optimus Prime, my hero, being brutally beaten to death. That's horrible in some ways, but also I think that's why Transformers is kind of the top of the line 80s cartoon when we look back on it with nostalgia lenses, because we have that sort of weird connection to it. That was a traumatic memory in some ways. So
I do too.
I think that's to tie that back into Crisis. I think that they didn't understand what they had there. They come home by accident, and Marv Wolfman, I think, had a really good reflection on it. He's like, I just thought we were kind of doing housekeeping, but we came upon some really iconic stuff that became the foundation for further crossovers, for further Big Two events.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it would be so fun to look at that stuff and do it in a different way. The plot of this book, it's going to be 8 issues. The first 2 issues are going to be in this campaign that's up for pre-launch now.
Okay.
But it was kind of weird that, like, I looked at that. There's a lot of good tropes there. There's a lot of good things we like to see, but I thought it wouldn't necessarily be that much fun to just redo them. And I kind of had an idea to do it like kind of like a Flash Gordon cartoon or something like that was just a little bit more outer space, but very earnest. And I thought, it's not really good enough to do. When the Crisis thing came into it, I thought, okay, that's a good re-examination of these tropes. That's a good reason to do this series. And I had a lot of fun writing the series, and it's completely written.
About how big is it that we're talking?
It's going to be 8 issues. They're going to be 20 story pages a piece. So that long. There's going to be a ton of extras because I do way more work than I ought to do on these. And I'm the artist too. So I do a ton of designs, a ton of, other stuff that you're going to get in the background there. So and that's the other thing about that was that if you read Crisis, it sort of ends like 3 times.
That's the only thing. You're right. It's got a weird bit of structure to it where they have to keep going up against an enemy.
Yeah, the same enemy, and he's like, wait, we killed him. Oh wait, he's kind of still alive. So
it's a little weird.
Yeah, and I kind of I do need a little more room. I look at my Excel sheets for the pages, and I'm like, I would like a little more room, but I think the pacing needs to be 8 issues. It needs to really have that type of momentum. So I'm really pumped about how it's going to take shape, and also like really the surprises I want to bring into this. The one of the really cool things. Oh yes, that is my art. I'm the writer and the artist and the letterer and the Kickstarter designer. I do everything about this, except
it's a lot to take on.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think it's kind of nice in the sense that I can readjust things, and if I'm drawing stuff out, and I know you're an artist as well. So when you have an idea, if it's not working out, and you assign it to someone else, you kind of have to stick with it. But if you're the one drawing it, you can make adjustments and kind of change it up.
Let me ask this.
Sure.
Crisis, and really any sort of event comic, can have a massive cast of characters, but we're talking about looking back at like what works and what doesn't and stuff like that. Have you created sort of a main character to be the through line throughout this whole thing?
Yeah, so the character you see here is Captain Lancet. He is our main character. And that is one of the things I really wanted that made this worth doing, was that if you look at Crisis, there's no main character. The Crisis in Infinite Earths or Secret Wars. It's about the universe. Yeah. And I thought it would kind of be good to go through that with one character as our main character.
I agree.
To have the pacing, the up and down. Yeah. And really follow that person along with the emotional arc they're going through. Okay. And I think that's not just good, I think, to focus on and make it easier for me as a writer, but I think it's easier to give those events that you see in those types of crossovers a little bit more gravity when you see it through the eyes of one person when you're on that arc, kind of the Luke Skywalker arc, where it's like, okay, I'm the farm boy, now I'm flying the X-Wing fighter. You're on that trip, and that's sort of roller coaster. I think giving it to one character makes it a little bit stronger, and that was one of the things I thought really made this worth doing, was to like, hey, let's give this type of like story, this epic arc, to one character. And if you look at movies that do with epic things like this, like Ben-Hur or something like that, they do follow one character.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of, something like that's what I wanted to do with this.
I'm of the opinion that like if you got like 20 characters and 2 or 3 of them die and the other 16, 17 just sort of keep going and they're like, boy, that sure was rough. It's not as impactful as if we've got one viewpoint character and these are his friends, colleagues, allies, enemies. And if that person loses people, now all of a sudden we've got like that touchstone. Like we've got like a point of view character that we can relate to and see the ups and downs of somebody going through something.
Well, Chris, I know you don't know my story, but you're spoiling a lot of it.
I'll shut up. All I'm saying is like, these are some of the things that I only with hindsight can I look back and I say, hey, like, first of all, we're saying like, look, the structure of Crisis is weird and they didn't know what they had. It's still a blast. It fun.
Is. It totally is.
It's fun because there's lots of adventure. There's lots of changes. Every character you can think of is being thrown in. The art is incredible. A lot to like. But I there are areas where you're like, if we go back and we were to like sort of just do it fresh, and that's the story we want to tell, not because we're getting 2 point ABCD down the road. We want to tell this story. There's a lot that you can do to shape it structurally.
I think of that as like, I loved Zero Hour as a kid. That was my like my first big DC crossover was Zero Hour. And it really struck me how much was like for the main story and how much was like, oh, by the way, Power Girl's pregnant and we have to fix Hawkman somehow because he's a mess. And it was, I liked it. I mean, I still love it. And then at the end, the whole emotional core was supposed to be that like Green Arrow shoots Hal Jordan, who's parallax and doing his thing. And I mean, I don't want to get too much into the weeds of that, but I thought like that was the emotional core of the story. And that should have been the climax. It would have been great if that was built that way from the beginning. And that's kind of what when I was reading Crisis and seeing some of the things that worked and didn't work. And of course, I don't mean that with any disrespect to the creators who did like historic work, but I thought like, well, there's an opportunity here to do this in a different way that would be really fun for readers. And that's what made me think like, I'm going to go back to this character because I wasn't sure I was going to. And,
I like the idea.
and do it that way.
So with all that in mind, one sort of last question about this story real quick. Why decide to make it Golden Age? Like, because couldn't you have done it as silver or bronze or something? Why golden specifically?
Okay, so the first We Are Scarlet Twilight was a re-examination of Golden Age characters. It's a 4-issue series that I had done on Kickstarter and is out with Red 5 Comics as well in shops.
Okay.
And it was essentially a few ideas I had. I've always been a big Golden Age fan. There's something about the atmosphere and the feel of those comics that always attracted me, even as a kid. Even though the art was crude and, the stories were kind of weird.
Yeah.
To a kid growing up in the 80s, I was like, I like something about that. Okay. So I always had an attraction to that. I wanted to do that. Yeah. And I had an idea for kind of a vampire cyberpunk story as well that I didn't think had it was a good idea, but it didn't have enough, I would say, meat and potatoes to make it worth doing. Okay. But then I kind of combined those two ideas and thought, actually, that makes it worth doing.
That's awesome.
And that was the first We Are Scarlet Twilight. I was super happy with the response I got from that story and also how the story ended. So I did leave it open to do something like this, but I also didn't want to, I didn't necessarily intend I was ever going to go back to this. I thought it ended really well. I was super happy with it. And I needed a really good idea to go back to the well. Good. And the Crisis stuff, I saw, you know what, that's different. That's enough of a new, batch of ideas to mix into this that made it worth doing.
That's really exciting to hear. Benjamin, this says, notify me on launch. So we're putting that out there, but roughly when is it launching?
Should be launching late in March. I want to have the first issue done before we launch, and something I did in the last campaign, which was countdown to Cobalt Crisis. And I'm fulfilling it now. That's actually here on my desk right now.
Look at that.
I've been bagging and boarding these. But once these are fulfilled, I want to launch this one. That should be later this month. And the thing I did with the last campaign was, if you message me, if there was a way to do it automatically, I would. But if you message me during the campaign that you've backed, I'll send you a digital copy that day. One of the things I really look at with kickstarting comics is I want there to be, if I can do it in any way I can, I want, you can go to a comic shop on Wednesdays, you get your comic, you can read it in the car if you want before you drive home. I want there to be some instant gratification. So when I have that first issue done, and if you message me after you've backed, I'll send you that right away that day.
That's pretty nice. I like that. I think that's definitely a nice reward. So let's see. Yeah. So that I'll pull it back up one more time, and then anything else people should do to follow you and keep up to date on what kind of stuff you're working on, Benjamin?
The Kickstarter is the best place because I'll obviously keep. I want to keep this going as fast as I can. I'm getting a little bit faster with my artwork, and hopefully we can get a lot of these out this year. You can also find me on Twitter at Benjamin W. Morse. And you can also, let me put my link for the, 1 second, put this in the,
there we go,
in the private chat, my YouTube page, where I kind of update on, like my stuff, of course, but I also do kind of examinations of different artists that really inspire. I'm a comic artist primarily.
Yeah.
And I do kind of these little short video essays, 10 minutes or so, about artists that really have inspired me and have helped me to make the work I make. So check that stuff out too if you're into it. If you're an artist, you really like that. If you're just a writer that likes to know more about art, that would be cool too.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. I'm ready to run with it. I just looks like I'm the only one here, but that's fine.
I was trying to pull up your page and instead I closed my window. Sorry about that. I was just taking a quick look at this, and this is right up my alley. This is what I love making is analysis of artists. And I've wanted to do Norm Brayfogle for years and just didn't quite know how to crack it yet. So I can't wait to watch that one.
Oh, definitely check it out. I mean, I'm the George Perez one especially. I've been actually the first comic I think I ever read was, I want to say Justice League 192, which I think he drew. I may be getting the numbers wrong. It's pretty late here on the East Coast. But I was a huge fan of Superman the movie. That was kind of my avenue into comics. And I knew I got that comic where Red Tornado was menacing the Justice League.
Yeah.
And George Perez drew it. And I always loved his artwork, but I never was a huge, he was never somebody I looked at. I looked at Norm Brayfogle or Alex Ross or some other people and thought, I want to do something like that with my artwork. Sure. George Perez is someone who I always liked, and I always followed his work, and I always bought it, but I never examined it in that way. When I kind of did that recently, because I was looking at Crisis so much for the comic I have live now, I learned a ton of stuff that really surprised me. So I think that's something that doing these videos is such a cool thing for me, because I have to dive into these artists, really see what makes that stuff work.
Yeah.
In ways that I just learned a ton.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Shovel.
Well, continued success. I hope you get more subscribers. I hope that the Kickstarter does well. It sounds like a very, very worthy story to me. worth telling.
Thank you.
Very cool. Very cool. Anything else we should know?
I think that'll do it. I just appreciate what you're doing here.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to say hello to some other people. It was really nice getting to know you, Benjamin. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Likewise.
Very cool. Sorry I closed myself out of my own show for a minute there, people. But wow, some gorgeous artwork there for sure. I'm going to introduce the next guest, Dan. Is it pronounced Dan Hoynes?
Yes, like coins, but with an H instead of a C.
Then I got it right, and I'm giving myself a pat on the back. How are you this evening?
Very tired.
Are you on the East Coast?
No, I'm on the West.
Okay, fair enough. It's just a long day.
It's almost a half hour to midnight over here.
Yeah, okay. It is getting late. Let's see. It looks like you've got a Kickstarter coming up, but tell us, what are you? Writer, artist, letterer? What do you do?
Creator.
Yeah.
I do a bit of art, mainly character design, and I do a little bit of lore building and writing and stuff.
That's awesome. Have you done comics before this Kickstarter I'm about to pull up?
Yes, I did. I have. I've been involved with Coalition Comics and their Power Company comics.
Oh, here, I'll try to zoom in a little bit, like so that people can sort of see Power Comics. Right on.
Power Company.
Oh, the Power Company. Power Company. Dude. So a bunch of them.
Yep. And this one actually has my first comic story in it.
Does it?
Featuring my character, Thunder Woman.
Thunder Woman.
Yeah.
Here, we'll zoom in a little. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yep, been at this since about 2017. Thunder Woman's been around since 2010. So I've been at this for a long time.
Yeah. And so now you've got World's Wonders, Book 1, Cataclysm.
Yeah, I'm here to represent the team behind it. Like, this is a collaborative project. Like, I contributed Thunder Woman.
Okay.
And then Eric Bennett, who is the guy who's actually running the campaign, contributed his character Steel Wolf, who is right there with Thunder Woman on that banner.
Got it.
And then the third member of our little group is Kwang Nguyen, who contributed Midnight Owl. And together they are the World's Wonders. We used to call them the Deviant Art Trinity because we're all from Deviant Art. That's how we met.
Okay.
And so, but it's like, we couldn't have that for like an official title, so we were kind of thinking of ideas, and it's like, well, we really like the world's finest, Batman and Superman, so it's like we'll be the World's Wonders. And this is our book. We have a fourth person contributing the villains, Henning Winiker, the Cataclysm, who are a set of 4 elemental villains who are the main threat that Steel Wolf, Thunder Woman, and Midnight Owl are contending with. This is very classic sort of Bronze Age style superheroics, but with like a very great modern art style to it.
Yeah, I can see that. And so you all write and draw this?
No, in this case, we came up with sort of the basic story for it, and then Scott Fogg, who you see credited there on the cover, did the script for that based on the story we all kind of came up with, all 4 of us.
I see.
Yeah, this is a very collaborative project. It's like, not one single person is really responsible for something. We all pitched in and contributed our ideas and creativity to it.
Are you an artist? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
So I do character designs using a program called Fabrica de Heroes, which is Brazilian for Heroes Factory. It's sort of a spin-off of Hero Machine. The DeviantArt link contains more related to that.
let's take a look at, because I'm not familiar with that, but I'll
I use the
educate
2014
myself.
version of the software. It's present up to this point. Like the latest thing I did, which was a fan art of somebody else's character, is an example of what the program can do. And then there's just some other characters of mine that I created using it.
Okay. I think I get that. All right. Wow. So it took like 4 people to write this, and who drew it?
So the artists on it are so just pulling up their names to make sure I say them right. Henrique Pereira and Teo Pinheiro.
Okay.
They've been doing art for G-Man Comics, and that's how Eric got to know them. And he was like, these guys are like the perfect guys to do our comic. And so then we went with them. We made this comic last year, late spring through midsummer.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
But by the time it was completed, like Eric did like the letters.
Yeah.
But by the time it was completed, it's like we were starting to get into the holiday season, and it's like that's not really a good time for Kickstarter campaigns because you're having to compete with Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, so on and so forth. So we delayed.
True, yeah.
So we delayed the campaign until it started late January, and as you can see scrolling up there, we basically got 2 days left on it.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
Now, thankfully, we just funded a little bit ago.
Yeah, you did well.
But it's been a bit rough because for a while they were like, we're not going to be able to fund, but some people managed to come through. So this is kind of like the opposite of some of the other campaigns where everybody's got like pre-launch page. Here's a campaign that's just about over, but
got it.
Take any chance I can to promote it to get more people in on this.
So, like, I'm super curious now, Dan. With this many people involved, how did you guys actually like get together? Like, did you have online sessions with like everybody there, or was it like one or two people wrote things down and handed it to the scripter? What happened?
We communicated through Facebook Messenger.
Mm.
We're all on Facebook together. We got a group chat and we talk.
So just a regular ongoing group chat all the time, just everybody bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking too much right now, but like back when we were making this comic, there was almost daily conversations. There were even some phone conversations very early on when we were just had the barest idea of what the story is. Like, okay, we know these characters are going to be in it, but what's actually going to be the story? And so there were a few pitches that got, rejected for one reason or another, continuity or whatnot. But then eventually we found something that's like, okay, we're all good on this, and we went with it. And we gave that to Scott, and Scott wrote it.
So you specifically created Thunder Woman. What does she want in life? What's her driving motivation?
So what you don't see in this campaign, it doesn't really involve too much of her human side. She's kind of a Captain Marvel, and when you say Captain Marvel, I mean Billy Batson type character, where she has a non-powered human form and she transforms into this superhuman form.
Okay.
Now, Samantha's goal in life is basically her mother told her all these stories of adventure and mythology and whatnot as a kid, and she watched a lot of movies, and her favorite movies were the Indiana Jones movies, and so she had this whole dream, like, I want to be Indiana Jones. So she's in college, she's a graduate at this point, doing her doctorate, but basically her impulse has been to be an archaeological adventurer like Indiana Jones. And that pursuit of that goal is what led to the circumstances of her becoming Thunder Woman, which basically involved an ancient artifact that transported her and some others to the realm of the Olympian gods and landed her right in the middle of a coup attempt by Hera against the Pantheon. And in the process of trying to basically save her own life, save her friend's life, and stop this madness, she ended up accidentally gaining the powers of an Olympian god. And as part of their reward to her for helping save them, they're like, you get to keep these powers as a goddess, but we're also going to give you a chance to be human still. Like you don't need to be this entity all the time. You don't need to be one of us, but you can choose to use this if you want to. And they sent her back. And initially she's like, okay, fine. I'm more interested in being a human. I'm going to use this experience to advance my doctorate so that I can become that Indiana Jones figure that I want to be. But then things don't work out for her because Hera is a little pissed off that she stopped her big scheme. And so the whole story is, basically her fighting off Hera and then all manner of other external forces and threats that have interest in her in one way or another. Basically the whole conflict is basically Samantha being like, I'm trying to do this. I have this goal in life that I want to go, and the world keeps interfering in it. Will you guys just leave me alone?
Got it. I appreciate you sharing like what her motivation is. I just always sort of curious about what drives a character. Well, congrats on obviously hitting your goal. So that's awesome. I know the goal really is to always go as far past that as possible. But the good news is, you've got still over 2 days left to keep getting backers. I hope you do. If what would be next for you? Any idea?
So we have plans for future issues of World's Wonders. Eric wants to script the next one himself. He has a story that he came up with on his own, and he's like, I'm going to write this story and I'm going to do the script for the next one.
Very cool.
And he's got a solid vision for it. And tentative plan is I have an idea for issue 3 that I want to do, kind of building on an idea that I saw in DC Comics that I felt they didn't quite do well, or at least in my opinion, I was kind of like, I want to see if I can do this better. And then the idea is that issue 4, and this is way into the future, it would be kind of a sequel to this first issue story, circling back to the Cataclysm again, because the book ends on sort of a stinger of a future threat related to them. So there will be like a sequel story later on. But these are going to be like, we're not doing arcs. We're doing one and done stories each issue. Now they do continue after each other, but they're meant to be standalone stories each one. So we're not doing like arcs. It's just a bit too expensive.
I get it. Sounds smart. I wish you all success. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Dan, I appreciate you stopping in and chatting with all of us tonight, and have a great evening. Will allow you to go to sleep.
One thing before we go,
please.
I shared a link to Blue Sky profile for Thunder Woman, my Blue Sky thing for her, which
okay, hold on. Blue Sky you sent? Oh yeah. Excuse me. Let's see what this is. So your character has her own social media channel, you're saying?
Yep.
Here
and
we
I got one for Instagram as well. I only just started really using Blue Sky somewhat recently. I had a presence on Twitter, but after things that have happened over the past year, I'm like, no, I'm done with Twitter. So I left that.
I get it.
So if you're interested in more on what's going on with Thunder Woman in her world and what's coming up next, Blue Sky, Instagram. Though the main place is my DeviantArt page. That's the one that I really focus on and pay attention to, and has a lot of updates. But I do try to do stuff with the other 2 channels when I can, especially the Blue Sky one. I intend to build that one back up to the level that the Twitter account originally was at.
No, I appreciate you sharing your socials. That's always just a smart idea.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you very much, Chris. Take care.
My pleasure. All right. That was cool. What else do we have? I hope we get more and more variety. We're going to introduce the next guest, which is Steven Barone.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Chris?
It's going great. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
I just appreciate that you're willing to speak with me when you clearly have some ninjas that are just about to jump through that like paper wall behind you and attack you. I think that's incredibly brave of you to meet with us with.
Well, it'd make for an exciting stream. So probably
it would.
Probably more exciting than what I have to say. Hopefully,
no, I'm just being silly. Obviously, sorry, but what?
Hopefully they'd be Ninja Turtles. That'd be better.
It would be pretty cool. What was your first comic? Do you remember?
Oh, reading?
Yeah.
I probably the first comic I ever picked up was probably an Avengers comic. I remember the cover. I can't think of the number. It's one where they're, I think, on a spaceship and they're battling the Skrulls, and there's Hercules in the background picking up a bunch of Skrulls.
Yeah.
And there's and so I think that's the first one I ever, like, my mom bought for me, but I was probably like 3 or 4 years old, and it was from a spinner rack from this drugstore called Douglas Drug. But that's when because I grew up on the East Coast. I grew up in Rhode Island.
Oh,
yeah. And so that's where I'm originally from. So that's when we had the spinner racks. But I think probably
must have been like pretty local though, Stephen, because I'm from a little south of Boston, and I don't feel like I ever heard of Douglas.
Douglas Drug, yeah, it might have been local to Rhode Island. There was only a few of them.
Yeah. But I discovered comics in a similar way on the spinner rack at like a convenience store. That's awesome.
Yeah, yep. Because we only had like one 7-Eleven at the time too, and I remember them being at 7-Eleven as well.
Thank you, Steve. So now you stayed in love with comics, or did you ever take a break from them? What's your background there?
Well, it's kind of fun. Well, yeah. So I mean, like being my age, like I grew up in the '90s boom of comics, and so when that took place, I was probably in junior high. And so I think it was in the 7th grade when I really got into comics. So I started having some of my own pocket money. And at the time, even though like I was in a kind of smallish suburb, there was probably at least, like between baseball cards and comic shops, probably at least 4, like within biking and walking distance, just from my house.
Yeah.
And so like I had a bit of a variety, and so that was pretty cool. And, so yeah, it was like that 90s boom with X-Men #1 and Image Comics, and so and my friends were into comics as well, and the trading cards all came out, and so everyone was buying the trading cards.
Oh yeah.
And so it was good times for being into comics at that.
It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
Like there was this era, folks, where before things sort of collapsed, you could get comics and comics related stuff everywhere. It was great.
Yeah. It's definitely some good memories.
And when did you decide that you wanted to sort of be involved in making comics yourself?
Yeah, well, I kind of always had like a love for like comics and horror movies, and it stayed with me. But like I kind of fell out of even though like I would watch movies and everything, kind of wasn't following comics for a while. Like I probably fell out of comics maybe later in high school.
Okay.
And I would kind of always like follow comic, like, things, associated with comics. But it wasn't like until maybe that I really got back into comics, probably during COVID. And it was actually watching your channel. For some reason I was watching your channel because I was just kind of, I don't know what you were covering, but it was one of your videos. And you're actually talking about a Nice House by the Lake. And
yeah.
Yeah, so it was when that first came out, and so I was actually cutting grass, and it was like an episode you were talking about that, and you were talking about like, oh, this very adult comic book, and it's horror, and it's kind of a slow burn, and so I was like, oh, that sounds kind of interesting, and so I was like, I was thinking just like, oh, well, let me check that out, and so then I decided to pick it up and just got back into collecting comics in general at that time.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
that's so nice to hear.
Yeah. It was cool. Yeah. And then just discovering new stuff. And, I've kind of slowed down since, just because it was kind of getting expensive. Because
I understand that.
At that point, like I was just buying like everything because it was like exciting and new again. And so I was buying all the new titles.
But it explains to a degree how you are now doing a horror book then.
Yeah, a little bit. Right. And so, this is my first comic. I've always... so I'm the writer of the comic. So unfortunately I don't have the artistic ability, So it took me a little while to find an illustrator, but I've probably been writing most of my life. And so this comic's actually based on a short story I wrote. And it's based, so, but it's going to be, this is issue 1 of a 4-part miniseries.
Okay.
And and so it's kind of horror comedy, and as it says, it takes place at a class reunion.
Wow.
And
those never seem to go well in horror.
No, yeah. But this one isn't like, this is a little bit more of like a slow burn itself too. It's not necessarily Carrie-esque where things start exploding and people get cut up.
Okay, sure.
It's a bit more, I'd say, if you kind of pitch it as like a movie, it would sort of be like Ed Wood meets Crimes and Misdemeanors.
Oh wow. All right. So a little funny.
Yeah, yes, definitely humor. Because I guess, like right now in terms of like comics, I like stuff by like Daniel Close.
Yes.
And he's probably like my like kind of favorite sort of comic creator.
I like hearing that.
Yeah. And so it kind of has like that vibe to it to a degree,
Okay.
But it's also, I'd say, a little bit David Lynchian as well too, in terms of the horror aspect of it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to put out there, just because I love David Lynch, and he really utilized every tool that cinema could use, like sound design, for instance. And it wasn't just the writing, like he would very, very specifically come up with unique things that you could do with cameras and film and sound. What would you say is somewhat Lynchian about it?
I think the surreal aspects of it.
Okay.
Some of like the horror stuff is a bit more surreal in terms of just gratuity, gross, like kind of, it's not slasher-esque, so.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's a bit more psychological too, in terms of the horror as well.
That sounds encouraging. It sounds different than just a, like, I don't know, a zombie story or something along those lines.
Yeah. And like it's based on like a short story that I wrote that's, close to about 8,000 words long. And so that's why it's kind of split up into, 4 parts.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
About how many pages per issue then?
So it's going to be at least 22 pages.
Good.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Probably, the first 2 floppies, and maybe I might combine, well, depending on how the second issue goes, combine maybe 3 and 4 into like a double issue.
Fair. Yep.
Just so people don't have to wait,
You want to make sure it gets out. And,
yeah.
I'm glad that you were able to hit your minimum goal, but obviously we want to try to push that as much as possible so that
that'd be great.
The word gets out there. What would you say, like what kind of horror or movies or TV shows, if people like those, might they also like your thing? What would you compare it favorably to?
Yeah, I'd say, I guess TV shows, maybe like a little bit like Lost meets, like Twilight Zone, just because of like the surreal aspects. And the fact that, it's kind of people not knowing what's going on, even though it's like a class reunion. They kind of show up just because it's more of a party and not really thinking of the aspects of, is it even time for our reunion? They're kind of bit of, scumbag people you want to see kind of get their comeuppance.
I like that.
And so, as I say, like in one part of it, like the booze is flowing. And so they're just kind of like, we don't, who cares if this really should be happening or not happening? And so.
How'd you find your artist?
Through actually Twitter, or X,
kidding.
yeah. So I did work, had a couple of stumbles. Like I was going to work with one artist at first, and we did actually create a couple pages, but then she kind of had her own thing going on and just really couldn't commit to it. And and so then had a hiccup where I think I hired someone and I think it turned out to be like AI or something. And
oh my God,
that was odd and unfortunate. And so luckily though, I met Miguel, who's the illustrator now on Twitter. And so he's been really great to work with.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you guys got something good going on. That's what you're describing. Super common. People flake all the time, or just have something come up and they can't finish something. It's one of the biggest challenges of comics.
Yeah, it's something I'm kind of hoping, in the future be able to better navigate as I get more experience doing it.
I'm glad that you found somebody that you feel suits your sensibilities for the story. That's really exciting. So this is, you said, your first crowdfunded book, your first book period, right?
Yeah, and that's partly why I decided to go black and white. Plus, I think it just goes well with horror.
Oh, sure, yeah. I love black and white, so I'm all for that. I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
And just
then,
to keep it simple.
what did you decide to do for, like, in terms of, like, sort of getting the word out and stuff? Anything in particular?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. I mean, they didn't all work very well, but a lot of social. Before doing this, I wasn't on any social media. I was kind of just always hoping to stay away, but I did get on X, but and because I did meet Miguel, so that helped. But
sure.
So promoting it on X and Blue Sky, I did do some bookmarks, which are these are like partly how the bookmarks will look that you'll get like with the comic, but without the QR code and maybe a little bit differently designed.
Yeah.
Handed the distributing these out to the local comic shops and at conventions and stuff.
Oh, that's smart.
And so yeah,
because I was gonna say, like, I was honestly super impressed, Stephen, that you got the response that you got. If you're saying that, like, you hadn't really been on social a whole lot before there or anything like that, like that, it's kind of impressive, actually, because usually you need like a bit of a fan base to build on to hit what you've hit.
Yeah, I mean, I got lucky with some very generous donations from people, which helped, but also a lot of help from the people I have met on X. I've met some really helpful creators that were very, good about, reposting my stuff and answering questions I've had. And
impressive.
So that's helped. And going on shows like yours. So this is also helped.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope you can get a few more followers out of something like this. That would make me feel good. Sounds like a super worthy project, and sounds like, it's got like a little bit of a personal connection. Like you had sat down and written like an 8,000 word story. That's not nothing. That's really impressive to me.
Yeah. And it was originally, actually, that story was based on a flash fiction piece I got published several years before that. And so, there's an aspect of that I liked, and then carried on to the larger short story and so forth. So it's been with me for a little while.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Stephen, I hope that the next 2 days are really good to your campaign for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for staying up so late. I appreciate it, and best of luck to you.
All right. Thanks, man.
Take care.
You too. Thanks.
We've got enough time to have some more folks on, I think. Let's see. Boy, we still have quite a few folks, so I'll just keep going. We've got, I was about to say Hojo, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to say Hojo.
That's it.
Because there's an exclamation point there.
Yep.
I notice little things like that. How are you today?
What's up, man? I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm pretty good. What are we going to be talking about today? What do you got in the works?
I do a horror action mystery comic called The Mythicals. We're in issue 3 now.
Congratulations! Already issue 3. Let me go into the private chat and see if I've got a convenient link for you for something. Right?
It's in there. I can drop it again at the bottom if you like.
Oh, if you can, yeah,
yep.
that would. And then I'll just pull it right up.
Okay.
But already 3 issues. That's very impressive. Like, when did you start all this?
About 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a pretty nice timeline, because people don't know how long it takes to put all this stuff together.
It does, and I came out swinging, I guess, with the first 2 issues back to back pretty quick, and then this one, like life happens. The inker. It's kind of funny because it's a horror comic. The inker, he owns a mortuary.
Yeah.
In Brazil, so like he's had to deal with bodies.
Oh, because of all the flooding.
Oh no, because like his partner left him, so
Oh.
like he has to run the whole business himself. You know, because
Oh
we
my
all,
God.
a lot of us do this on the side. You know, we don't do this full time, and
Oh my God.
so he has to run that. So like we're done now. We're it's being lettered right now. So
That's good. Congrats.
we're good to go.
That's exciting to hear. Let's see. So the mythicals, like, is it all to do with werewolves, or is there other stuff involved too?
Well, so it's pretty much all real. So like I get to take all my famous like spins on like famous monsters and different like fairy tales and stuff like that. So it's a big sandbox. I decided to do
Okay.
my own version and all that. So it's like level M. It's a covert task force comprised of creatures from myth and legend. So
Yes.
Nancy Moon goes to an interview for this government agency and finds out that monsters are real, and she ends up with these witch powers. Issue 2, it's like Men in Black. You find out aliens are real, and then he goes to work, and the aliens are working there. So she goes to work, and the monsters are working there. In issue 2, the first thing you see is human resources is a talking cat, and he does not like these people. And like a 5,000-year-old siren who's obsessed with social media because she has no idea who she is anymore.
Oh my
And then you
God.
got the human leader who thinks he's the star of the show, who makes jokes about pouches and 90s and 80s music, and so I just had fun with it.
It sounds like it's got a bit of a sense of humor mixed in.
So it's like kind of like, I guess you would say, if you went the quick like 3-second pitch, is kind of like Men in Black with Buffy the Vampire Slayer with a little X-Files conspiracy in there.
I like that. Those are all like touchstones
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, I love the X-Files.
All 3 of them were things that I enjoyed, so that's
Yeah.
very cool. So how'd you put a team together?
Well, see, I wrote what would be this about 20 years ago when I was in the Army.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then like crowdfunding obviously didn't exist. Like I didn't know any of this existed until about 3 years ago. Like any of the indie scene, like I was just
Sure.
getting bored. Like how many times can you watch Spider-Man beat up the Green Goblin? And they keep bringing it back. I just couldn't do it anymore. So I decided to write something of my own, not like my pet project, but like something that could be, something I would want to read.
Yeah, I get
Like
that.
like I'm a big Peter David fan, and like his talent, like his Hulk stuff is legendary, but his talent was like when he was with X Factor, when he took all of those different people and shoved them on a team together, and they shouldn't be together, and
Yeah.
it worked. And it
A lot of
worked.
great conflict.
Yeah. And so this is nothing but conflict because these people, they have nowhere else to go.
Okay.
And you work for the government. And so
Wow,
like we
20
get a
years.
little,
You must have had a lot of time to really get in your characters' heads and like figure out how everything works, huh?
yeah, it's all locked up, man. Like 13
Yeah.
issues, it's all written. We're just gonna get to the end of the tunnel here. We do have a destination.
Oh, you do? You have
Yeah.
like an end in mind?
Oh yeah, it's done. 13 issues, and it's gonna be like a nice little volume. Just put it on the shelf.
Dude, that's fantastic. Like, because that can be the hardest part for a lot of people is figuring out like when it should end and how it should end. It can be the toughest part.
And that way you can make every episode count, or every issue count.
That's great to hear.
Because we got to find these 8 artifacts. So like after issue 3, because this is the first time, a good time to jump on board, because you get the little introductory arc. It would be 78 pages between these 3 issues where we set up the team, the players, what we're after. After this, we're going to hit the ground running.
Wow. Have you always been into comics?
Yeah, pretty much since I was like 5. Like I'm 40, early 40s, so the first thing I remember seeing is like the Bill Bixby reruns and
I know, yeah,
Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, stuff like that. So I watched all of it, and then
that wasn't bad, but there wasn't a lot of like live action superhero stuff. We just sort of settled for what we could get.
Yeah.
If the Hulk just had to wrestle with like 2 drug dealers, okay, that was what we got that week.
So be it, yeah. And just I got my vocabulary from comic books, like reading the Fantastic Four and stuff like that. And then I started to, when I was about 12, 13, I didn't know it had existed yet. Like the Vertigo lines was introduced to me, and Sandman and Allan Moore and all that. And so then there's no stopping me. I just started reading comics all the time. And, and then I have like a love and hate relationships where I wouldn't read them for a while, but because you get the event fatigue, and then
oh sure, I think for me that's how I started getting like broadening my scope of what kind of comics I would read, is just because I was like, oh, there's still good comics out there. It just can't all be superheroes for me anymore.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people get to that point. This is a lot of different sort of collection sets that you put together, huh?
Yeah, we did some trading cards. Kind of like a lot of people do the Marvel trading cards. I did something a little different. And the back of them, they got like a little dossier, like a redacted file.
That's fun.
It's almost like a little intro to them. And then
that's
we do
so
like
cool.
We do like classic rock, like inspired prints as giveaways.
I can see that.
Yeah, so I did like a Rush cover, Jimi Hendrix, and
that's badass.
Yeah.
And the now ubiquitous like sketch covers. You got that.
Yep, got those. Yeah,
that's smart. That's smart. Where'd you end up deciding to print this stuff?
I got a local printer here, about 30 miles. Actually, I work in that town, so I could just pick them up to give me a veterans discount. Boom, bam.
No kidding. That's congrats. Fantastic. Yeah. And they can do it all, like the interior, the cover, all of it, the binding.
Yeah, but they don't do like the metal covers or anything like that.
I can understand that. Yeah, I was just they can still print them. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Wow. And so so you've got this is issue 3.
Yep.
Of, as you just said, 13, right? Sorry, let me just see where this one was at. Okay.
So we're in late pledges now. Like
you're in. Okay, got it. You've hit your goal. Obviously, you far past the goal, and you're just still accepting pledges if people want to buy in. So like that, there's no risk, more or less, at this point.
Yeah, and we're about to go to print, so like it's a lock.
The book is done. You've successfully done 2. If this sounds like it's up your alley, you can just buy in right now.
Yep.
That sounds nice. And as you continue to do more of these, it'll only make people more and more confident, I hope. But okay, and I was just curious if you had like a catch-up tier, and you do.
Yep.
Brilliant. How have you found it to be, like, sort of being like not just the writer, but like, you know, the person that has to organize it and the hype man and stuff? Do you like it, or is it overwhelming?
Yeah, the marketing's fun, getting to talk to people. You know, I've done a few little local conventions, a little small signings, local hometown stuff. And my wife, she handles, you know, she's an accountant by like trade. That's her job.
That's nice.
Yeah, it is, because
that helps.
All I have to do is basically write the checks and do the contracts and get the art done. But, you know, dealing with the artists, you know, sometimes they got their fingers in a lot of pies. They start drawing something, and then they want to draw something else for a little bit. And so you got to give yourself a little bit of buffer. So I've learned the time management. That is a challenge sometimes for people. And like, you know, dealing with this book's supposed to be delivered in February, like it was late. But, you know, I was honest. Even before I was late, I sent an update to the backers, all that stuff. I'm like, hey, I didn't even say who it was, but he was like, go ahead and tell him it's me. You know, he's got accountability too. Like, things happen. So, but we're good to go.
That.
We're done.
I think the best thing you can do is be honest. And then the second thing is like just regular updates, even if it's not much of an update, as long as you're still like contacting people.
I'll show like I get a badass page.
I'm patient. It's a Kickstarter. I understand. There's lots of moving parts, and I know it's not coming from a company with like a whole staff. As long as people are sort of giving me an update saying like, hey, there's not much new, but this is like what my current plan is. I'm like, cool, fine. You're still in touch with me. I'll be patient.
Right. I know.
So I hope that's the case for you. But this is impressive.
Yeah,
this is very impressive. Do you think you'll ever try to do another comic at the same time, or is your goal like, I've got to get the mythicals through 13 done first, and then maybe something else?
Well, see, since this is written, it's kind of like off my back. Like I'm in the process of like, I have a sci-fi story that's shaping up. Like I'm outlining right now and doing some character development and stuff like that. And I'm kind of like working. I've been working my way up to do something like that.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like writing wise, it's a skill, like it's a muscle. Like I've had to put myself through like Rocky 1, Rocky 2.
Yes.
Stuff like that to get my skill level to where I think I'm competent enough to deliver something that people enjoy.
That's totally fair, but I admire how disciplined you seem to be in putting this together. It's really impressive.
Yeah,
and it sounds up my alley too, to be honest, the touchstones that you gave.
Yeah.
So if people want to follow you, I assume going to the Kickstarter is the best place?
Yeah, it's got all my, I guess, socials that they can contact me on and stuff like that. Yeah.
Anything in particular you want to shout out?
I mean, I'm on Twitter just because that's where I get my sports news. I see Alex Ross. I see cool stuff. I'm a pretty positive person. I just tweet cool stuff. That's it.
What's your handle there?
It's just HW Desper. Hojo, an exclamation point. Mythicals, South River Studios. It's hard not to find me.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Hojo, thank you so much for your patience and for sharing something like this with us.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with you, hook you up with some digital copies of the first two. Or you can find them on Global Comics. Global Comics is great.
Oh, it's also on Global Comics?
Yeah, you can read them there, South River Studios, for free. Let me know what you think.
There we go. There we go. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Yep. All right. See you guys.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Let's just acknowledge this. Sean, thank you for jumping in. Thanks for spending half a day hosting a place for creators to promote their indie comics. I don't know about God's work, but hey, promoting stuff is not easy, so doing the best I can. But we'll keep going in. Thank you so much for your support, Sean, and excited to see what you've got coming out next. Let's see. So moving on, we've got a returning guest, Niobe. Are you there? You're muted right now.
I was, yeah. What's going on, Chris?
How are you tonight, sir?
Good, brother. You are a busy man.
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm rocking a Kickstarter, of course, just like everyone else, right? So,
many. Going into the private chat. Did you post the link? Yes, you did.
I
see
did,
it here.
yeah.
Issue 4, yes?
Issue 4, man, of a 5-part miniseries called Niobe Outbreak.
Yeah, you were on the show before talking about your comic Niobe, and so now you're up to issue 4 of how many?
Of 5.
4 of 5?
Yes, sir.
That's not bad. And
yeah, it's a miniseries. We've done other Niobes before. We've done the Origins one shot. We've done 2-issue miniseries. I've done a few black and whites way back in the early day before we really knew what this was going to be.
And what makes Outbreak? What's the unique thing about Outbreak compared to the other Niobe series?
Well, in Outbreak, there is a mutant, for a better lack of term, a genome is what I call them, who has the ability to spread a virus, and this virus can activate potentially the genomes in other people. So, in other words, she's a walking disease that can make people sick, but in rare occasions, people are going to erupt as new genomes. And so she's kind of dangerous because God knows who's going to erupt. God knows what powers they're going to have, and God knows what they're going to do with them.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so she's a typhoid Mary that's spreading potential superpowers instead of just
she's
sickness.
doing it on purpose.
Oh, she's doing it on purpose. Okay.
Well, she believes evolution. This is the way, And she's got a little cult following around her that believes that she is the next sort of messiah to the genome community. And Niobe's been tasked with having to unfortunately take her in because she's too dangerous to be let loose, and her attitude and what she's doing and becomes a nightmare. But then her civil rights also come into question.
Yep, I could see that being relevant.
It's all influence. I'm an X-Men guy. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah,
you're looking at
obviously,
the X-Men homage cover right there.
I was just going to say, I paused on that because you got your friend and mentor Ben Dunn did a cover here. That's pretty
100%. Yeah, and we even squeezed one of his characters down there at the bottom poster. And I said, Ben, can I throw her in the last issue since she's on the poster? And he's like, go for it, man. Absolutely.
That's awesome. Ben's been really honest and upfront on his socials with the challenges of getting his comics distributed right now. So that's really
right.
cool.
And I was one of them, right? So here's sort of the problem. I'm one of the victims of the the Diamond bankruptcy. And what happened was we were 3 issues into this miniseries. We had those 3 issues in Diamond at shops. Okay. Now that this has happened, issues 4 and 5 are not going to make it to the comic book shop, at least not anytime soon. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So this is the way now that, if someone has been reading our miniseries and they've been buying them at the shops, unfortunately, guys, AP is not publishing any creator-owned stuff. They're just strictly doing crowdfunding until we find an alternative, if we find an alternative. So this is the way right now to help out small indie press publishers, creators like me. And if it's not me, it's someone else. Like, we've watched this man trudge through 5 hours of Kickstarters and crowdfunding like a trooper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is how we got to survive right now. The comic book world's been turned upside down. Everything's on shaky ground. We want to get these books out. We really want back in the shops, but we're going to wait and see how this all plays out.
Yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of question marks over our heads, but at least you do have this, and obviously you've got like your own loyal following because you've done these before. You've got your YouTube channel.
11 years I've been at this. Years, John, years.
Yeah, well, that puts you ahead of a lot of the pack.
Right. Yeah, we're fully funded, but we need a little bit more to really get this going.
Got over 2 weeks left still.
Over 2
so that's
weeks,
good.
Right? My number looks bigger. My number says 10,000 Canadian. I'm like, yes.
Canadian. Yeah.
I feel bad. Yeah, Monopoly money, right, dude? You know what I mean? We got some
you should feel good about this, I think.
Yeah.
You'll at least hey, you're getting it out. That's the first thing. That's good. That's an accomplishment. And second is like whatever you can add in the next 2 weeks is going to be the cherry on top of everything here.
Yeah, and we really want to finish this miniseries, and it really pisses me off that we can't have these at stores right now. I mean, eventually, if Antarctic gets with Lunar or someone buys Diamond and they reshape the industry, whatever it's going to be, they told me they'll pick up the last 2 issues and we'll eventually put them up. But that could be a while. So Kickstarter, if you want to finish the story, like Cody Rhodes, man, if you want to help me finish the story, this is my road to WrestleMania, folks.
It is a challenge for many indies out there. I've been talking about it on my show lately, like what's going to happen for independent distribution. A lot of us like complained for a long time about Diamond, and then we sort of overlooked that A, they were about the only people that were distributing indies, and B, they distribute to like the comic book shops all the merch.
Yeah.
So they definitely have a role to play, and we need either them or somebody that's going to like buy them or take over with their method, their modus operandi. I don't know what to call it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, so at this point, like, we're at issue 4 of 5 for Outbreak. How far along is the book? Is it complete? Is it like halfway done? Where are you at on it?
I would say we got. I mean, it's probably a little bit over halfway done. We have 15 pages out of 25 drawn and inked. We have 9 of those colored. We have 10 more to go. Sort of.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good timing.
But I work with reliable people, like same guys for the last 5 years, Juan Antonio and Dan O'Vera, who both done work with like Zenoscope and Action Lab Comics before they went defunct. Been around for a little bit, so I'm in good hands with the team. We have some great cover artists like you saw, Ben Dunn, Ali Garza, Keith Garvey, John Stinsman of Evangeline fame, and a host of others, including Juan Antonio, who does our cover A's. That's LC Faritas there. That's Locke Wynn. He's sort of like new on the scene. He's known for his work by doing a lot of Topps cards and Upper Deck and that sort of stuff.
That's fun.
And for the first time ever, we introduced sketch cards to our campaign, but we encapsulated them, and they look really nice.
That's fun.
They're all sold out except for one, folks. So if you want one of the 6, there's only 6 of these original art cards. There's one left, and that is it. We also have signed Jamie Tyndall and John Stinsman comics on this campaign, part of what I call the Niobe Signature Series. If you want signed books, not just from me, but from the artists who've drawn some of these covers, we're doing that. We're just trying to survive at this point, Chris.
I get it. But let me ask this, because last time, you sort of gave us an idea of what the comic Niobe was, who the main character was. But what we never learned is we know like sort of her abilities, but we don't know like what is her motivation? Like what is her main motivation? What drives her?
Just like me. It's in the origins issue. We done her origin story, and that sort of explains why she's doing this, because she erupts with her power on stage during the concert. She ends up teleporting randomly to a different location, all shock to her. And she gets attacked by someone from the future who is waiting for her to show up, because they know that Niobe makes a critical mistake years from now that is going to transform the world into something they don't want to see. And so there is a telepath who sees the future, and she was there to save Niobe. And now she's here to guide Niobe to make sure that these events that are foretold to happen actually don't happen.
Okay.
But what those events are, you have to keep reading the book to find out.
Okay. So it's a mystery.
Well, I mean, yes and no. There's a powerful entity that's sort of brewing behind the scenes, a very powerful psychic entity. I'm giving spoilers now. A very powerful psychic entity. Think like on the level of like a Dark Phoenix sort of vibe. You know what I mean? And this is going to be sort of the main antagonist, the main villain, as this sort of thing unravels itself.
Fair enough.
But right now we're dealing with Vira and the outbreak.
Yep, I get that. And, I just hope that this goes well enough that you can figure out some other options by the time you finish the miniseries for other distribution options, because we're going to have to figure out
something will present itself. It always does. We're looking in Antarctic, and I don't want to speak for them, but they're talking with Massive Indies right now. You must have heard of their initiative to get independent comic books into shops. They have a deal with Lunar.
Yep.
They're also talking with Lunar directly, but Lunar kind of wants to wait a couple of months before they give Antarctic an answer.
Yep.
But it's still a possibility. So, we haven't shut the door on anything yet, but it's possible. Maybe we don't go anywhere. Maybe Kickstarter right now is the main way to pick up your Niobe. Who knows?
Well, it's certainly a way, and it's working for you. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for hosting this, bro. And you're a trooper, man.
Happy to do it. I hope you have a good weekend. Good luck
You
with
too,
the
bro.
next 15 days. Okay.
All right. Peace out, man.
Peace. Let's see. Next up, we're going to have an interview with a gentleman going by the name Scott Harris King. Welcome to the show, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate what we're doing here. It's awesome.
Oh, happy to have you. I like your shirt.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, it's the pastiche of the Bronze Age Avengers covers.
I love Bronze Age era stuff. It's just, I don't know. It just always tickles my nostalgia bone, if nothing else.
Me too. That's my favorite era is Bronze Age for sure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Very cool. What kind of comics was that? Like your sort of entry point to comics was like the Bronze Age, or?
Well, in a strange way, I started reading comics in 1984.
84, sure.
Bought my first comic off a spinner rack. It was Black Hawk 269.
Wow.
And but a couple years into reading comics, a friend of the family gave me his collection for when he was in college. It was 1,000 comics that came out between 1974 and 1976. And so when everyone else is reading, stuff like The Dark Knight Returns, whatever, I was reading like, the first appearance of Warlord and like,
oh yeah,
all of this like Vampirella issues from 1975. I was 10 years behind the time, but it was all like the good Bronze Age stuff. So yeah, it's always been sort of my touchstone. Just love the Bronze Age.
What kind of comics ended up becoming your favorite?
It's funny. I started with genre stuff. So superheroes was the last thing I got into. So I was getting like, it was all like
good.
war comics, Western, sci-fi, fantasy, all that sort of thing. So what I really gravitated towards in the Bronze Age was like Warlord, Jonah Hex, Unknown Soldier.
Yeah.
Those sort of like kind of like anti-heroes, but with a secret heart of gold.
All right.
Those are the characters that I really like.
Very cool. And so that's actually like a wide variety of genres, but maybe that sort of ties in with, it looks like, what you're doing.
That's
Tell
right.
me if I'm wrong.
So I've got 3 different ongoing series here. So my website here is Crimebuster Comics, and I've just got the pre-launch page live for the next issue of all 3 of them. So, I've got my 3 series, the Crimebusters, which is the next issue. Issue 7 is about to come out.
Are there links for that here?
Yeah, if you scroll down, they'll have the links for all of them there. So
these sign up now.
Yeah, exactly. So this is sort of my ode to things like Scooby-Doo, Nancy Drew. It's a classic, like student sleuths investigating supernatural mysteries, but there's also sort of a Cthulhu mythos connection. So
the cover's fantastic.
Oh, thanks. This is a guy named so I do the writing. I do some art, but that's an artist named Manuel Bracchi, who I've been working with recently doing some covers, and he's absolutely fantastic.
That is fantastic. I mean, of course, a little maybe Archie or something, but a little Hanna-Barbera, a little Bruce Timm, like a lot. It's just good.
Yeah.
Congrats.
So like the style for the series is kind of an Archie style in terms of the interior art. When you scroll down, you notice I don't yet have the interior art samples on here because I'm probably 2 weeks before I have that ready. I've just got the covers.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a simple sort of Archie style. I'm a big Archie fan.
Look at that.
And this is one of the variant covers. I do the Kickstarter exclusive covers for every issue.
Okay.
You can see, I do a lot of sort of nostalgia stuff, and
so
this is issue 7. I've been doing this series for 6 years now.
6 years? So what, like about one a year?
Yeah, just about one a year. I drew the first 4 myself, and I was like, I'm drawing too slow. I'm going to hire other artists. But it turns out that they actually weren't any faster than I've been. So it's been about one a year. And then with issue 8 next year, I'm going to start drawing myself again.
Oh, okay.
So these are some of the variant covers. And it's basically, again, like student sleuths investigating supernatural mysteries.
And then you've got a bunch of stuff that you do. Oh,
yes. So this is my epic fantasy series Quest. When I was a kid growing up, I started playing D&D in 1980 when I was like 7 years old. And so this is like...
I wish I discovered it back then.
Yeah, so it's like, this is all my love letter to D&D and Warlord, Conan, and Red Sonja, these Bronze Age fantasy comics. And it's just basically everything that I love about fantasy I've put in here. It's about a ragtag party of adventurers that are thrown together by fate, and they're charged with an impossible quest to save their doomed world. They've got this magic sword that they're given, and they're told they have to deliver it to this place on the other side of the continent, or else terrible things will happen. But they don't know what the sword is. They don't know why they're going. They don't know what's going to be there when they get there. They just know they have to get there. And so they have to cross this wilderness filled with monsters and dungeons and ruined castles and cursed cities and stuff like that.
I feel like sometimes it doesn't even really exactly matter what that sort of MacGuffin is and exactly why it needs to get there. It's just an excuse to go on this big epic journey and encounter all sorts of weird things along the way that test you.
Yeah. So they're going to be, as we go, we'll be learning, what the point is. And so what you're seeing here is I have a variant I do every issue that's designed to look like the cover is an homage to a D&D module, but that it's not just a variant cover. That version has bonus pages inside that actually have a mini module and
fun
class
so you
rules.
Could play this.
Exactly. I've got one here. I can show you from issue 1 that's completed because that's the sample. But yeah, it's basically every issue we've got a little mini module that's the story from that issue's comic.
Wow.
And then we have like the
That's
monster manual entry for like whatever monster they're fighting in this issue. We have the monster manual entry. We have class rules to show how the different classes work in this world.
This is very good.
Yeah, and I do a Bronze Age variant for every issue. This is usually I draw them myself, but this is an artist named Eiler Azusano, and I do the trade dress to look like the Bronze Age books. That frame cover era, the 20-cent Marvel is my favorite design for comics. So
it was very eye catching. So I get it.
Yeah, and then last year was my 5th anniversary of doing the comics. So for everything I put out last year, I was putting out a 5th anniversary cover that looks like the Marvel 25th anniversary ones.
Yeah.
Across the whole line. Yeah. So
I love the idea of adding this, though, especially for this. Like, I'm a big fan of sort of an extra as long as it's very specifically related to that story and that project. And so like something like this speaks to me. 8 bonus pages for gaming material?
Yeah, sometimes it's 9 because it sometimes takes a little bit longer. Sometimes I have to go onto the back cover.
Okay.
But I mean, when we get to issue 6, I'm going to do a trade, and the soft cover is going to be just the comic. But then I'm going to do a hardcover that's going to be a little oversized, so it's the size of like a Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah, and that's going to be a hardcover, and that's going to have all the gaming material in it too. So it's going to be sort of like both the comics. So my Dungeon Master, who's been running our games for 30 years since we were in college together, he does the modules with me. So like, I'll send him the story for the issue, the class, like what the setting is, and send him maps and stuff, and then he sort of works out the module and stuff like that.
Do you guys? So you do play test it before you print it?
Well, we've played some of it. I will say there was one issue where we put something out we hadn't play tested, and I was like, I'm not 100% sure that's going to work. So actually, like our normal game that we've been running for a while, we're actually stopping that, and we're starting a new game set in this world so we can play test everything.
That's smart.
Like next week, we're going to be starting the new campaign that takes place in the Quest world to make sure we get like everything, all the kinks out. But we have run through some of these modules, and it's been a lot of fun.
That makes sense.
And this is my third series, the Cthulhu versus Uncle Sam. It's set in World War II, and when the Axis powers attempt to summon Cthulhu to win the war, Uncle Sam and his friends have to stop them. It's like a Golden Age superhero stuff. I love using public domain superheroes. So this is my redesign of War Nurse that's smashing through the wall there.
Oh, that's a public domain character?
Yeah, I mean, her original costume doesn't look anything like that, but she's a nurse. That has superpowers. She has super strength and stuff like that. And in the original Golden Age comic, she has like a team of girl commandos that she leads.
Warners.
Yeah, and so I did a redesign based on the nursing insignia that the army nurses had at the time. We had the staff Caduceus. It ended up after I was finished, it looked kind of like Promethea, but that was coincidental because of the staff. So we have 2 issues with this series. It's each issue is completely self-contained story, 32 pages for the first 2 issues. Issue 3 is gonna be 24.
Okay.
And we just did a campaign where we reprinted issues 1 and 2 with those 5th anniversary covers. And we're still in late pledges for that. Somewhere on this page, there's a link to that where you can see.
Like, just curious, like when you're running like 3 ongoing comics with campaigns, how do you stagger those out?
Yeah, so the way I do it is I basically leapfrog them. So, like for instance, my plan for this year, it's going to depend a little on which of these campaigns gets enough followers first to launch it. But basically the plan is because Crime Buster 7 and Quest 5 are basically both done or close enough to done to launch. It's just a matter of which one the audience is ready for first. But usually what I'll do is I'll launch Crime Buster 7. When that's finished, I'll do all the fulfillment before I launch the next campaign.
Okay.
At least get to the point where I've ordered it from the printer. And once it's ordered from the printer and I'm just waiting and it's out of my hands, then I'll launch the next one. But I never really overlap campaigns in terms of the fulfillment. So
Smart.
Yeah, so it'll be like I'll do Crime Busters, I'll do Quest, I'll do Cthulhu versus Uncle Sam #3, and then at that point, hopefully, I'll be ready to do Quest 6.
Okay.
And then I sort of rotate through them.
Wow. Are there any like months where you just won't have a campaign for any reason?
Yeah, so like the last 3 years, I've ended up doing about 5 campaigns per year. So
okay,
the fulfillment's really important to me. I've this last campaign that's in late pledges is my 17th campaign. So the first 16 have all been fulfilled on time. So I never want to like get ahead of myself with that. So if I have to, I build in a lot of extra time just in case something takes a while. And if I have to use that extra time, then whatever is supposed to come out next has to wait until I've gotten this one done, because I never want to, people are trusting me to get them the books, and take that really seriously. So, sometimes particularly over the winter, a lot of times I'll have a campaign maybe that ends the beginning of November, and I might not launch again until the end of January. So I have like 2.5 months in between campaigns there where I can sort of finish stuff and catch up.
And you write all of these, right?
Yeah, I write all of them. I draw some of the variant covers now. And like I said, when I first started, I was doing everything. I drew the first 4 issues of Crime Busters myself, sort of in an Archie style. And then I just wanted to tell more stories, and I just draw so slowly that I figured I'm going to have to hire people to draw the other stories for me.
Sure.
If people want to catch up, I've got like the bundle. So I've got 13 issues that I've put out so far. And I've got a bundle where you can get all of them. Or if you just want the sets of the one series or another, you can get those.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really impressive.
Thanks. I love doing it. Like I just can't stop making it. You can also see on this page, I also did a romance comic, which is Geek Love. The only one issue of that out. And honestly, I had a really hard time finding an audience for that. So I'm not sure there'll be a second issue, but I would love to do it because I actually love romance comics. It's kind of the focus of my collection because I'm a big collector. I've got hundreds of old romance comics. And so I really just loved doing the romance comic. The Geek Love, basically it's like a traditional romance comic. So it's an anthology. There's 4 stories in it.
Okay.
And there's like one's about a wizard in love. One is about cosplayers in love. So it's all sort of like, it's got like a geeky slant, but they're written sort of like the classic, 60s DC or Charlton romance books.
Scott, I think you've got a really good thing going here where you've got several series, but if people just go to crimebustercomics.com, you've got links to everything. Your shop,
you can go there. Everything will be
issues,
right there,
etc. So kudos to you, Crimebuster Comics. That's a pretty easy one to remember.
Yeah, it was the domain name that was available when I started doing the Crime Busters, and it's inadvertently turned into my company name. But I'm, I love it. I just love doing it. Thanks so much for doing this.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I love listening to all the other creators, most of whom I've already knew from cross promoting with them or in the Discords or whatever. But it's really energizing. I hear all these people talking about their projects, and I want to just. In fact, I spent the first 2 hours when I was in the waiting room. Actually, I was lettering pages and drawing stuff while I was.
Glad you could be productive.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of fun.
Awesome. I'm wishing you success. Do we know which one of the 3 is likely to launch first right now?
I think it's probably going to be Crime Busters. If I'm being honest, that's the one I want to get to because it's been the longest since the last issue came out. And I want to get to 125 followers before we launch. I'm at 94 right now. So we're pretty close. Whereas with Quest, I just got the pre-launch page live last week. So we're at 51 followers. So it's not quite ready yet. So my hope is that we can get to 125 quick, and I would love to launch Crime Busters in about a month, probably the end of March.
Yeah.
But I don't want to launch it before it's ready.
Totally get it.
Also, the other place people can find me here, I'm going to put the link here in the chat, is On YouTube. That's the main thing I do.
Okay.
I found in terms of social media, I don't really like doing posts and stuff, but I love going on camera and just talking at incredible length about comic books. So this has been a perfect experience for me.
I'm glad to hear that. Let's see. We'll show
Yeah.
that real quick. And
So-
yeah, the classic comic collector.
Yeah,
Easy
most
to
of my
remember.
videos are about back issues or going to comic book stores. I think I've been to 78 comic stores so far since I
Nice.
started doing the channel. So I'm always getting like going to stores and getting back issues, and like I have a huge Archie collection you can see in a lot of these thumbnails.
That's very cool.
And then I also do live streams whenever I'm launching or ending a Kickstarter or unboxing videos with my stuff. So, but here's where you can kind of find me here.
That sounds awesome. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm going to keep moving because it's getting late for all of us, but thank you for staying up.
Sure. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It was really nice getting to talk to you and meet you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
We've got more folks coming with more comic books and comic book stuff to talk about. Bear with me as I pull up our next guest. Our next guest is Devin Arscott. Devin, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's been a long day, but you know what? I'm here.
Yeah, you are. Thank you. I appreciate that. What can you tell us about what you like about comics? What attracts you to comics?
Honestly, comics were my first like real reading experience.
Okay.
Taught me how to read. My dad had a phenomenal comic book collection when I was growing up, and then that in turn had me have a phenomenal comic book collection at one point. I had over like 16,000 comics.
Oh my gosh!
Decade
Yeah.
ago now. So I'm just now starting to really like rebuild that collection.
Really?
I think
What happened?
had some troubles along the way in life, but
You're just saying you sold it?
yeah.
Yeah, I've been
unfortunately.
there. I get that.
So, but I did keep the pieces that meant the most to me, pretty much like my Avengers collection. I think I have almost every issue that's been published, the mainline stuff from the 60s to now. But for the most part, yeah, my father got me into this. I've been a big reader ever since. I haven't stopped reading. I didn't realize I didn't follow you on YouTube, but I do follow you on Twitter, and I've been, watching when you go live whenever I can catch it.
Thank
and
you.
It's nice to see you do something like this for everybody. It's really a great thing to see.
Well, that's the goal anyway, is just to try to like help people boost their signal, right? I mean, it's hard to
Absolutely.
boost our signals, so I'm trying to. I saw you shot a link into the private chat, and I was going to pull that up, Devin. What can you tell me about this? Is your Substack, yes?
That is correct.
So let's see. So if I put in my email and hit subscribe, okay,
I have a couple options. You can be free, which is what it's primarily is. I have just only recently started the whole.
You only recently
paid
started.
stuff.
Okay.
So
I'm just seeing what happens here because I haven't
Yeah.
really done this.
Oh no, you're good. Basically, my Substack is pretty much me promoting stuff. Telling folks, what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I talk about comics I love. And all
Essays
sorts
and
of
stuff.
cool
Is that?
stuff. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just actually started this one right here.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
I talk about why I love, Walt Simonson's run on Thor. That's one of
Wasn't
my
it
best.
special?
Oh, absolutely. And I wish I was born in that era, but thankfully I had a father that had these books. So
That's awesome. I still think that this is ultimately my overall favorite Thor run.
Oh, absolutely. I would agree with that as well, just because there's a lot of memorable moments. You got Beta Ray Bill, you had the Surtur Saga. You had a lot of great stuff that happened in here.
Oh yeah, and it was like a really nice balance where he somehow found a way to do the sort of cosmic stuff, but also like some of the grounded stuff on kind of impressive.
Absolutely. He was very. I think he was in a way, Kirby's successor as far as
Oh yeah.
being able to do all of that, grand scheme, stuff that just really made Thor. It's one of my favorite vices. As far as reading folks' work.
See, something like this would be very relevant to me because I don't feel like I'm much of an expert on Three Worlds, Three Moons. I'm sort of aware of it because, I follow creators, but like an essay like this would absolutely be interesting to me because I want to educate myself on something like that.
Absolutely.
So this is impressive. How
Thank you
often
very
would you
much.
say you write these days?
I try to write every day. I'm usually busy editing, which is partially why I was up. I saw a bunch of my friends were in here. You've had Kadin, you've had CJ, you've had Ben. I saw Dan Hoynes in here. I saw a lot of people I know. I also am running a Kickstarter right now as well, like everybody else.
You are?
I am.
Excuse me.
That's
I
what my cool background is.
All right, we gotta focus on that for a minute then. Okay.
Yeah.
What's it called? The Lion
of Olympus.
The Lion of Olympus.
I think I
Let me
sent
see
a
if I can
second
find
link
that.
in there. So it's easier to type in a Kickstarter these days.
I'm just The Lion of Olympus. Appreciate your patience while I go for that. Yep, I think I found
Patience
it
is one of
here,
my
so
favorite
bear with
virtues.
me, and I'll pull this up. Is this it?
Absolutely, that is me.
Congratulations, man! You're most of the way to the goal. Most of the way to the goal. So we all together have our marching orders because so far we've had people that are either about to launch or about to wrap up. But now we're coming across one that's got a week, but we can help like push this over the edge, I think, right?
I would think so.
I would hope so. I would hope so. But in order to do that, we need to sort of know what this is. So what can you tell us about what makes this take on, Greek mythology special? What makes it yours? What makes it unique?
So a little backstory real quick for those that are watching. So the Lion of Olympus, is like my love letter to Greek mythology. I'm a big I'm a big mythology buff, period. Like, if there's mythology out there, I seek it out. I love it. But I've already done a mythology book separate from this title called Magni the Mighty. It's got like 2 issues currently. I'm on issue number 2 of fleshing that out. But back to this. And I wanted to see something different because I don't see a lot of mythology books out there, at least
in
the mainstream. I know the last book that I had picked up that wasn't Thor, because I haven't missed a Thor issue in actually a long time now. I don't think I've missed it very much. But I wanted to see Greek mythology represented. I know there was a Neil Gaiman book that had come out, but I'm like, it came and went, and I was like, okay, well, what else is there? So I needed something for me. So this is basically my version of Greek mythology. I try to adhere to a lot of what we have read or what we already kind of know, but I've infused that with a new kind of flair. I give Hercules a little bit more to do.
Okay.
I try to, give character motivations a little bit more push. Like, for instance, the first opening arc is basically the wrath of Hera. So Hera is sending Ares and his 2 sons, which I call the dogs of war, so Phobos and Deimos. They basically attack Hercules, or Heracles, as I prefer to say it the proper way. When he's in Thebes, he's on like a vacation from, adventuring like he normally does, and they just attack him out of nowhere. So, you get some cool shots there. And I wanted it to really resonate with what I love. So that way, when people read it, they understand like, hey, this is a great book. or at least I hope it will be a great book for folks that enjoy mythology or just action adventure type
I do.
comics.
I love mythology. I love Greek mythology. My parents lived there for 2 years. My grandfather always just liked Greek mythology, so I grew up hearing about a bunch of it. And I got to say, like, the artwork looks great. I'm just giving you a compliment on that one.
Thank you very much.
No, you found somebody wonderful here. I'm curious.
Absolutely.
Does Hercules either go bananas or go to New York in this?
I would say go bananas.
Oh, he does go bananas. Okay, sold.
Honestly, you get it like kind of right away almost. I think maybe the first half of the book, like by the time we get to page 10 or so, like everything kind of breaks loose. And then I had already finished scripting a second issue for this. Haven't started artwork yet. But it's pretty much balls to the wall. Like you get fights, you get, a vengeful Hera. You get to see, just all the cool stuff that you expect out of Hercules. So, like I said, I'm hoping that resonates with folks. I see a lot of comments, that are really positive, and I appreciate everybody for that. It really means a lot to me. I put a lot of hard work into this. Me and my collaborators, we take a lot of pride in doing what we do.
That's nice to hear, Devin. But I honestly think can connect with people if there's legit passion behind it. And it sounds so far like there definitely is for you.
Oh, absolutely. When I didn't start this journey for no reason, I've been doing it for 6 years. My wife got me to finally like push over the edge and, basically say, hey, look, if you're going to do it, do it.
Good.
And I was like, all right, I'm going to do it. So I've been doing it since 2019, and it seems like the fast track in comics has just been crazy for me.
Wow.
I've been an editor on most things, but as far as my, just writing stuff, I think I've released maybe at least a handful of books on my own, and then there's been other books that I've written that have come out for other people that I think are really great. So.
I think mythology stays with us because there's still stuff that we somehow like see within it that like is just relevant to the human experience. But we forget mythology when it isn't reinterpreted and stuff. So I think that this is really valuable, valid stuff to like constantly like look back at mythology and classic literature as well. And like find ways to reinterpret it. Otherwise, people forget about it. So I think that this is really, really awesome.
Absolutely. And I and to kind of go off that same sentiment, I really do value the mythologies that, humanity has essentially had and preserved up until this point.
Yeah.
Because honestly, if it had been lost to history, I don't think we'd have a lot of the things that we have now in terms of stories, and I think that's a really valuable thing to just continue to preserve and, kind of showcase in new ways, especially such as this.
I hope so. This is awesome. But let's see. So you're pretty darn close no matter what, first of all. You've got a week left, and we just need to push this about not even a full $700.
Oh,
but
no.
This sounds very valuable, and I like the artwork. I especially like personally how it looks in black and white, and this is good colors. I have zero complaints. I'm just saying, like I get to this looks striking. Like I love what this artist is doing with like their blacks. Like everything is sort of on the edge and highlighting the gesture and shape of the person. Like really, really nice.
And I think that's one of the qualities that really got me to work with Emmanuel Tomarelli, who's the artist on this project.
Yeah.
And I think, for an artist as young as he is, like he's really doing a really great job just working it out and just doing this. Because I don't think he's been doing comics for very long.
Interesting.
Per last conversations.
No kidding. Well, so I think you found somebody with a lot of talent there. Got some nice looking covers as well. And I love some of the names, by the way, that like this, the Cerberus pack. That's fun. That's
Oh yeah, I try to be playful.
bundle
with
of
it.
3.
So, you get 3 cool, covers on that. And then, for anybody not, familiar with any work that I've released under my publisher title of Epic Fantasy Studios, we have a big bundle. I think it's like 60 or 70 bucks. I forget what it costs, but it gives you everything that we've released plus, stuff on this campaign.
Okay.
You back me and my buddy who was on here prior, CJ Hudson, and his Hunters project. You get a cool art print that was done by Rio Burton, and you can only get that by backing both of our projects, which he's fine. He's made over 200% of his goal, so he's good.
He's fine. Don't worry about him. We're past that.
Exactly, but
I'm
no,
just kidding.
CJ's a cool guy, though. I love him to death. One of
I
my
think there's
favorite
enough room for
collaborators,
everybody
so.
to be successful, but I love this kind of stuff. And I would say you're right. There's not a whole lot of classic history or mythology in comics, but there have been a few exceptional things here and there. I think I'd point people towards Eric Shanower's Age of Bronze is probably one of the best in terms of just like classic history interpreted in comic book form. But this looks great. Have you read that?
It's been a long time. It seems
that's
like,
fair.
because
Just curious.
I run through a lot of books, and I think I have like a whole closet full of books I haven't read yet. I just got a book in the mail today. I'm probably not gonna touch it yet.
Is your father still with us?
Oh, absolutely.
So you guys can still bond over comics together?
Every phone call. Just actually talked to him, I think, earlier today. And he had sent my son his pull list of books because he buys my son the current Miles Morales comic and some other stuff for his collection just because my son he's only 8, but he likes to look at the pictures and, he's reading a lot more now. He's more into like Dog Man and all that other stuff.
That's amazing.
Right now,
so you've got like 3 generations of comic book lovers that can
absolutely
talk about that as like fathers and sons.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Absolutely.
I
take trips to the same shop I've been going to for the last 26 years.
My dad's awesome. I love him. He did take me here and there to a comic convention growing up, but that was because I basically begged. He never really read them or anything. So that just sounds awesome that you guys can share all that. I'm happy for you.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate it. It's been a great experience, especially taking my son and my wife and son to the conventions with me. It's nice to have the support. He loves it, especially when he gets cool stuff out of it too. But
then he's got to be pretty proud of you that you're putting out your own comics.
Oh, absolutely. I know he's expressed wanting to have a book of his own. So, every now and again I'll poke and prod like, hey, what kind of stuff would you want?
Let him do like at least a backup story or something like that.
Yeah, something to get him started so that way, hey, you have your name in a book already. Something that's noteworthy. You could tell all his friends at school and
that's
grow up
cool.
with that.
Well, good luck with all of that. That sounds
Thank
awesome.
you.
I appreciate you taking some time to talk with us tonight, Devin.
Hey, I appreciate you for having me on.
My pleasure. Sincerely. Best of luck with the Lion of Olympus #1. Let's push it over
Thank
the top,
you.
folks. Take care.
Take it easy.
All right. We're going to be able to see everybody before I have to get to bed. I've got work first thing in the morning, but we've got a few more people. I'm next going to bring in Phil Diaz.
That's me.
How are you?
What's up? Thanks for having me on. No, I'm doing good. I was just reading some comics while listening.
Phil. It's the least I can do. You've been extremely patient. I mean, I feel bad. Everybody that's sort of like, in these last groups, I know you were waiting a long time. I appreciate your patience.
No, yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Some people in the chat seem to know who you are.
Hey, what's up, dudes? Yeah, there's my buddies, other comic creators. I'm sure they're waiting in the back too.
Well, tell us a little bit about what aspect of comics interests you the most.
Characters. I love characters. I fell in love with characters as a kid growing up watching the X-Men animated series and then the Bruce Timm Justice League stuff before I really got into
It's a great era.
Yeah.
It really is.
It was mind-blowing to the point where like I got into video games a lot, and at the time City of Heroes had just come out, which was like a early MMO, and I was like 13, and all I would do is just create characters, play for like an hour, and then create a new character, you know, just like because I loved the variety and just all superhero stuff, you know.
But you got into it more through like the shows and the video games than the comics themselves?
Yeah, I got into comics later, and I had always gone to conventions. You know, my dad would take my brother and I to Wizard World Chicago over here when I was still around.
Yes, I've been to that one. But boy, that was a long time ago for me.
Yeah, yeah. But I remember some of the first comics, like remember seeing were like Alpha Flight 1, you know, just falling in love with that crazy cast of characters, and really old. I remember going through Wizard World boxes, long boxes, and picking out like old Plastic Man comics and just falling in love with the cartooniness of that
nice
art. Yeah.
Were you falling when you started getting into the actual comic books? Was it mostly superheroes, or was it a wide variety of stuff? What were you getting into?
It was mostly superheroes. I had a buddy in school I would do theater with, and he was like a Wednesday Warrior. I'm like, oh, you like comics? Like, you know, I watch Justice League and stuff. He's like, oh, and he was older than me. He's like, oh, come check this out. And in his car trunk, he just had all the comics. He would just pick them up Wednesday, read them, and then just put them in his trunk. And he made a list. I still talk to him to this day, and he's like, oh, how's your books doing and stuff? He's like, I'm like, I'm gonna be at C2E2. You gotta come.
The trunk's getting really full. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. But he made a list of all the Batman books I needed to read, like the first essential stuff, and you know,
that's
Year One, Long Halloween, all this stuff. And then this was around the time Brian Azzarello's Joker came out.
Okay.
And I picked that up, and I'm like, this is freaking awesome too, you know, Liber Mayhel, and
yes,
I just didn't stop from there, and got into writing them with my brother, and we went to a few Wizard shows back in the day, like right when I was out of high school, and then took a break for a while because I was going to college, and then for the past 6 years now we've been crowdfunding comics on Indiegogo mostly, and we have a Kickstarter now. We have a website, and you know, a backlog of content, you know, and we're crazy.
That's a long time.
Yes, yeah. This is actually the first time any of my stuff has been on Kickstarter.
Oh, okay.
So we have if you guys like Indiegogo, we have a Indiegogo going on right now that's in demand, so you could pick this up as well. The only different thing about the two campaigns is the t-shirts on there. They're two different designs, so they have like exclusive t-shirts.
That's awesome. Let's see. So like oh dude, you got Doug Monkey to do this cover?
Yes, brother. Yes. Yeah, he is amazing.
I was wondering, that looked a lot like him, but you know, like this is just like a piece of it, and I'm going, well, it can't be Doug Monkey, but it is.
Yeah, he's my buddy. I met him years ago at a C2E2, and right with the first time I was kind of working on the first story with this Big Purple character. He's our kind of like bombastic 90s character. He's actually an imaginary friend to like a superheroine babe bodybuilder chick that she's grown up with, and now she sees him again, and they are like a crime fighting duo. They're part of our series called The Lost Pages, which we've done 3 books so far with, and this is a crossover between The Lost Pages with that character. His name's Crimstone, and my buddy's series called The Kill Journal, which is a horror slasher series. So this is technically our 4th Lost Pages venture. Yeah, Doug Mankey did an awesome cover, and that's the back cover there by an amazing artist, Oliver Isabedra, who I'm doing a Western series with this summer.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's got this really cool, almost Silvestri style.
Yeah,
And then
yeah, I see a little of that.
for sure. And then the variant, if you scroll down, we have another awesome cover by Rob Willis.
Oh
Which
yeah,
is super,
that's rock solid.
super cool.
I love the design of this guy with like the sort of almost glowing tattoo arm.
Yeah,
and it,
Here.
like says like "wake up" on his hand.
Yeah, so he's imaginary. He's like an imaginary friend, but he's yoked out and he's a brawler because he's been battling the inner demons of his companion Jasmine for her whole life.
Oh,
And
battles her
tragedy
inner
strikes
demons.
her in the first Lost Pages book, and then she starts seeing him again. And so she gets super strength now that he's around. And that all is explored in the Lost Pages series, which you guys could go check out at zadecomics.com. This
where?
is actually the third book. We got a Simon Bisley cover for the
What? Hold
third
on,
book.
hold on.
Yeah,
I gotta see
check
that.
this out.
Let's
If
see
you're
that
a
up
Bisley
close.
fan, it's a throwback to Lobo's back. And
Yeah, you
yeah,
got
this-
Beasley to do that.
yes, yeah. Biz has been super supportive of the character as well.
He's so nice.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Phil, like it was so funny. I was at a convention just several months back, like maybe like half a year, whatever. Rose City Comic Con.
Yeah, yeah.
And I go up and talk to him. He's never met me before, and he
Mhm.
just goes, "Oi, mate, you drink beer?" And while I don't, because I'm
me neither.
diabetic now, I was not going to tell Simon Beasley that. So I was like, "Yeah," and he just goes, "Here, have one." And he's like, "People keep giving them to me," and I
Yeah.
was just like, "Thank you." And I go, "Now I've got a story that Simon Beasley just gave me a beer."
He doesn't drink anymore.
Oh, so that's why he was giving it
So
away. But
that
it was
might
so
have been around the time, yeah, because I saw him at Heroes Con last year, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't drink anymore because I don't drink." And when I told him that years ago, he's like, "Don't start," you know. It's like, good, don't start. So, but yeah, he did. I actually have the original of that. I wanted to bring it out to show you guys. This is the original to that.
Oh my God.
cover,
Dude,
Freaking
how are you getting these artists to work for you?
I guess networking and being it's my Latin charm, I guess. You know, I got that gambit thing going on.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, no, Simon's awesome. He actually did the first cover to our first Lost Pages book as well. So I've known him for a while. He wanted to do another Crim cover because he likes that over the top character. But yeah, and so now the crossover is happening. You can get on Indiegogo or Kickstarter, and the interiors are drawn by Juan Gideon, who did the DC's Jurassic League book.
Yes. That's
who's
this?
another amazing artist. Yeah. That's the
I knew this artist looked familiar.
mhm. Yeah.
Hey, if it's good enough for Daniel Warren Johnson, it's good enough for you, right?
That's what I said. Exactly. Yeah. So dope.
You have a knack for getting some talent to work with you, Phil.
Thanks, man. Yeah,
I got to go back to this Doug Monkey thing real quick, just because I'm a big fan of Doug.
yeah, he's awesome too. Like,
wow,
he's done bookmarks for us. He did a trailer for us. Oh, you're not sharing anymore.
Oops.
You pulled it down.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I love his animations that he does these days on like Instagram. It seems like that's where most of his interest lies, to be honest.
they're mind blowing. I mean, he just finished up, I think, that Batman Offworld book, but he actually, for our second volume of the Lost Pages series, he did an animated trailer for us for our Indiegogo campaign. It was super cool. And then we turned one of his images into a bookmark. He's just been
so cool,
really supportive. And I hit him up, see if he wanted to do a cover, and he was totally down. And it totally encapsulates the vibe we're going for. It's a
great.
mixture slasher horror meets superheroes in this story.
Right on. Slashers are real and they've invaded Chicago.
That's right.
Dude, this speaks to me.
Awesome. I'm so glad.
I love slashers. I like ways that we could like remix it and stuff like that. This is you've got some of my favorite artists doing your covers. This is just incredible.
Yeah, thank you so much. This one, it's a 60-page one-shot. So I wrote it. So if you guys don't know anything about these characters, you'll be informed. But if you're a fan of the 2 series prior, you'll definitely hit the ground running. And both of the previous stories are available on the campaign, or if you want to check them out right away, we have them on my site or Global Comics as well. So definitely look us up on there.
Yeah. How has this gone for you compared to Indiegogo?
This one, so I'm not running this one. My buddy Adam, who owns the Kill Journal, is running Kickstarter. We let him do it because he did a book called The Exiled on Kickstarter, which was a really well-received book. He partnered up with Wesley Snipes. He did this like sci-fi book that then went to massive publishing and stores and crowdfunded it here, and he did very well. So I thought this would actually do better on his campaign because he had all that previous backing.
Sure.
It's been a little slow than what we've gotten on Indiegogo, but it's just icing on top of the cake because the book's done. I just finished lettering it last week, and we're waiting on like 3 more pages of colors. So this should be at the printers in a couple weeks. We'll be ready to fulfill it in April, which I'm super stoked about because it's going to be our first release of this year.
That's great. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds real good. So you wrote, you and Adam wrote this. Got it.
Yeah, we basically plotted it together. I did the script and then we threw it back and forth. The fun thing about this is coming up with like a new slasher for his universe, because the Kill Journal is like a world of slasher survivors. So it's a team of these survivors that have had family members killed by slashers. So they have that trauma. So they hunt down, the way they exercise this trauma is they hunt down these undead killers, right?
All right.
And so the new one we came up with is this guy you're looking at here. His name's Simon, and he kills you, hunts you in your sleep, and it works perfectly with Crimstone because Jasmine has that tether to the imaginary world, which is Crim, and so he could actually interact with this kind of Freddy Krueger-esque character.
Perfect.
And you actually go into the dreamscape and in their mind, and it's just a lot of really fun, almost over-the-top Looney Tunes style action that you could have in the dreamscape in here.
That sounds so cool, dude. That sounds awesome.
Thanks,
that
man.
sounds really, really fun. How should people follow you if they want to know what the next comic and the next comic is?
Well, you guys could go to zadecomics.com.
What's it called again?
I'll drop it here in the private chat.
Oh, okay, sure.
We have a mailing list on there, and if you guys subscribe to the mailing list, you'll find out about new projects. You see, we have comics you could buy right now or upcoming projects. We'll tell you about the stuff we're doing this year because we have a few more projects we're working on. But at the bottom of there is the mailing list you could sign up for.
Yep.
And
perfect.
Yeah, get caught up with all of our stuff there. There's also a button at the top that'll take you to our global comics. So if you guys read digitally, it's an awesome platform. You can read that stuff. In fact, we have a free preview of Psycho Slumber on our global comics page. And so I think it's like a 10 or 15 page free preview in black and white. It's in the Lost Pages section. And also we do have a YouTube channel. My brother and I, we stream a few times a week, and been trying to make more YouTube shorts, but I've been really doing a lot of writing lately, and it's a give and take, you know.
Yeah, it is. You've only got so much free time, and you got to like commit to doing one of it better. So I get that. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Zade Comics. We stream 3 times a week. Thursdays, I do a stream that's solely dedicated to comic book like talk with 3 other friends of mine.
Sure.
Irene Strakowski, Narwhal, aka Pierre Berg, and Hyper Wizard. We do a show called Creative Block, and we talk about storytelling, characters, and all kinds of awesome comic-y stuff.
Very cool.
I also did an interview with Doug Mankey on the channel too.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
So
I've been rereading his original Mask comics because that was my introduction to him. And
they're so good. I literally was just flipping through the omnibus this past week. I'm like, this stuff is for like their first big.
He was really good from the beginning. I mean, I love where he evolved, but like, that was some of the stuff I was lucky enough that I took a chance on.
Yeah.
And I liked it. So yeah.
It's so fun. And if you guys haven't used Global Comics and you haven't read The Mask, all of that omnibus is on Global Comics.
Okay.
So you could read that there. The Mask it's top stuff. It's so cool.
Totally different, not totally different. It's tonally very, very different than the movie.
Yes.
So if that's your only entry point, it's pretty wild, cool stuff. Yeah, it's awesome.
And the big purple guy, Krim, is very much inspired by The Mask. The way he is, he's very over the top, and he could, if he's in the dream world, he could pull guns out of anywhere and stuff like that too. And if you guys are in the chat looking for like a entry point for any of the books that we have, we have made a little manga collection of the Lost Pages at a cheaper price point. It's in grayscale as well. It's like 213 pages, and it'll get you caught up before book 3.
That's awesome. Smart.
Definitely check that out.
Phil, it was a pleasure getting to talk to you and discover your comics. I think you've got an awesome idea, and the ability to get these huge names involved it really speaks to your work. That's a huge accomplishment.
I've been lucky. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be at C2E2 as well. I'm there every year. They bring, I work for a really huge arcade in Chicago. It's like the world's largest arcade. So we're going to bring games there. So if you guys are in the area, we'll have a comic table in the arcade area. Come say hi, pick up some stuff. And this is how big of a Mask fan I am. I got my little mask.
Hey,
got it right there.
We've got Big Head, not just the
That's
mask.
right.
We've got Big Head.
Big Head. Big
Awesome.
Head killer.
Phil, thank you very much. Good luck with this campaign, okay?
Yeah, thanks. It's going 7 hours strong. You're insane, but I appreciate it. On the
Still got a ways to go, but yeah, we're getting there. Take care.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, wow, almost at 7.5 hours, but we've got more people waiting, so there's no rest for me, and I'm wicked. That's almost a phrase. All right, we're gonna bring on Vaughn Coleman next. Vaughn,
hey, what's going on?
Welcome to the show. How are you?
It's good. I don't know if you remember, we met at New York Comic Con, but you've probably met 1,000 fans of yours. So
I don't know about 1,000.
Come on,
was a lot.
With your subscriber count. Well, I'm saying in general.
Yeah, thank you for giving me that out, but you do look familiar. What did we talk about though? I don't know.
Oh God. Well, I mean, comics. I think I was talking about asking you what videos you had that was coming out.
Yeah, that sounds right, dude. Thank you for introducing yourself. Wait, he was the kid dressed.
I was not. All right, so Phil's a friend of mine. So
okay.
It's a running bit because I'm like one of the only human beings on the face of the planet that is a fan of Cypher from New Mutants.
I've talked about.
Are you a Cypher fan? Let me
Doug
ask.
Ramsey? Are you kidding me?
You're a fellow fan?
I've said in real life, if like there were no other superpowers, no other superheroes, supervillains, nothing crazy, what would be the best power to have? I don't think it would be like flight or healing. It would be the ability to talk to anybody anywhere. I could just travel the world. I could translate stuff for all sorts of big business if I needed money. Oh my God, I would love it.
He was great. He was a great character. And, I talked to Louise Simonson about it because I was dressed as Cypher when I met her. And she was a great costume. I'm like, thanks. She killed me off. She's like, I still feel bad about it. Like she told me that.
And I mean, yeah, they brought him back, but it's not the same. He was gone for so long that I'm just like, whatever. I love Louise Simonson's writing. That's really cool to know that you're a big fan of Cypher as well.
Yeah. No, I love the character. I just finished the original New Mutants run. Actually, I'm almost done with the whole Claremont run.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you mean for just X-Men in general?
Well, I've been reading X-Men. I finished New Mutants. The next chunk I have to read is the X Factor.
Yeah.
Where they chuck Baby Cable into the future. And then I have like the Muir Island saga. 1
and then
through
there's
3.
going to be a little bit at the
relaunch.
tail end of like Excalibur and a little bit more of X-Men.
And then after that, I'm probably going to put it on hiatus because I'm like, I have to read. I'm trying to learn from all the masters.
16 years of stories.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That run inspired me to start writing comics. I was in film school.
Really?
And I had asked people, I knew what X-Men comics should I read. For some reason, I felt like reading X-Men. And that was the first time I had read graphic novels and stuff, but that was the first time I ever really did a super deep dive into a run. And I mean, I was just blown. I was like, they could just do all their big ideas back to back to back to back. And I was like, I love film, but like every time I would come up with an idea, they'd be like, all right, well, this is going to cost like insane amounts of money. And I felt so creatively free in comics. And then I was seeing the crowdfunding. I was like, I could do this. And then as I was translating screenplays to comics, I just fell in love with the medium. Like I totally fell in love with the medium and the way
you were doing that for work?
Oh no, I was in college. I mean, I'd love to do it for work,
see what you're saying.
but I was in film school.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I was between film projects. I started doing that. But I did get a job editing a comic, Hunter Ninja Bear. And then that I was an editor on that, and that further solidified, like, yep, I want to keep doing comics. And
who was that for? Like Mad Cave or somebody?
That was Phenom Comics.
Phenom? I was just like, who was that? I don't know. But
Yeah.
okay.
Small company, but they did some good stuff.
That's awesome.
So I got this idea that I had ever since I was in second grade, and I finally made it into a comic book. It's Phenomenova. I fulfilled it in November, and now we have the second issue, which is almost done. It's basically done. We just have to do like a few lettering revisions, and then we're print ready. So that is my website.
Wow.
But if you go to Coming Soon, so
Oh.
you could buy issue 1 there. But if you go to Coming Soon, you can go to the campaign pages. Just go to Kickstarter.
Sure.
Hold on. You could join on Rebel Oasis Studios. You can join my email list. But Kickstarter is where I'm at right now. And we're just on our way to the stretch goals. And what I like to do is I like to basically keep a sense of community. And I'm on all the platforms, so that way no one feels left out, right? And everyone contributes to the same stretch goals. So if we hit 10K across all the campaigns, all physical backers will get the trading card that comes with it. I want to make sure everyone, it's not like, oh, there's these people in this camp. No, you're all working together. So that's always something I'm big on. But Phenomenova is my superhero idea. It's set 20 years after World War III and follows the next generation of superheroes rising up. I always say in an age of deconstruction and cynicism, it's a reconstruction and a reconstitution of the superhero genre.
Okay, sure. Let's see. So how long do you see this story going?
I mean, I'd love to write this, forever. Not forever. But I'd love it to be like, I mean, I could go for over 100 issues. I've written the first 8, I want this to be an ongoing thing. But I wrote the first 8. It was as the first story arc. But I want to make sure that like every issue is worth the money you spend. The worst feeling is when you spend money on an issue and it feels like it's just like part of these all do add. But if I'm charging you for an issue, I want to make sure that it feels like it's worth the money you spend. But it's an 8-issue storyline out the gate. But then I would love to keep going and going and going and going.
Wow. That's so cool to hear. So it does involve superheroes. Are they sort of mutants, or is something like that?
So my main character in the first issue is struck by lightning while holding a mysterious crystal, and he has lightning powers and super speed. But some characters are like born with as in like they manifest later. There's all different kinds of powers in my world. I was debating doing like a hard system, and I was like, no, what makes it fun about, like, for example, the Justice League is you have, that guy's an alien. That guy got circulating in the lab. That she's a magician. I don't know. I like that. And I was like, I wanted to just keep that freedom where I could kind of just go where the winds take me while thinking my characters inside and out.
Totally get that. Look at that. Double finger guns.
Yeah,
what
those
did we
only
do to deserve that?
I need to get a new picture. I'm also on Global Comics. You could read the first 10 pages of Phenomenova issue 1 for free, whether you have a membership or not. You can also read a 10-page short story I did, totally free on Global Comics. But you could read issue 1 on Global Comics as well if you have a membership, or you could buy the PDF there.
Oh, yeah.
So I try and make my stuff as accessible as possible because at this stage, I'm just trying to get it out there to as many people as I can, and
sure,
hope that it takes off.
That makes sense. I wish you every success, of course. Let's see. Sorry, it was coming soon was where I needed to go. And you've got it on Fund My Comic, Indiegogo, and Kickstarter. And if you raise like $3,000, you'll like unlock some sort of stretch goals.
Yeah, if we raise, we'll get 10,000 because we're like 7.5K right now. If we hit 10,000 across all 3 campaigns,
that's
get the next
amazing.
Stretch goal. So we're close.
That's pretty successful.
Yeah. The first issue did pretty well. The first issue was a giant size issue. You know, I kind of like how there was giant size X-Men. There was a New Mutants graphic novel. Excalibur sword is drawn. So I was like, let's just make the first issue big. This one is 24 pages, but the first one is like 68. So
that's pretty good. That makes sense. Because I saw that you had it on the store. I was like, $10. I go, well, maybe it's big. It is big. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. It's so again, this new issue is $10. The first one is $20. For physical, but for digital, you can get the whole thing, catch up for $10. So
that's not bad. Yeah. And the art looks very nice. Like these covers I know are the covers, but yeah, you got some good artists working on this, huh?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that, like, I didn't want it to just be, if I was going to give you something, especially if I have to charge a higher price, then, you know, I wish I could charge 2 cents.
I know.
But, you know,
no,
I was like, it's got to be worth it.
It's not necessarily even about making huge profits. It costs something to make these things. I get it.
I'm not even making money. I just want to make the comics. So that's what it is. So everything you spend going into production, and the more I get, hopefully I could churn out issue 3 after this. But my main priority is giving you the issue you paid for before I start throwing money at the next one.
Have you been walking around outside with strange crystals in your hands just to see if you can get powers?
I haven't.
Oh, next time there's a storm, I recommend just trying it out.
Yeah,
see if your brain was subconsciously onto something.
Oh, yeah, you know, I should. I'm sure there'll be no negative repercussions to that.
No, hold it high above your head.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of an open field.
Lightning rod with it.
Yeah. Or at least a golf club. This sounds like fun. This sounds like a fun series. And you've obviously that's really impressive. Across 3 platforms, you're up to close to 10, you said?
Yeah, last campaign we did almost 18K. So it's
18?
Yeah.
And that was your first comic that you
Yeah.
How'd you get up to 18? How?
I promoted like crazy. Here's what I would say. Everyone is a potential customer. Like, I'll give you an example. I was at a bar with someone in Florida with my mom. We were eating, talked to a guy in a bar. We were friendly with him. We add each other on Facebook. A year later, he backs my comic. You know, that's obviously not the primary audience, right? But the primary audience is you want to promote with everyone.
Did you like do paid ads, or do you have like a famous like friend or colleague?
A few. I mean, I had people like so Billy Tucci is a good friend of mine.
That's fair.
I would market with everyone I can. Conventions, whatever industry professionals I can, whatever YouTubers I can. I try and talk to absolutely everyone I can. Networking to me is like, I learned this is the most important thing. But then obviously people have to like the book.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. No, I mean, but it's a hustle, and it sounds like you hustled well. So
Yeah.
I'm impressed. That's all.
Yeah, I try and get on every show I can, like right now. Stuff like this, like what I'm doing right now, times however many I have to do is basically what I did.
Well, you're doing something right, Vaughn. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
for you.
Thank you.
It sounds like an interesting book. It looks like it's got good art. And yeah, I'm wishing you and the creative team every success on this one. So we've got, how much longer? We've got just under 2 weeks.
Yeah. We're at that awkward middle phase right now, but
fair enough. But let's see how close we can get to that first one, because that's a huge success, and this is also a huge success. But let's see how close you can get. That would be awesome.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. And hopefully we can keep going and going and going. That's my goal, is to get better with every issue, even if not necessarily numbers wise, just in general.
Right. Absolutely. Well, the book, folks, is Phenomenova. The writer and creative heart that's driving everything is Vaughn Coleman. Vaughn, thanks for staying up late and giving us some of your time tonight.
Thank you for staying up late. Yeah, I'll say it again. You're doing the Lord's work. So
that's what they say. That's what I get told. All right. Take care.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Next up, we've got more people. What did you think that was it? No, we've got more guests. I've got Sim Inkslayer. What should I call you? Should I call you Sim?
Just Sim. My name is Simon, but everybody calls me Sim.
Does everybody call you Sim?
Yeah.
How'd you get that nickname?
My name is Simon. And I don't know. People just call me Sim all the time. It's always been a thing since high school.
I've met Simons. I've never met one that went by Sim. That's just new to
me.
I
just decided to make it a thing because there's Simon Bisley, and it's hard to be like under that shadow of a Simon.
That's a pretty famous Simon within comics. I agree. And I'm just curious. It says Inkslayer. Does that mean you're an artist?
Of course.
Of course. What kind of an artist?
But technically, I do a bit of everything. I'm a 3D artist. I'm a 2D artist. I have a bachelor's degree in 3D animation and digital design. But my passion's always been about comic books.
Yeah.
So even when I went because I went back to college and university in my 30s when I was a single dad, because I decided to just like go for something else. Because I was trying to be like create my own comics, but back then was a bit harder, right? So I decided to go more into the movies and learn more about the movie making aspect of everything in the video game industry. So I went to college and university,
right?
And the class that I was taking, it's not just about 3D animation and modeling. It was also movie making, scripting, photography, everything. So it's everything that's related to movies.
Okay.
Right? Motion capture and everything. So I'm like, I'm gonna go there. So when I got out,
valuable.
When I got out of there was 2016, and it was a bit. Was having trouble getting into it because also the fact that I have a full-time single dad, so I can't just go and move to Toronto for 5 months and then this and that. Trying to get my footing, and then 2018, 2019 decided to become a full-time comic book artist. So decided to just do it, and then launch my own company. So I took a business course.
Oh wow!
What
kind of a company?
Inkslayer.
That's what I started. Is the name of your comic? I mean,
it's the studio. So we're multiple artists under the website. Also, it's called InkSlayerEntertainment.com. So it's me and other creators. So that's what I started.
Your website then. Let me see. You tell me if I. Oops, hold on. I accidentally closed my screen.
I'll share the link.
Is it this?
Yes, it is.
I mean, it just pops right up. So. Yeah,
it's been up for over 3 years. So it's I've built it. It's on Shopify. So some of those are my first comics that I did since 2019. Bloodhound was 2019. I funded it on Indiegogo. I made about I think 18,000 Canadian or something.
Nice.
Very nice. I fulfilled it in 2020.
Okay.
And that was before the video game and all other thing, Bloodhound. That's why they have to put it in 2 words.
Oh, was there? I didn't know that
there was a video game called Bloodhound, and the same thing with Marvel for a while. They did the Bloodhound run.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's right.
And I copyrighted my stuff to the government. So
okay.
One of the advice I give everybody: it costs $50, but it can protect you in a lot of things.
Sure.
Then,
Well, and even just getting it published also gives you
Mhm.
protections. So that's
and the one that you just passed there, Tales from the Adverse, that was not the murder. That was my first published book here before all of this in 2012. I did the first Not the Merc story. It was published in French because I'm from Montreal, Quebec, in Canada.
Yes.
So we had like something called Zidara 9. It was like a Quebec-made French heavy metal type of thing because I'm a big heavy metal kid.
Nice.
Like I grew up with heavy metal magazine. Like like I'm a '76 guy. Was born in '76, so I grew. And where I'm from, it's a mix of English and French, right? So we had like free access, to, like not free access, but
you
a lot
must
of access
have
to
Metal
comic books, Metal Hurlant, heavy metal, mangas in French because it was very more available in French with anime. So and French comics and American. So a lot of people, if you look at what I do, you can realize that I have an influence of everything in there.
Growing up, I grew up in like the Boston area, and even before there was sort of like the internet, but I was getting into comics in the 80s and the 90s. I was hearing like when I'd go to conventions, they were like, oh, if you just go a little north to Quebec, they get like they were always saying like they get all the European stuff there. I was always like told that, and I never like got to see it in person.
It's one of the main thing that I'm very happy about where I'm from because I had access to everything. Like I grew up watching Captain Harlock on TV in French with Brandow and stuff like that. Plus the G-Force, Transor Z, all that stuff was available to me like from a young age. And growing up, Ninja Scroll kind of hooked me up to everything else, and there became a big Mashamune Shirow fan because of Appleseed.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So
you were exposed to a lot of extra cool stuff that not everybody
comic books is my life. Like seriously, like look at my collection right there.
That's so cool.
You can see there's American, French, and mangas. That's what I love, and I share that passion with my kids.
I love it all too, but like it wasn't as easy to discover it all like just where I grew up. It was more of like I had to do my own research and stuff.
And for you, for anything that was like European, the only thing you had for a long time was Heavy Metal magazine because they were the only one publishing them.
That was the big one. Like there'd always be like
that's where Mobius was and Kipilal.
Yeah. There'd always be a few stories in it, and then like a few local things. But like, there'd always be a few big creators in it.
Like what I consider my French comic book Bible, like my favorite French comic book is Meta Baron.
Oh, sure, yeah, Meta Baron.
I freaking love it, like that in Inco. But Meta Baron to me, it's like the top.
Yeah, Meta Barons is definitely interesting and something I've thought of doing episodes on my show about.
You should, by the way, big fan of your show.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. It's just that Meta Barons is so big. It's really hard to think of like how you talk about it without like sort of telling everybody everything about it.
It's one of the things like on one of their stream, like I got stuck like trying to sell it to people. I'm like, okay, imagine this. Okay, you have the most badass like mercenary in space, like the type of guy that you hire to win wars. Okay, there's intergalactic war. You want to win that war, you hire that guy, and he's gonna come in and win that war for you. The only thing is, you can only have one kid. It has to be a boy. He has to train that kid. That kid has to sacrifice one part of him to a cybernetic thing, and then he has to kill his dad. Problem is, some of them are born like, hey, you got his dick shot off. How does that gonna evolve? Hey, my baby, I got twins. One of them's brain dead. The other one's body's dead. What am I gonna do with this? And this is what the story starts, and it's really freaking epic.
All the religious and metaphysical aspects that like permeate the story. It's deep. I'll say that it's deep, and Jodorowsky is a madman.
And I love that he pulled something too that it takes you a while to notice what's going on. But the thing that the story is told by two robots, the entire history of Nameless, because he decided to be the last one that he's not gonna have kid, and they made a sequel. So
So let's see. Now you've got your next book, your upcoming book here on Indiegogo.
Yes, and that book's pretty much almost all done. I'm finishing the last 4 pages as we speak. I've colored 30 of them. I write, draw, color the book.
76 pages.
Yes, usually my books are all 80 pages. Yes.
What inspired this?
That's what I tried. I tried to do like French comic books are like 56 to 60 something page, right? So when I started doing crowdfunding, some people were trying to sell 24, it's a 48 pages book, right? And asking $25 shipping. And I'm international, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, how? You know, how? Like $15 your book plus $25 shipping US. I'm like, I kind of feel like I need something to be more interesting to kind of like push people to want to back my book and pay $25 shipping, right? So I'm like, I'll sell you 3 comics.
Yeah.
So that's where the idea came from of doing like, okay, so 3 issues, it's a miniseries, so it's technically like a one shot. So I could split it in 3 after if I want to. So I'll sell like 80, 70, 68, and it always ends up to being 80. Like I started this one thinking I was going to make it 68. It's 80. It's going to be 80 page.
Oh, okay. Right.
Because you know, when you go over everything, you're like, oh, I need to put a little bit more backup.
That's almost 4 issues, 4 monthly issues. Yeah.
So that's what I try to do. Like not the Merc is a bit different. Like the Tales from the Nightverse, that's why it's called Tales from the Nightverse. It's 4 to 5 comic books in one. So it's kind of like 2 stories of Not the Merc, 2 stories of other characters in the same shared universe. And it's always like that in Tales from the Nightverse. But this one, that's a one shot. It's something that I pitched on the idea with one of my friends. And he just told me, yeah, you know what, just go do it. And so that's what I'm doing. So I wrote, I'm doing the art, I'm doing the colors, I'm doing the lettering. Like it says there, 72 pages are done in black and white, 30 page in color. And you follow the adventure of Hannah. She's a combat medic. And you can see there's the first 7 pages there, and I'm not spoiling anything. She's part of a salvage team, and they all die in teleportation. And she ends up on this ship by herself, where there's blood everywhere, and there's little demons that start forming from the blood.
Oh boy. Okay.
Like little blood fiends, and that's how the story starts within the first 7 pages.
Okay, right on.
You can read
horror, yeah.
Yeah, it's this action sci-fi horror. It's like a like an ode to those sci-fi movies from the late 70s, 80s type of thing. Has a bit of everything in there, and like I said, it's rated R in the thing, so it's mature. So expect a lot of violence and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's
and you're already a third of the way there. That's good.
Yeah, it's the first time I launch a campaign. Like usually, I try to launch a campaign during May.
Oh,
so it's the first time I launch in the end of January because I want to have 3 books out this year. It's the first time I'm trying this.
That's ambitious. All right, I
put some money and time into this, so to get some book done ahead of time. So right now I have I had Blood Hunt #1, the one that you saw before over there.
Yeah.
I'm working on the sequel right now. I'm already 80 page in black and white. That one's all black and white.
Okay.
It's a bit like my manga-ish type of thing.
Yeah.
See, I still have a few issues of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil, my friend Phil that was here before, I also have a Bisley.
Oh yeah.
But it's a back cover, yeah.
Dude, congratulations.
That's for Tales from the Nightverse 2. That came out. And that one was late a little bit because I had to replace a colorist. So what I did is instead of being an 80 page, it's 120 page. It's my way of going, sorry guys. There's
a little extra.
Yeah, there's a little extra for the extra weight. I'm sorry. And I promised everybody that I was gonna get everything planned ahead of time this time for the next book. So every time I launch a book, I have more of it. Yeah.
I think for an indie type book, or small press, very fair pricing. 120 pages, $25 US.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad at all.
That's like in my giant size. It's the same price as the other one. It's just me, and I'm giving you extra pages.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think that does help provide a better value when you have to factor in. Look, there's going to be shipping stuff. So yeah.
That's why I'm trying to give you more bang for your buck. That's the expression, right?
I get that. Yes. Yes.
And as you can see, they're high quality printing too that I do. I do what they call German bind. Which is where you see the big crease here. So it's not just cut and glued. Yes. It's folded, sewed, and glued.
Nice.
So it's big. Hold on, let me make sure it's a showable page. There you go.
And do you have that printed there in Canada?
Yep. Yeah. It's already if you go through the website, it ships the next day. And it's with Shopify, so it calculates the best shipping aspect that they can offer you, for the price.
Right.
But they're also available on the campaign as add-ons.
Oh, smart. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you said you've only got basically something like 4 pages left on the
4 pages left to
issue
draw,
finish?
and I have 30 page already colored.
Okay.
I put a 26 page sample on Global Comics. You can go read it there, but be aware it's not the final dialogues or lettering. It's the editors haven't been through it yet. It's just me giving you a sample on Global Comics so you can, have a few pages and get a taste of what's in that book. And like I said, it's a one shot. I'm having fun with this, and after that, I'm going back because it's really Tales from the Nightmares. That's kind of like my serial. It's something that I want to keep going all the time. Blood Hunt is more like a movie. Like I did it one shot. People ask for a sequel, and I'm like, I had an idea because when you write a story, you always have to think of how the end would be, right?
Yeah.
Or if there's a possible sequel.
Okay.
Like even the Hellzone, I'm not planning on doing a sequel, but I do have an idea. Okay. But
I get it. I get it. Dude, awesome. Let's see. We've got almost a full month here, but we've got 26 more days for you to hit your fix goal. I think that sounds very doable.
And usually what I do is I have Indiegogo because that's where I started.
Yeah.
And I'd also do when the book's ready and going to print, I also do a month on Kickstarter. But usually this is my key one. Yeah. I started that with the last book. Yeah.
Oh, that's clever. Okay.
Because I had people coming to me telling me like, dude, I really just do Kickstarter. And I was talking with Bill Tucci, and Tucci's like, you should really think about going to Kickstarter because there's a different clientele that will only go there. Like they only know of Kickstarter. So I tried with the last book, and I made like 2,000 something Canadian, and I didn't have like, how can I say, a platform for Kickstarter, you could say.
Yeah.
Like a clientele for them. And I'm like, you know what? It's worth it. I'm going to start doing that. Like, so I run my 2-month campaign here, and then when everything's ready, I launch it on Kickstarter with its own little thing.
And because then you can set a relatively low goal and know that you're still going to be able to print these issues.
It's exactly why I wait for it. I do the Indiegogo with the main amount that I need. And then after that, when I go on Kickstarter, I can just go, hey, here's, I need $100 or $500, and let's do the campaign.
That sounds good. I'm glad it's working for you.
So far it is. This one's a bit of a rougher start. Usually I get funded within 2 to 3 weeks. But I know that times are rough, and it's the first time I launch in January.
Couple differences, but it helps you calibrate for the future, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I appreciate you sharing not just your comics, but also how you're making them, because that can help some other people out there learn how to make them better too.
But I also do streams. People can come on stream and ask me all type of questions. I'm very like I like to help out. Like it's one of the things that I have. Like is that if people need help, I give them advice and DMs. Like I've known Phil since the beginning that he first did his book, and it's something like I kind of like enjoy it. It's hard to explain. You need advice, you can send me a DM. Can take 3 to 5 days for me to answer, but eventually I see it and I answer.
I'm the same way, Sim. So I get that. I'm terrible at answering messages.
But sometimes you have a message on your phone, you go, I'll get back to it later, and then you don't see it on your computer. You're like, oh, hey, sorry about the delay.
I get it. Sim, best of luck on this campaign for Hellzone, and thank you for sharing your experience and your background.
Thank you for doing this. I think as well, like I said, I'm a fan of your show. I watch comic book shows a lot, and I think that's a great show, and you do a great job. But doing this is awesome too. And when one of my friends like, dude, did you see this? He's doing that. I'm like, I need to get in there.
I want to do more of it. It's all like how much time I've got. Like
I didn't know you had a second channel for this though.
Yeah.
Now I'm a member of that one too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
Yeah, same here. And it's nice meeting you in person. But
likewise.
You know what I mean.
I do. Take care.
Later.
Sir. Bye. All right, folks. We are ready to bring on, it looks like my final guest tonight. And we're going to welcome back somebody who's been on the show before. It looks like we got Phil here. Phil.
Hey, Chris. How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
Oh, doing fine. Long day, busy day.
You're awake?
Oh, yeah. I'm
Alert?
kind of a vampire. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm usually working this late anyhow, sitting at the screen, got my electric crayons out. You know how that goes.
Yeah, you showed us a bunch of different coloring techniques that you were using on different projects last time. Do you have anything new that we can take a look at?
Yeah, here. I only had one or two things on that new portfolio I showed you. So what I did is I just queued up some random stuff in my Facebook, and we can go through some stuff, and I'll talk about the companies they're for and what I've been doing. This is a new one. This is Warren Brown's book from Lunchbox Comics. He's just got the first run print of this going. He does all the artwork, the writing, and everything. Okay. The interiors are black and white grayscaled. He is a colorblind artist, so that's how he works.
Interesting.
And
sure.
so I do the covers for him because he wants his covers to be all colory, you know. So
yeah, but he's already done the what would you call it, like the gradients and stuff like that.
Yeah, the grayscale. Yeah, I wish I had an AB so I could show you right now, but I don't at this moment. But yeah, this is all grayscaled, and then I go in and do an overlay, and I just do an overlay, and as you can see, like you can see where it's just where there's some of his grayscaling through there, so we kind of make it where it's like almost a cell shaded type of thing. So that's a little bit different way for me to work than I usually do, but I've grown accustomed to it, you know.
A lot of painters will render a great deal of their paintings sometimes in grayscale and then add the color to it. It's pretty cool.
And he's just kicking them on out there because he's got issue 3 coming up here really soon.
Oh, good.
And I've also been helping on these last 2 issues. I've been going through and helping, being one of the co-editors, going through and doing spelling corrections or grammar corrections, or as he's lettering, because he started doing that now, you know, help him out on that a little bit, because you know, I've had my fingers in a few different areas in the comics realm. I say I'm a colorist, but I do a few other things in that area, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here. Speaking of which, this was like first book that I was a editor on. Well, actually, I did the colors on this.
Okay.
The editing, kind of overall AD as pages were coming in, making sure specs were all together. Some of the supplemental pages and all the pre-press, making sure everything was ready to go when it goes off to print. So that was like the cover. And
so do you
that was
when you get a project and you're going to color it, what do you like read the whole story before you decide on like a color palette or anything?
Sometimes it just depends. Sometimes I've gotten stuff where they just like go with it, and I'm like, all right. So, you know, I just go, you know, I usually, you know, don't have too much of a problem with that unless there's something specific that I'm missing, you know. I mean, if there's a certain color guide for a character or something, you know, but a lot of times they give me a lot of free reign to go ahead and pick those palettes and work on them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was one of the supplemental pages there for that. And then here was some of the sequential. And here was another supplemental. And there was a back cover design. So that's what I did on that one. Here was a card for somebody. You had them on earlier. Some of the people I skulk around with. Larry.
Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't expect so many people to know each other, but it's kind of beautiful.
Oh yeah, I've been doing this now for almost on 10 years now. So, and like I said, I used to help co-host once a month weekend con, you know, especially through the lockdown. So I met a lot of people. Even Sim, I've met Sim. He'd been on that show many times. It was good to see him again.
That's awesome.
And I definitely remember we had a lot to talk about heavy metal because I am definitely a big heavy metal fan.
Oh yeah, it was great.
So this was Sybil, one of Larry's characters for Niobe. I did a card for him there. And then of course in my free time I'm infatuated with Art Adams line work. I can't stop. When I've got free time and I feel like I need to do some coloring, I grab some Art Adams up, you know.
Yeah.
And European comics, I really like those. This is from a company, DPS. They're an Italian comic company, man. I really love European style comics, so that was a fun little bit to do there. This one was I pulled out from a while ago. It was a sample, and we're going to go into production, but that got halted, unfortunately. But I still kind of like the feel of this one, you know, a little grittier and everything. And of course, we got another Art Adams one, especially Fantastic Four coming out. When I post that up, people have really been digging on that one. And here was a sequential page from the White Devil books we discussed before. This was for issue 2.
That's right. We did talk about White Devil last time. That's right.
So there was just a sequential I grabbed up real quick. And let me see. I think there's another one there. Oh, come on, Photoshop.
Do you have a like a tablet or something that you use, a specific one?
Yeah, I use a Wacom. It's an older Intuos Pro, so you know it's not.
Oh yeah, I remember the Intuos Pro.
This was a work in progress that I just wanted to show because I really dig it, and it was right there on hand. So I wanted to give a little look at that. You know, I've been enjoying that. Let's keep going here. This was a cover for Wrong Dragon. I think the last time I was talking to you, I was working on that, and that has been finished.
Yeah, you were.
And will be going to print as soon as they get their lettering on it and everything.
Oh, good. Good for them.
So we're running with that. We'll show you a couple sequentials from that. And that's like a Western supernatural. You see this, this right here is a relic, and they were not careful, and it's not a good thing because that relic was holding back some power. So here you see where everything starts to go awry. You know,
on the previous one, I'm a little confused. Was that like, is panel 4 supposed to be connecting to panel 3 or something? Or there is?
Yeah, it's just overlapping. They've all raided. You know, these were raiders. They came in.
Oh, but it's not like. It's not all one object between two panels. That's like a separate person. Oh,
that is the relic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just didn't quite see that. Now I see it.
Yeah, that's all good. Sometimes it's it's hard to even through StreamYard. Some things don't look quite as well as they would when you're looking at them straight on.
Got it.
Like I said, like that's the relic that you saw there.
I like the blue there.
And see, there's some stuff coming through in the sky. Everything's quaking. This dude's trying to capture it all. And boom, that's where it all begins. And that is a book from Studio Bookworks, Mary Dumas. She'll be coming out with that really soon. And here was one I just pulled up for the fun of it. Like sometimes it's cool to go a little bit simpler with the rendering. A little less is more. Gives it more of that retro look. This was a piece that I did for Dave Summy over at RMD Comics. You've seen some of the previous stuff with that, with his book series, Naked Cannibal Campers. Horror book based on it was a B horror movie that was out there.
It was?
Yes.
I gotta look that up.
It was not bad. It was not bad for being low budget. They did a pretty damn good job.
How many projects would you say you work on at one time?
I try not to overlap them too much. Right now, I'm getting everything planned out like that now, and everybody's kind of like, kind of not locking into times. And I'm like, hey, I kind of want to make sure I'm not overlapping with you guys. I've got a lot of stuff getting ready to go. Like right now, I had just wrapped up earlier tonight talking to a writer and creator for a book called Escape the Mortars. And that one's going to keep me busy for a minute. And yeah, I will still be doing, I still will do like covers or some pinup commissions and stuff through that. Mm-hmm. But for the next little bit, that's like a 52-page book. It's called Escape the Mortars. It's about a guy's struggle between when he was in the war and his life now, and how family is the thing that keeps him grounded. And it's going to be a fun one for me to deal with because there's going to be some color changes going in through the book to emphasize when he's having flashbacks, when he's around the family, even to the point where some stuff is showing up when he's around in the real life that are just like in the background from flashbacks. So those are I'm going to have to be doing a lot of color blending, you know, so to speak, different palettes and get them all to link up properly.
I think that sounds like a fun challenge personally. I hope you enjoy that.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. And like I said, with him, I've got something coming up mid-month. We were just talking about it. That's a 10-page short where he is working in tandem with an independent movie company where he's making a short for a little bit of promo with them. It's about 10 pages and they're working on the film at the same time. That's about all I could talk about with that right now. And I don't have total details fully fleshed out with that yet, but that'll be coming up. So next time around, I should have some new stuff to show you what's all going on and everything.
I hope so, Phil. What where can people follow you for updates? Anywhere in particular?
The best place is Facebook. I know some people don't like that, but don't worry. I do not post anything except art and maybe a few occasional music things because I was a musician for a long time also. So yeah, you can find me at Phil Leon on Facebook for one. I just started up Blue Sky not long ago, and that's
got a really positive comic book community there.
Yeah, and it's definitely better. I'm done with Twitter. I'm just done with it.
I get it. I totally get it.
So Instagram under PhilManX, that's my other like online handle moniker that I've used forever. So I still keep it around, but PhilManX on like Instagram or Twitter if you go over there, but you're not going to see too much over there from me. Art Station, PhilManX or Phil Leon, so you can see a full portfolio of what I've got up there right now, and I'm going to update that here real soon with some new stuff.
Perfect.
But yeah, just staying busy.
I like hearing that, Phil. You've got a real positive attitude, and it sounds like you've got some really nice relationships in comics.
Yeah, I appreciate all that you're doing too, Chris. I mean, I always try and catch the show when I can, you know, and
thank you.
I love the comics trope stuff. That's how I first ran into you, man. That's something that I would run in the background while I'm working because, you know, while we're working, you always have something going.
Yeah.
And I'm just listening to. It's like, oh, what's he got now? Oh, cool. I'm playing that while I work tonight, man. You know.
Thank you.
I always catch up on that.
I always appreciate
and I hope
that.
everything's going well with you. I know things have been a little bit, you know, but I hope things go better or are going better.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. That's very kind. And thank you for being so patient and waiting. It's really late.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I've got work early in the morning. So I am going to say thank you very much for staying up so late. But hopefully you understand that I am ready to say also good night.
Oh, yeah. You have
Phil,
a good one.
I hope
buddy.
you show up next time too. We
I will
appreciate
whenever
the updates.
Yeah, whenever I see you, man, I'll show up, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Take
You have
care.
a good one. You too.
You too. Folks, somehow we did it. We got through everybody that was in the waiting room. Now, I do know I saw some comments. Some people early on when the show started saying, I can't get in. I'm sorry. The green room only holds so many people, and as people leave, you've got an opportunity to come in, but it's tough. It's tough. And, you know, I want to be there to give everybody a signal boost. So, you know, I'm sorry if I wasn't able to get to you tonight. I'll try to do more of these. It's obviously, you know, like it goes this time a little over 8 hours. It's hard for me to carve out, you know, even say 3 hours, but I do enjoy doing this. I was very excited seeing a lot of the comics tonight. There's some great ones out there. I would love to see, you know, us push, for instance, the Lion of Olympus over their threshold. I would love to see several of these Kickstarters, like, you know, in the next couple days before their campaign ends, for them to go up. And a lot of people are about to launch their campaigns. I hope that this helps launch those strong. Very impressive. Not just the comics being created, but thank you to everybody that showed up as a guest and talked a little bit about how they were promoting their book or who they were using for printers, things like that. Really, really valuable information for all of us. And yeah, I think that's awesome. Like, even if you don't have a comic, but you think someday maybe I'd like to, I think that there was a lot to learn tonight from everything. So thank you. And thank you to everybody in the chat room, like uniformly positive comments, just really, really productive. And yeah, just awesome. So yeah, I am going to take off because I work on the weekends. So I got to get up pretty early tomorrow. I can get a decent night's sleep if I go to bed right now. So I think that is my plan. Thank you, everybody, and best of luck. I will be editing this video at some point tomorrow. I'm going to go straight to bed right now, but I will be editing it with chapter breaks and links to all the people that were here. So just give me a little bit of time and I will add that. And if anybody, you know, appeared on this show, I hope you know, totally fine with me if you want to, you know, use anything that was said tonight as a quote, or if you need to clip it or use it as promotional material. If that helps, please go for it. That's the whole point of tonight, is just to help people promote their comic. Best of luck, everybody. And I'll say keep reading comics, but you know what? Keep making comics too. Bye, everybody. Double salute. Take care.